Anju ma'am, you are the co-host now.
Okay, sir.
You can unmute and mute, ma'am. And ma'am, while screen sharing, you can check for the next speaker whether they are coming or not. You know the schedule today. How many lives? How many?
I have Jitender and Dipankar who will be sharing screen.
Oh,
So
sorry. Now I can hear you.
Siva, I have Jitender and Dipankar from Delhi who will be sharing screen. So if you could give them the rights.
I'm there for some time, ma'am. That's it.
No, but okay. So they have all the rights.
Yeah,
na?
yes, everything.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
White grow.
YCO caps and all caps.
Jitender,
Yes, sir.
make me co-host.
Sir,
No, you are already
right now
co-host.
Shiva is the host.
You are already co-host, sir. I made.
And I'm adding this monitor
Abdullah
also.
sir is
global
coming
monitor.
also. Abdullah sir को admit किया मैंने अभी.
Make global monitor also co-host.
Abdullah sir is also here.
Ha. So global monitor na Somnath.
That one is
Achha.
global.
Ha. So what else you want?
LED को भी देना.
Number ID बताओ.
Global LED.
LED?
अभी login नहीं किया.
Login करो. जल्दी login करो.
Sir, we can have chat. Not here.
Shiva?
Just start. Then you start and all get it.
Sir, पे এখন YCO এটা দিয়ে দিন. ওটা দিয়ে দে সোমনাথ.
Hey, YCO.
Shiva, I'm logging with 2 devices for backup. ठीक है तो IIHM दिल्ली जितेंद्र को भी co-host बना देना जरा.
Okay, guys. Hi. Good morning. Anju, how are you?
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, morning. So I'm still waiting. Logan is coming. I'll just say hi to him, welcome him, and then hand it over to you. But is Sanchari linking in here?
I got a call from Mr. Khurana. So yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I can
We are
see
giving.
Sanchari is logged in there. So.
We are just waiting for LED to login.
Who? Ellie who?
LED screen का waiting.
Achha. So just check whether Logan is joined in or not.
Logan join करो.
No, not yet. LED क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
हो गया.
ग्लो को आ गया. Okay.
Achha, what we need to do is, I think it's 8 minutes left. 9:50 a.m. we had asked everybody to log in. So students have started logging in. What we can do is we can welcome them inside. Anju, we can welcome them inside and we can start chatting.
Are we welcoming from the studio or Anju will welcome directly? Studio will go through.
I was told studio starting.
Huh?
Studio
will start.
Will be welcoming.
Yeah,
Then we'll hand over to Anju.
Acha, theek hai, okay. So no, so has Logan joined? Just check.
Logan has not joined.
No,
I've messaged him to join.
Isabella Luis, no.
not yet.
Are we ready for live?
Yeah, we are ready.
Yes, we are ready. We can actually start chatting now. We can actually start now. Global YCO Studio can have some introduction, please.
YCO background there.
बस हो गया. Okay, we are going live.
So I think
Live.
yeah. So you go live and bring Sanchari and Rupinder on the screen in that case.
Yes.
Bring them
I'm
on the
also
screen.
starting the cloud recording.
Yeah.
Camera on kar diyo.
Camera on.
Live recording.
Yes, recording started.
All the best, guys.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the day 2 of the 7th International Young Chef Olympiad. And today we have got very interesting sessions lined up for you starting in a few minutes from now. So my name is Rupinder Khurana and I am with my co-host
Sanchari Chaudhary. A very good morning to all of you lovely audience out there.
So the day looks exciting today, right?
Absolutely so. And we are in fact beginning with a very, very interesting session. And I'm sure, all our students would be absolutely amazed and very, very happy to see who that person is. Well, in some time, we're going to be having that person live with us, from the studio. And he is none other than MasterChef Junior Logan Gulef, all the way from Memphis, US, who is going to be logging in and chatting with all our students today. I'm sure students, all of you remember it very, very well that Logan happens to be the MasterChef Junior 2014 winner. And he was also our lucky mascot for the 2017 Young Chef Olympiad. It is really wonderful to have him here today. And for having a conversation with him, I would like to basically invite our colleague, Miss Anju, all the way from the Delhi Career Studio.
Thank you, ma'am, and welcome everybody. It's so good to see all of you. And today we are here. We have Logan Gulef who's with us, and I request Mr. Ahmed to just say hi to him.
Hello, Logan. A very, very good morning. Wish you, thank you for joining in, and it's an absolute pleasure to have you with us. Join the world's biggest culinary Olympiad called the Young Chef Olympiad, which is connecting 50 countries across 24 time zones on one of the most complex web systems created to, get all the countries from all over the world compete on the biggest platform. It's an absolute pleasure. We welcome all of you here at the Young Chef Olympiad at the Global Studios. Welcome, Logan.
Hello. So today I'm going to be giving you guys a demonstration and a little bit of a discussion too, a little bit of both. And in culinary competitions, there's one challenge that everybody thinks of, and everybody gets this challenge, and that's the mystery box challenge. So I prepared my own little mystery box here with a couple of ingredients that I have that I got locally. I went out shopping for this today, so in terms of menu and meal prep and all that, I'm kind of going in very, very low, very blind, pretty much non-existent. So what I grabbed at the market, I just grabbed some random stuff. I've got blackberries and I've got some raspberries. These are two of my favorite fruits, so I really like those. Then I also grabbed these olives. So I have these olives here. I also have another kind of olive because I don't know, I was in the olive section. And then I also have some maraschino cherries here, which are going to be really interesting. Then I also have these pre-made lemon cheese herb ravioli. Yeah, there you go. These pre-made striped ravioli. And then I also have this really pretty flank steak. So these are kind of my ingredients. Now, of course, you have to think, how am I going to tie all those together? You've got blackberries, raspberries, maraschino cherries, two types of olives, steak, that's a pre-made ravioli. So how does that turn into a dish? Now, this is one of those moments where you have to think to yourself, this is when you get your 30 seconds or your minute to all you students out there who are competing and have done this. You get the 1 minute to think up, you know, what you're going to do, and then you start cooking. Because if you spend more than 1 minute, guess what? You're spending more time thinking than cooking. Because you can think and cook at the same time a little bit. So, what do we see? We see that we have 3 sweet items, we have 2 salty items, and then we have our protein, and then we have our starch, which is our ravioli. Now, this is going to be kind of interesting because you've got to figure out, how do I get these 3 very sweet, kind of similar but each unique ingredients? Each of them have to sing, each of them have to shine, and each of them has to come together in a savory dish, because we got this flank steak, and I'm going to tell you, nobody wants to eat this for dessert. So we got to make a main course with these 3 very sweet ingredients. Now, to those out there who know me, you probably know that my mind instantly jumps to the gastrique. Now, the gastrique is a very old sauce. You know, it's back with the back in 1903. There was a reduction du caramel du vinaigre, and that was kind of what it was called. Kind of coined in 1980-ish was when it was formally called a gastrique. So that's our first sauce that we're going to do for here. And you know, we're just going to pan sear our steak. Now, I've pulled some things out of the so-called pantry, aka everything else. I've got some thyme. I have some other ingredients over here on the side, which are going to really help me make these ingredients shine, because you gotta add a little bit more. So we're going to get started with heating up our skillet pan, which I have right here. A little bit out of frame. I'm sorry about that. I don't really fit in the kitchen anymore. And we're also going to get started on our gastrique sauce. And Mom's throwing me an ingredient here. I have some Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey, because I'm from Tennessee. That's where we are. So we're going to be using some alcohol here. This would be a bourbon. You could do this with vodka, but I like this. This is a brown alcohol. This is a great thing to add to a gastrique. You got to think your liquid seasonings, your aminos, your reductions, all that kind of stuff. Any of your syrups, those are going to go amazing in our gastrique. So we're going to turn on our gastrique pan. Oh, that's the wrong one. Here we are. Now I'm just going to be using the small saucepan here, very small. And so we're going to get started with that first. So our first ingredient in the gastrique is obviously sugar, which I have here. So a lot of people, you can start with honey, you can start with your simple syrups or whatever, but I'm going to start with some sugar. Now, obviously you can measure, you should measure, but I don't, because, yeah. Anyway, we're going to say about that much is good. And we're going to put this off to the side, because you never know when you need to use sugar, and sugar is a great staple ingredient. We're going to give this a little stir. Then we're going to add in a little bit of water, just a drop. Boom. So now that we have a little bit of water here, we can put it back on the heat. Now we're going to cook this till it's a nice caramel. Get this going. So we've got it melting. It's looking good. We've got our sizzle plate, kind of grill plate right here, which you can't really see. I'm really sorry about that. So we've got that heating up. Now, when we look at our ingredients here, we've got all of these taken care of. We've got our strawberry, or raspberries, our blackberries, and our maraschino cherries all going into our gastrique. We've got our steak, which we're just going to do simply. Well, that leaves these 3 ingredients here. Now, this is where the real creativity comes in, because you have to think, what am I going to do with a pre-made ravioli? Pre-made ravioli. What can you do? Obviously, you can think of, you know, what pieces can I chop off? I've got burrata, lemon zest, and herb filling in here. So you've got a cheesy filling, and you have a nice, really beautiful striped ravioli. Now, some things that you could do, going to give our gastrique a shake. You can see our sugars kind of melting there. That's really good. We want to get to a nice rolling bubble, and then we're going to add in our vinegar and our aromatics, in this case, our fruit. So let's get this open. Oh. Mom handed me another ingredient off screen because the pantry's behind you, obviously. This happens to be one of my favorite spices, which I'm going to be adding to my steak here, and also maybe to this. Depends on where I want my spicy element, because this happens to be my favorite spice of all time. Cashmere pepper. This is a cashmere chili I brought back from when I was in the YCO and I was a judge. So this is going to be my secret ingredient here. I don't like to pull this out too often because I don't have a lot of it. I love it. It's my favorite. It just has a really nice sweetness to it and a lot of flavor. So you can see our gastrique's going nicely. It's getting there. It's bubbling, whatnot. I'm actually going to turn the heat down, heat up on these guys. And we're going to open up our burrata lemon zest ravioli here. And we're going to do something that I think everyone should do. All you students out there, you need to take your ingredient and you need to take a bite of it. You need to taste it. You need to see, man, that's gummy. It's kind of disgusting. It's kind of lemony. Not worth it. Not good. But you have to think, and you have to remember that you're trying this ingredient to figure out what you can do with it. Because once I have it, I can see there's more lemon zest than cheese on that bite. It's a little gummy, so that's not good. But I think it'll crisp up really nice. So I might try and do like a little bit of a fried element here. I might pan-sear it like a pot sticker, serve it like that. Although I don't really want to because, once again, the filling's not that good. The whole thing's just kind of mediocre. Tastes like shit. Anyway, I'm going to throw that off to the side since I ate that one. But always, take the time to, looks like our gastrique's doing good. Boom. It's getting there. Now, Mom handed me the oil, which is going to be really helpful. And, another ingredient. Really picking out the ingredients tonight. The blue corn flour. I don't know what she was thinking with that one, but okay. So.
Watch out, this pen's hot in the back.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the back. There we go. Yeah, so now this gastrique's doing well. And now it's almost time to add in our vinegar. So I'm going to grab my vinegar here. And normally it's a 1-to-1 ratio of sugar to vinegar, so just a splash. Oh, there we go. Now, one of the things that the gastrique will do is the sugar on the bottom will harden because this is cold water, or semi-cold water, and the sugar will harden, so we'll have to remelt. Now, it's going to get acidic, and you don't want to smell it because that's right. Anyway, we're going to get started on plan number 2 here. So now that we have that going, then we're going to take our blackberries here. Just going to take a handful, add them in. Also give one a try. See how sweet they are. Mom wanted to eat one too. Always taste your ingredients because this blackberry is not very sweet. It's pretty sour. It's clearly off season. Tastes pretty bad. Anyway, compared to really good blackberries. So by doing that, I know that I can add some more sugar to my gastrique because I know that I'm not going to be getting as much natural sugar as I expected from the blackberries. Now I'm also going to add in my raspberries here. So just going to take a handful. I'm only going to add a couple because the raspberries are a bit of a softer fruit than the blackberries. Also, they're nice and sweet, very tasty. So now I know what I'm working with there. So we're going to give that a stir. Start to see my fruits reducing. Now I'm going to also see about adding some of the jack. Gonna add it. And also when doing any kind of sugar work, you always want to use a wooden spoon to give it a stir. I'm just going to do this to make sure, kind of muddle it a little bit, and also to try and get some of that sugar that's stuck to the bottom of the pan off. Yeah, but can you do that? Thank you. Yeah. Also, when you're cooking in a culinary competition, have amazing hygiene. You know, the last thing you want is the judges to see you sneeze on the food, cough on the food, laugh on the food, disrespect the food too. That's something that the judges will look for, and that if you're being judged on the technique side, they will knock you major points for that. That will be brutal, because that could have potentially fatal consequences in a real kitchen, which is something the judges will know and they will hit you hard for. So, oh, you want the jack? There goes my jack. Anyway, enough crying over mom controlling the alcohol. Anyway, so it's a rolling boil here. I'm having a little bit of a hard time opening this. Oh, you want to see it?
No.
Oh, thank you. So I'm gonna pour that in. Of course, that's another thing that I want to tell you guys is that always be prepared for something to go wrong during your competition, your cooking, because if something can go wrong, it most likely probably will. I've never seen a flawless service, and I've never seen a flawless competition. I've made mistakes in every single one of my competitions. I've seen all my competitors make mistakes. I've judged people and they've made mistakes. So I've never seen a perfectly flawless, cook through or run or dish or anything like that. There's always something that they wanted that they just couldn't quite get. So now I'm going to turn this down a little bit because I want it on a low simmer. That's something that you're going to want to do. Also, I'm going to find my maraschino cherries here, my last ingredient. Just kind of getting there. Again, open these beforehand, but here we are. Boom. Boom. Now, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to add some of just the syrup. Boom. And then I'm going to fish out maybe one of the cherries, add it in there, and then put these off to the side. Because now that I've used the ingredient, it's in here, and I don't really need to add any more. Also, I kind of like the fresher fruit in the gastrique than the other kind of canned fruit. So I'm opting to use just the syrup. That's another thing that you can utilize, is don't always just utilize the fruit or just frying one of these. You have to think of how else you can utilize it. Now what I'm actually going to do for this is I'm going to cut the ravioli down because I'm going to be dealing with that first. And getting these little strips here, and I'm going to start frying them. Now, I'm doing this because I want a crispy element in my dish. So you can see they're nice. They're getting up there. Never be afraid to take something like that where it has a lot of components in it and it's very noticeable, and just taking it and cutting it down to a manageable size where it does one thing for your dish. This is just going to be crispy. That's all it's going to be. And because of that, it's going to be pretty helpful. And I don't need to worry about the flavor of the filling, matching creaminess, making a bechamel out of anything. Oh, thank you, Mom. And I don't need to worry about any of that because I'm just using the plainest, Janest, most recognizable part of it. And also, it's going to come out really pretty because you can see the stripes on there are going to look fantastic, all crispy. So, I'm going to give that a stir. Boom. Now, let's turn this back up a little bit. And our gastrique, we're going to give it a little bit of smell. Smells okay. Smells pretty good. We're going to hit our griddle top here with some oil. Sorry that you can't see it. I didn't quite.
You want me to move it?
I'll move it.
Hold it?
There we go. That's good. Thanks, Mom. Am I in there? Yeah, I am. Great. So now these are almost done. Let's see what other options. Oh gosh. I forgot the olives. This is a moment that you're going to have whenever you do a mystery box. Oh no, I forgot the olives. What in the world am I going to do? And this is going to be one of those moments where you open up the olives, you're frantic, you're popping an olive in, you're like, oh man, what am I going to do with that? And I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do with that. I'm going to take these little crispies off. Okay, I have a little plate behind me. Take these crispies off. No, I'm not going to fry them. Just for your questions before you ask them. No, I'm not going to fry the high water content olives. That'd be stupid. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to take this. I'm going to take some of my olives. I'm going to make a rub for my steak. Now, doing this is going to be pretty interesting because it's going to add the saltiness. Yeah.
Put it in there.
There we go. All right, so then I'm going to take these up. Going to give them a nice just little dice. And then we're going to season our beef. Now, of course, since we're going to have 2 olives, I need to get the other olives. These are the Kalamata olives or the brown olives. And, you know, once again, we're just going to try and get a couple out. And we're going to make a little rub for our steak here. And this is going to add salt to it. This is going to be using our ingredient stuff. This is going to be incorporating and infusing things. Now, another trick with our gastrique is now that it's kind of reduced a little bit, and it's looking okay, you can add some more berries. Now, it's important to stagger your use of your berries and don't, you know, blow them all at one time because you're going to need a berry texture of your berries. By adding a little bit now, a little bit later, and a little bit right before it's done, you're going to have a nice, harmonious texture of mush, nice, really cooked, and then kind of crunchy. And so by doing that, you can get this layered effect of texture and flavor of these cooked berries. So that's another kind of small tip that not a lot of people really think about and go through, but it works really great with oatmeal, and that's really where I learned the trick. Are you adding this ingredient, Mom? Am I gonna have to use this?
Did I say yes?
What do you guys think? You think this is the next mystery box ingredient? Are we adding one in on the fly? Just give a thumbs up. Oh, all right. I got a thumbs up. All right. So turns out we have an added new mystery box ingredient, which is oatmeal. Now, if you're looking at the clock right now, I'm just dead if I try and cook this oatmeal like oatmeal. I am toast.
Oh, is that steel cut or is it flat?
This is steel cut.
Oh, hold on. I'll switch it to flat. Get out your pan.
Oh, yeah.
I know what you're gonna
Yeah, you know what I'm going to do. I know. We cook together all the time. You know what I'm going to do. Yada, yada. Anyway, getting out of plan here. Mom knows my plan for oatmeal and any other oat-like thing. Now, please, you IIHM students, I know you're there. Don't adapt things, you know. You know what Picasso once said, a good artist copies, a great artist steals. So, you know, be able to do whatever you want.
You gotta get your steak on or you're gonna run out of time.
Yeah, all right. I'll put my steak on.
How much time is left? Ask for a count.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Also, be sure to ask for a count on your time.
It's 10:45.
10:45. Oh my God, I'm out of time. This is bad. All right. Well, nice dice on the olives. Throw those on there. Take the steak, olive, steak, boom. We're just gonna boom on it. Hot pepper. Try not to panic too much. Hot pepper here. And I'm gonna use just a little bit because I really love this spice. Always use a local spice whenever you can. It's gonna add a lot more flavor, a lot more depth. All right, so I've got that. Oh yeah, salt. Well, just a pinch of salt because we don't want all of our salinity tied up there in those grapes. Now another thing is I have just a lot of beautiful thyme here, so I'm just gonna throw this on here, kind of like that. I'm gonna add in some more oil, turn up my heat. Now we're getting to the real deal. Oil the steak a little bit because when you're dealing with a lean cut, sometimes it pays to add some oil. Check our gastrique. Check this pan. Turn it up. All right, now we're feeling gas. I've got my oats here. Oh, awesome. Once again, going to try the oats. Oh. Okay, whatever. It tastes like oats. I don't know what I was expecting, but you know, that's one of the things. You never know if you've got like strawberry flavored oats, and you don't know until you try them. You never know who does a little switcheroo, what happens. So boom. Let's see if
Are you out of time?
it's okay if you don't have the hot pepper. Yeah, it's totally fine. You know, it's up to you how you want to cook and how you want to do things. So not adding the hot pepper is fine. It's just what I thought would be cool. We could add a soy sauce and ponzu, whatever you want. Rose water, rose jelly, mayo.
You want
Maybe
this
not.
one?
No.
Which one?
Actually, I guess that one. No. Give me the one that you had.
You want Pappy's or you
Give
want?
me Pappy's. Yeah.
It's got chunks in it though.
Yeah, I'd rather have something a little bit more sauce-like. Let's see what I got in here. Ooh, I don't have anything in there. So.
Don't just show people all our dirty laundry.
Oh, I'm trying not to, Mom. Let's give this a nice flip. Turn it up.
Here you go.
Oh.
You gotta add your
Now I'm gonna add hot sauce to this, just because hot sauce oats is really a unique presentation of oats. It's really interesting. It's usually pretty tasty. Oh God, I burned it.
butter.
So they're a little charged. Now this is when you're asked the question: should I redo or should I not? Honestly, only you know the answer to that. If you burn something, you mess something up, only you know whether or not you should redo it. You know, I can't tell you if you should redo it, you should crack it, you should take little bits from it, what you should do with it, but, you know, it's up to you and how you see yourself in your cooking. There we go. That one. Now, another thing with the gastrique, you're going to turn off the heat because I think it's cooked enough. Let's see. What else can be made with this recipe? With the gastrique, you can do anything. So with the sauce, you can add anything you want. Anything. I mean anything. You have fun with the gastrique. With these guys, I do hot pepper. I do spicy. I mean, you could do garlic in oats. You could do other aromatics. You could do herbs. You could do thyme. You could even put in the olives. You know, it just really depends on what works for you and your cooking style. You know, got my steak going. Got that going. You could do a turmeric. Once again, could add turmeric. I'm actually going to add another secret ingredient of mine. I'm going to add a little bit of coffee to my steak and a little bit to my other oats. Oh, you could add paprika to whatever you want.
You're really burning my pan.
Interesting. So,
where's the oil? You forgot the butter.
I did kind of forget the butter. Oh, it's more oil. Anyway, it's gonna be interesting. So I got this, that, crispy. Now we're getting close. But if we do not want it spicy, well then you don't have the spicy. Then you add other flavors, other aromatics. So you might add some sugar, or you might add some garlic, or you might add, you know, alcohol. You know, just think of whatever other flavors you have in your compendium. We're gonna give this another stir, and we're gonna try and take this off the heat. So I'm gonna grab a fork here. I'm only gonna use a fork just because I want a little bit. You can see it's gotten all really nice and crunchy again. This is my second crunchy element, which is going to go right next to my other crunchy element. And I'm going to use one as a garnish, and I'm going to use one as the baseline for my dish. So just going to put that there. This one I can use later.
Fire alarm's going to go off if you don't do something.
Okay. So we're going to put this other pan away, just because I'm done with it. Boom. So now this steak, it's looking good. You can see my thyme here is beautiful, just blistering. And I'm just going to tap that back on there. My steak's almost done. And let's see what else. Oh, yes. Now it is time to look at plating. So I have a couple plates over here. I'm thinking this one. So I've got a nice modern dark plate here, and I'm gonna put it down. I'll take some of my hot crispy crunchies. I'm gonna put it on there. I could put a little bit more, but I'm gonna go for more of an appetizer style. This is again one of those moments when you can decide how much you want to put on there, and you want to think about how many judges are going to be tasting this. You know, are you going to have 5 judges, 15 judges, 2 judges? And try to adjust your portion accordingly. You know, if you're going to have a lot of judges taste it, you might want to start with a little bit of a larger portion. Because if that last judge gets to it, because that was me one time, and I come up to your dish, and I'm coming up, I'm in YCO here, and I come up and I see an empty plate. What do I judge? Do I give you a 10? Because, I mean, I didn't try it. It could have been perfect. Do I give you a 5? Because, you know, I got to give you a middle-of-the-road score because, you know, you didn't put enough on there? Or do I score you a 0 because there's nothing for me to taste, so therefore it's just terrible, the worst thing I've ever tasted? You know, this is when you get into a judge's dilemma. And you don't want the judge to have that dilemma. You want your judge to taste it and be like, oh, yeah, that's the best thing he's ever had. 10 out of 10. You win. So that's a very important little lesson. Now I'm going to take my steak. I think it's just about done. Really, really pretty. Just glistening. Beautiful steak. And so now I'm going to take it. And I'm going to try and cut it.
Well, you should let it rest.
I should let it rest.
But you might not have time. Check your time.
How am I doing on time? In 4th grade. Oh, it went away. Oh no. Let me see. How much time do I have left? That's the question. Oh, you do know a little bit about plating. You know, that's one of those things where you can kind of judge your time and your skills on how much you need to improve and work on and practice. If you're going to practice your flavor, your technique, things like that, that's when you can take the time. Because you know, like, your plating is really good. You know, for me, it's the other way around. My plating sucks. It's the worst. It's ugly. My food always looks like just a pile of nothing. Just like, you know, some guy like me just like plated up some Taco Bell and, well, it's a pile. So I know that that's where I need to improve. But only you can know where you need to improve, and your mentor can probably tell you. And, you know, you can do drills on flavor and flavor profiling and pairing ingredients, or you can do drills on, you know, plating and trying to be an artist and paintbrushes and spoons and whatnot, because that's what I need to do. Also, you know, plating spoons, normal spoons, how to do the smear, all that stuff. But, you know, I like to value flavor. Now, while this meat's resting behind me, we're going to talk about some of the finer details about, you know, competition cooking. And one of the most important ones is to look up your judges and to do some research. Oh, I doubt that. My plating's terrible. I'm sure that you're much better at plating than me. So my plating's really bad. I practice a lot, and it still looks like just nothing. Just bad. I try. I really do.
But what do you do better than anybody else?
But where I put a lot of my power and where my explosive, just where my strength is in flavor and a little bit in technique. My technique is sloppy, you probably can tell, but my flavor is really where I hit the points, and that's really where I know, like, I'm the strongest. Now, researching your judges, you can try and figure out what they value the most. For me, you can see, like, maybe you looked at my TEDx talk about the art of flavor, or you can hear me talk, or you've read an article where I said, you know, plating is not important if the food you're plating is terrible. Then you can know, like, I'm going to be super, super, super critical on your flavors. Or, you know, it could be the other way around. You got, like, an older guy, you know, maybe a little bit grayer on the hair and is more of a French trained. You know, like, he's going to be a stickler on your technique. And you read about him, and he says, oh, these young chefs, they pay no dues. They do not do what they do. They just come in and they cook, and that's not how it's meant to be. We are supposed to be dedicated and practice. Well, that's one of those things that should say to you, that guy's going to be looking at my technique really hard. So I'm going to try and keep my technique really tight, keep a nice tight mise en place, be really pinpoint on my technique, and keep myself really straight upright, yes, chef, and make him happy. Because that's one of the things that is ultimately the goal in any cooking. You're cooking to make somebody happy. Either you're cooking for yourself, you're cooking for your wife, you're cooking for a customer. And with that being said, if you make an onion tart, and I hate onions, I cannot stand them, and you serve it to me, sure, I'll try it and I'll try to give you a good score, but at the end of the day, there's going to be a bias, and that bias is inevitable. So remember, if your judge says, oh, I cannot stand scallions, just like, oh, okay, no more scallions, because there's a preconceived bias there that you just can't get around. And so it's easier to cook around it than to try to make somebody else accept it. And that's really important in all parts of cooking, whether you're just cooking for yourself, or you're cooking for your roommates, or you're cooking for your friends, or you're cooking for a customer. Remember, they want something, and to give them what they want. And that, what they want is what they want, and what they like is what they like. And you can be the best in the world, but you can't change it.
Okay, tell them about what your first contest was. Lots of people think that MasterChef was your first contest.
No. So I'll actually tell you, my first contest wasn't actually a cooking contest. My first contest was actually a science contest. Now I know you're looking at me, yada yada. Me, a scientist, yeah, right. But it was a kids science challenge, and I got runner up, and I was pretty stoked. I got some goodies in the mail, and I was like, wow, this is kind of cool. And Mom came to me with another contest for cooking. Cooking was always a passion of mine. Always loved it. And I took that as an opportunity, and I ran with it. And I was like, oh, this Jif Most Creative Peanut Butter Sandwich contest is going to be so cool. I was 8 years old. So I was super pumped because I got to go to the grocery store. I got to do everything. I got to have a great time. And actually, I didn't win that one. I lost. I got runner up. And that was something that really fueled me for a long time, because there's a motivation you get from winning, like, oh, I'm on the top of my game, I just won the Super Bowl and I'm going to do it again. But then there's the motivation of losing, and I personally think that the motivation of losing is a lot stronger than the motivation of winning. So I wanted to quit cooking after that. I was like, I'm kind of done with this. I'm not going to cook anymore. That's over. I'm done. I lost the contest. It's not worth me cooking anymore. And mom refused to let me leave like that. Let me leave the kitchen. So she made me answer another one, and I didn't do so well in that one. I lost that one too. Didn't even place. Then I did another one. I lost that one too. Didn't even place. So I was really on the down low. I was kind of down and out. I was like, all right, Mom, you see, I've lost these 2 contests. It's all over. It's all done. I want to quit this. And she said, no, you're going to go out on a high note. And so I entered another contest, and this one I won. I got to meet President Obama and meet in the White House. Don't mind my cat. And, that was kind of one of those moments when I was like, wow, I won. I finally won. I won. I did it. And then I kind of looked back on what I did wrong in those other ones, and I was like, oh, I see my mistakes here. I see what I did wrong. I see how I need to improve. And so I just kept going at it. Please don't mind the cat. I know it's kind of ruining this heart-to-heart moment to just hear my cat, but I'm sorry. And I won that, and then I thought, oh, all right, I can do this again. I got the magic back. And then I kind of waited, and then I went on MasterChef Junior, and then I won that. And after that, I just kept working, and I kept seeing these opportunities and thinking, what do they want? What am I going to do? How am I going to do this? What's the challenge? How am I doing it? And there's still some challenges that I don't win in, and that's sad. And, I get kind of sad and depressed and whatnot, but I get over it, and I get back on the horse, and I get back in the kitchen. And that's always one of the things I can tell you is, no matter what you burn, you can always order a pizza. It's not the end of the world if, you have a bad day in the kitchen. Happens to everyone. I've had days where I burned everything. I was like so defeated one day that I was making some ramen noodles and I burned them in the microwave. And I was like, how? But then the next day, I make an amazing dish. So, never give up on cooking. Always try and please your judges and just keep with it and keep that fire and that passion and let the judges see it. That's one of the things that you also have to make sure that, you're not too stuck. You're not too stiff. You're loose enough, but you're not so relaxed that you're arrogant or you're disrespectful, because that's one of the first things that will just like, boom, knock you right out. So that's some of my tips, also, time management, regular cooking stuff, seeing the ingredients, the flavor profiles, lining it up, doing all that stuff's really important and whatnot. But, doing the creative stuff that, only you can do. Cook the dish that only you can cook. And that's coming from your culinary background, from your experience, from your training, from who you are as a chef. Cook the dish that only you can cook. Only I can make those coffee spicy oats, and only I can, do the coffee rub steak with like that, and only I can add that streak to it. And that's something that I know only I can do, only I can think of, and only I can make. And always play to that. Always play to yourself. Always go into the cooking and being like, well, I'm unique, I'm special, I'm from here, I make this, I do this with flavor, I do that with flavor, I do this with texture, I plate it like so. And just always remember who you are as a chef. Don't be somebody else that you're not. Be your own chef. And put yourself, I know that's corny, I'm gonna say it, put yourself on the plate, but make sure that it's the dish that only you can make. And remember that. And if you're in the weeds and you're stuck and you're facing a challenge, just dice it down into little bits and you'll overcome it. And yeah, so I'll finish plating my dish and then I'll kind of show you my elements here. Let me pick up my chair. My steak. So get to here. So it should be cool enough. Oh, beautiful. Nice. Nice. So you can see I got a beautiful, nice cook on my steak. Nice and rare, very juicy, very tender. And so now, since I've created kind of an appetizer portion, I'm only going to layer, let's do 3 pieces. Also, that's another culinary tip is, the rule of 3 works for photography, works for cooking, works for art. There's a reason why the rule of 3 works. Don't mess with it. You might think that 4 looks cool, and 4 might be cool if there's 4 judges, but otherwise, try to do things in trios. It looks good. Or, multiples of odd numbers. It just looks better on the plate. Anyway, so now I have that. I'm going to practice some nice stuff here. Now I've got my steak, I've got my crunchy. Let's see what else do I have that I can add on here. Oh, I've got my streak. Now, I'm going to take a very special spoon. I'm going to pick a big spoon. Now I'm picking this big spoon with a nice tip because I want to pour it over. So nice. Oh man, I got some seeds in there. Oh well.
You want the strainer?
No, it'll be fine. So then just hit it with a little bit of gastrique. Not too much because you don't want it to overpower your thing. Give it a taste too. Ooh, very fruity, very nice. So now check to see if there's any ingredients you're missing. You've got your olives, you got your maraschino cherries, you got your blackberries, you got your oats. You don't have the corn flour, oh well. You don't have any mushrooms. And also, let's give it a little bit of a nice pretty garnish. We're going to take some of our fried thyme here, right on the very top. Boom. There you go. Nice competition dish. Don't mind the streak running. It's just kind of the angle. Boom. Very pretty. nice and elegant, nice and small. Should look very beautiful. Hopefully you can see ordering that as an appetizer. Nice. Also, describe it. How I describe it is I call it like today I prepared for you a grilled olive crusted skirt steak with a crispy fried pasta and a spicy seasoned and a nice and luscious berry district. Please enjoy. So that's kind of how I call it. I don't know. You gotta make up your own thing. Don't make it sound like cheesy or anything, but still make it sound interesting. List enough of the ingredients, but not all of the ingredients. That's a big thing. Don't be that guy that's up there. Oh yes, I use steak, sugar, vinegar, ravioli, olive. Don't do that. That's not good. You don't want to sound like a robot. You want to sound like just normal, just like how it is, how you think of it, and that'll be a great presentation. Also try and keep it simple. Like don't be trying to call it something it's not, because some of those technical stickler guys, if you say, oh, this is a risotto and it's not really risotto, they'll get you, and that will hurt, and they will make it hurt. So always remember that your judges what they like, what they don't like. Keep your head cool. Try to think of interesting solutions, especially around a lot of the problems. Like, give it a try. Tasty, nice. Nice little bit of heat at the end there. Very nice. And think of all your components. Think of your dish. Just try to conceptualize everything, and try to make sure to improvise accordingly. Nobody's ever cooked perfect. I've never cooked perfect. There's always something else gone wrong. In any competition, I've never seen anyone cook perfect. So don't hold yourself to that level that you know that you can't be at. And that's another very important thing, is to know your limitations in a stressful environment. Understand that during this competition, you're going to be in the weeds every second that you're in the kitchen. From the minute you step in to the minute you step out, you're going to be in a full-on, hardcore, stressful cooking. And cooking at that level, mistakes happen, and you have to learn to accept them. It's a very big thing that I struggled with a lot, because I'm a little bit of a perfectionist. Surprise. So I try to hold myself to a perfect level that I hold myself at home when I'm cooking. And when you're cooking in a competition, you can't hold yourself to that level. You gotta hold yourself to a different level. You gotta be able to let things go and to not get hung up and worried and panicked and sad and all worked up about it, because it's just impossible.
See if they have any questions.
So I think that's just about it. If you guys have any questions,
Chef Logan, yes, we've been receiving a lot of questions, because we have, since we can have limited audience on Zoom. We've diverted our traffic to YouTube, and it's flooded with questions.
Awesome. Hit me.
So the first, there's one question that somebody would like to know, that what is the ideal temperature to cook steak?
The ideal temperature to cook steak. What
This
I do.
question is from Mrityunjay.
Okay, so what I do is I'm gonna be Mr. Miyagi here, but I get in this zen spot with the steak, with the meat. I respect the animal. I respect the sacrifice and the death of the animal, and I try to really connect. And the steak talks to me, and it tells me when it's done. You can do 5 minutes, you can do 4 minutes, you can do however long. Ultimately, it depends. You can have the best instructors tell you times, but if your meat's a little bit thinner, a little bit thicker, it just depends on what your meat is and how you want it to come out. If you want it to come out very tough and you want a tough steak, a medium rare, if like your judges are into that, then maybe you might want to cook it longer. But I try to do 5 to 6 minutes, maybe per side. I don't know. I just kind of do it. I try to lose myself in the cooking, and I try not to fret about times and temps. But 165 is the done temp.
Thank you, Chef. Since you know most of the questions you've already answered in your conversation before, there's one last question that I would like to know. You've been to India, you've seen Young Chef Olympiad live, and this year we're going virtual. So International Hospitality Council has taken it on a virtual platform where where 50 countries are competing over 24 time zones. So what are your views in this, and what do you think how it is going to be this year?
Well, I have to say, I think that, you know, it's a big bummer that we all can't be together and that we all can't go out to India and we can't, you know, smell the spices, see the streets, go to Agra, eat the pumpkin, eat all the cool food, do all the fun stuff. We can't do that, but what we can do is you can still make some virtual connections. You can Zoom, you can see. With the time zones, it's a little weird because, you know, some of us chefs are more night owls than morning birds. So some of you guys in the darker time zone might fare a little bit better. I don't know, you know, it's very interesting because you can't really taste through the Zoom. So I know that you guys have done a lot of things to kind of judges and training and stuff and Zoom videos. I just think it's incredible that you're still putting it on, that you're still inviting these students to make these connections, and that, you know, you say that, you know, the show must go on and that we're still gonna have our event, we're still gonna have our Olympiad, and we will not let this shut us down. I think it's really telling of chefs, the hospitality industry, and just who we are as people. We refuse to let this stop us, especially from being who we are and competing and bouncing back.
So we now move to our Young Chef Olympiad Global studio, where our team is waiting to interact with you. Over to you, sir. Over to you, Sanchari ma'am.
Thank you so much, Anju. Very good morning to you. And Logan, a very, very warm welcome to you. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I hope that all of you guys learned something in my little how to win culinary competition video with demonstration. You know, I'm doing good. I'm pretty happy. You know, at home, it's kind of nice. It's different. It's different to be cooking in my own kitchen. But you know, I still think that it's amazing, and I'm so honored to still be a part of the YCO.
No, in fact, we are more honored as well because, you know, we've seen you growing up with us, and, you know, since the time that you've been with us, of course, you know, being a representative, representing the global, you know, IIHM Young Chef Olympiad yourself, you know, being a celebrity yourself at such a young age. I have to say that you've all been staying so humble, you know, forever, you know, and that is something which I think is very, very iconic and an amazing idolship that you can actually give in to all the students who are tomorrow wanting to become great chefs of the world. So kudos to you for that, Logan. We are always so inspired by your energy, your enthusiasm, and definitely your humility. We are so proud of you.
Thank you so much. You know, I like to spend a lot of time giving back to my community. I work at a lot of soup kitchens. It's one of the places that I feel most at home at. I also like to go out there and, you know, plant trees and do other community service. And that connection to my community in my hometown, I know like it makes me feel good, and it helps me be a better chef, and it helps me respect my food. But it also helps me have a very, very intimate connection with my region and how that shapes me as a chef. So all you Young Chef Olympiad competitors, students, all you guys out there, you know, going out into your community, doing some service, and it'll really surprisingly change your view on both your cooking and yourself.
Wonderful. So Logan, you know, I was just talking to Rupinder, and we were, in fact, when we were demonstrating, we were thinking and reminiscing on all the particular days that you've spent with us, you know, while you were in India. Remember in 2017, where you were there, you were visiting different locations, and there was so much of fun that we've in fact had with you. So many places that you've been with us too, and that was amazing and thrilling. So Rupinder, what do you have to say about it?
Absolutely. I still remember you, Logan, when you were here, and your enthusiasm, your excitement, you know, at seeing India for the very first time. I'm sure you must be missing those days, and we are missing you, having you here.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you so much. You know, India, going it changed my view on everything. It changed my view on spices, the world, just everything. And I had such an amazing time, and I'd love to come back. And, you know, as I've grown older, I've carried those memories and those thoughts of, you know, how you guys treat spices and how you play with your flavors. And I really take it to my heart. And I always feel, and I'm gonna share something very, very, very close to my heart here. I always feel that whenever I walk outside, I can just peel back the little piece of America, and I can see those golden skies of India, and the guy riding the elephant to work, and just the craziness of it and the beauty. And I feel like I can just peel it off and see it.
Most certainly. And we are looking forward to having you here very soon again. You know, we are very, very sure that day would be coming back soon again, when you would be again back to us, and definitely we'll be creating some magic once again with your presence, Logan.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today from all the way from Memphis, and look forward to seeing you again very soon. Keep well, keep healthy, and of course, regards to your family as well, to your mom. And we look forward, you know, keep, supporting us, being with us, and of course, you know, giving that opportunity to us always. We are so happy to have you with us always, Logan.
All right, so we go back to Ms. Anju
Anju,
Chahal
yes.
from our IIHM Delhi Global Campus. All right, so over to you, Anju.
Thank you, Logan, for being with us. And we now look forward to the next session from Chef Farooq, who will be who's live from Malaysia today. So that session will start exactly after 12 minutes. Stay tuned with us. Thank you, Logan, and have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Check. Requesting everybody to please be seated. Requesting everyone to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the show. Requesting all of you to please take your seats. An absolute pleasure to have all of you here. Requesting all of you to kindly take your seats, please.
Bengal, the sweetest part of India. The pleasure and the taste extends much further into it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can everybody hear me? That wasn't a very big response. Can everybody hear me? Thank you. Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. India hosts the biggest culinary show on planet Earth. My name is Ron Scott, and on behalf of IIHM family, I welcome you all to the 5th edition of Young Chef Olympiad 2019. The journey of International Young Chef Olympiad started in the year 2015 with the intention of bringing the best student chefs of the world onto one platform. Today we have over 50 countries who have travelled from far and wide to compete under one roof and get connected with our one big culinary family. The competition is giving culinary students a great platform to learn, to teach, to network and share experiences with the best culinary schools worldwide. But before we start the programme for tonight, may I request you all to please stand for the Indian National Anthem.
together. Ladies and gentlemen, next country, Bahrain, represented by Bahrain Institute of Hospitality and Retail, represented by Ahmed Alawadi and Mohammad Bashirigun. That's Bahrain for you, ladies and gentlemen. Put on your hands together for Bangladesh, represented by NHTTI, Aqsa Iqbal and Miss Jahida Begum. Please welcome Bhutan. Louder, everybody. Please welcome them. That's Bangladesh and Bhutan walking onto the stage. Put on your hands together for Botswana, represented by Gabron College of Culinary Arts, represented by Upiditsi Kefilwe and Melissa Kushata Nugoni. Please welcome Cambodia, represented by KSK Cooking School, representing student PZ Lay and chef mentor Sivmay Bay. Put on your hands together, guys. Fiji, Fiji National University, represented by Anna Tao and Anish Pawanlal. Welcome, France, Albert Deman Hotel and Catering School, represented by Sirin and accompanying mentor chef Magdala Cosimon. Followed by France. Okay, a big round of applause for Fiji and France. Next country, please welcome Ghana.
We can, if we go different.
Mariam Fakhr and Hussein Barami. the host country, India. Represented by International Institute of Hotel Management, Madhumita KP, and accompanying chef mentor, Chef Nagarajan. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Put on your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Academy of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management, Mr. Yaju. School of Hotel, Restaurant and Institution Management, De La Salle College of Saint Benilde, represented by Russian International Academy for Tourism, representing student. Please welcome Singapore, Sunrise. There we see Matthew coming down, dancing. Please welcome South Korea, represented by Wusong University, Colombo Academy of Hospitality Management, Roshani Sirinika Bandara, and Rajapakse Muriansil Samantha Surini. Represented by Turkish Culinary Academy, Pelin Mawe and Zihadul Hassan. That's Turkey walking down. Please welcome United Arab Emirates, represented by International Center for Culinary Arts, Nicole Ann and Edward Benjamin Clegg. Put on your hands together for Uganda, represented by the Cooking School Uganda, Rem Rembo and Sheila Ahebwa. Louder guys, come on, can I have a bigger round please? Yeah, louder. Please welcome United States of America, represented by Johnson's and Wales University, Tian Zudai and Reina Haniwadel. Louder guys, come on! Put on your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time ever from Central Asia, Uzbekistan, represented by International Center of the Uzbek Culinary Academy, Ubaidullah Sultanov and Ahmad Khamdamov.
Hey everyone, I'm back and we are ready with our next session, which is going to be on Malaysian cuisine by Chef Farooq Othman, who's live from Malaysia. Small introduction about Chef Farooq. Chef Farooq Othman, born and raised in Kuala Lumpur, currently positioned as Senior Lecturer of Taylor's Culinary Institute as Faculty of Social Science and Leisure Management. Chef Farooq bin Othman started his culinary experience by joining local food competitions while completing his studies in hotel management. After being overwhelmed by culinary arts, he finished with his diploma in culinary arts and was awarded as best student in his class. He went on to work in the best French restaurant, Lafitte in Shangri-La, Kuala Lumpur. He then continued his journey by heading off to Europe to discover the continent's flavor and food culture. From Lausanne and St. Gallen in Switzerland to Paris and London, Chef Farooq discovered and improved his culinary skills in cuisines. He went on to graduate Bachelor's in Science with first-class honors in Culinary Arts Management at Thames Valley University. London was among the first 3 Malaysian, in London, he was among the first 3 Malaysians who ever received this highest achievement. He came back to Kuala Lumpur after working with several high-end restaurants in London. I introduce Chef Farooq, and over to you, Chef. We all can see his kitchen here. I think Chef is ready and prepared. Chef, may I request you to please unmute yourself and say hi. Chef, may I request you to unmute your camera and say hi to everyone here. We have live audience here on YouTube as well as on the Zoom platform.
Okay, hold on. Give me 1 minute. Can you hear me now, yeah?
Yes, we can hear you now. We understand you want to just set up your camera last. That's
Hello. Good morning, India. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon to anyone that's in South Asia, and probably good morning to people in Europe and across the country worldwide. And thank you very much for having me. I'm Chef Farooq, as introduced shortly. Obviously, unfortunately, we Malaysian team can't compete in YCO 2020, but I'm so fortunate and so glad and so thankful to be also included and part of the YCO 2021. Here to demonstrate to you and introduce to you the Malaysian cuisine. Welcome to my fantastic kitchen, which is actually my home kitchen. It is not so that fantastic, but we produce fantastic food for friends and families. And obviously, the kitchen is quite small. You can see it's a bit an island concept. There's a kitchen, there's a sink behind the camera. There's a cooking stove here and an oven, and also some cooking top. So, without further ado, thank you very much for having me, YCO family. Nice to have you again. To Sanchari, Shalini, Abdullah, Mrs. Bose, Dr. Bose, Professor David Foskett, and Ron Scott, and everyone in the YCO family. Although I could not mention one by one, Smita and everyone in Kolkata, Bangalore team, Delhi team, everyone, IIHM, you guys rock. And obviously, we never forget that motto: whiskey, soda, lollipop, IIHM on the top. Okay, but I think that is specifically for Kolkata. I'm not sure, but anyways, but as a theme for IIHM, anyways. Okay, for those of you who are watching. So first of all, the Malaysian cuisine is very close to a lot of continents around it, namely India. So the dish that I'm going to show today is also related to the Indian cuisine, but I made it a bit more sweet, and how we eat it here in Malaysia, and it is very, very authentic afternoon savory or sweet dish that's been eaten all over Malaysia. You can find it in every state. It's very easy. It's called the lace pancake with the sweet durian gravy. And for those of you who don't know what's durian, this is it. This is the king of fruits. Only in Malaysia. You have it in Thailand, but it's not as good as Malaysia. Malaysia have the best durian in the world. Although you have durian in Indonesia, you have durian in Thailand, you have durian in Vietnam, but Malaysia holds the best durian in the world. I'm telling you that. You have to be here to smell it and to save it and to actually savor it nicely, okay? So let me bring you closer to the fruit while I'm wearing my glove, because it's quite sharp, as you know. And it's a king of fruits. They call it king of fruits simply because it is very sharp. in its shape. It is very thorny. It is very, you can say it is, if you were to hit someone in the head, someone will probably pass off because of the behavior of the skin itself is very thorny and it's quite sharp. So anyways, this is one of the top quality. You can only know by smelling it and by having it. And obviously this is pre-open. I would not be able to open it myself sometimes because you need to have like a special chopper. So usually you just take out the rubber band. I mean, any local shop who sell durian will actually do this for you. They will just pre-open for you and you can bring it home as it is. And once you open it, the aroma of the what you call the fruit will just definitely move away from the whole area and will include in the whole building perhaps. And that is why in Malaysia, durian is forbidden in hotel industry. You cannot bring durian into the hotels or some restaurants because the aroma, you have to be here to smell it. The aroma is, it will just blanket or everything. You know, no what do you call aromatization or any diffuser can actually remove the smell of durian. If you put it in the car, it'll last you for about a week probably. So you have to put it under the sun and open all the doors and everything to make sure that the smell of the durian come out straight away. So this is one of the top quality. This is they call it Musang King. I especially bought it for this session, and this is superb in flavor, silky in texture, smooth on your tongue, and it just, oh my God, I don't know what to say about it anymore because no words can describe how good it is. But as quoted by Professor David Fosket always, and I think he's still quoting, I'm not sure whether he's in the room or not. Professor Fosket would say durian has drugs. There's a drug in this, and nobody has studied this before. And probably people might do a bit of research and thesis about this durian, saying that it has drugs because sometimes people go crazy with this fruit. I mean, here in Malaysia, of course, obviously, but also in Thailand. Okay, so we're going to start off with making the sweet durian gravy, or we call it Sarawak durian. So we're going to start off with this. We have the durian nicely open, and now I introduce you the palm sugar. So we have about 200 grams of palm sugar. This is in original shape. You usually find it in any shops, and then you got to chop it up. Once you chop it up, they look like that. So you have, once you got that, you put it in a pot. Yeah, and then put your coconut milk. There's coconut milk. There's about 500 ml of it, and just pour it in. And you might need a bit of water too, to dilute it a little bit. And then you may turn on the fire and let it cook easily. And let it simmer nicely. Okay. Now that's about 500 ml of the coconut milk. A little bit of water to dilute. Depends what kind of coconut milk that you get. I mean, the instant coconut milk or the coconut milk from the box can be very, very thick. So it may vary differently on what kind of coconut milk that you get from. And then what I got here is also screw pine leaf. This is what we call pandan leaf or screw pine leaf. We grow this almost everywhere here in Malaysia. So what we do is just pluck it off and take a few pieces of the leaf. And what you usually do, just need about a few pieces of it. So what you do, you just shred it like that in such a way. Yeah. and then we usually tie a knot with it in that way, so that the banana, the screw fine leaf would hold its shape, and somehow when you shred it, it will release its aroma. So you put it in, okay, give it a nice stir, and let it boil for the what do you call it? for the palm sugar to actually dilute off. You gotta cook this gently. As you see it boils, you must let it slow down on the fire. So let it simmer for a while, and as it cooks through, you gently put in your nice durian just now. But usually, what happens? We'll use old durian meat or some durian meat that is not so nice to do this gravy. But for me, I think it is also nice if you can use a high-grade durian in the gravy, because the gravy then would be very, very superbly taste good as well. So that durian, that piece is one of everyone's favorite. They call it kucing tidur here in Malaysia. Kucing tidur means there's a shape of how a cat would sleep. So there's a direct translation of the term. But anyways, yeah, we're gonna put the durian meat in, and there you go. So I'm just gonna get a few more pieces out, so you can see this straight away. So it builds into partitions. The fruit builds into partitions, so you can get the partitions out and the meat from the durian straight away. Yeah. So although in the local shop you can actually people can actually have the local market seller or the local guy who actually sell you these what do you call these durian to pre-open for you and put it in a box. But I always choose to buy a whole piece and open it myself, or ask them to pre-open it. It's quite interesting for us to do this. So close it up slowly. Once it boils, you can remove the cover and then let it simmer gently. Okay, because you don't want to simmer or overcook the gravy too much, because the coconut milk would split. So this is very important. So in this process, once it boils, you must actually make sure it renders down and slowly simmer it to its nicely thickened. Okay, because if you overboil it, like I mentioned just now, the coconut milk would actually split. Okay, so man, you gotta be here to smell this out, because the smell of durian is superb. Although, yeah, I mean, durian is something that either you like it or you don't like it. You know, I mean, I enjoy it personally, but I'm not so crazy about it, because some people would really crave for it, and that is why we don't call it durian season here. We call it durian fever instead. Okay, so while we're waiting for the sweet durian gravy to cook, we're gonna prepare ourselves another highlight as well, which is the lace pancake or the roti jala. All right, so it is actually a crepe-based item. So you can see here, these are the ingredients that I have pre-made and pre-measured. We have the rest down because I don't have any documentation on it to share on. So it is going to be live. So you either write it down or we can share it later on the recipe. We have 200 grams of flour or flour. In some region, we call it flour or flour. Just all-purpose flour will do. You don't need a bread flour. You don't need a strong protein flour. Just an all-purpose flour. And then you have 250 ml of water. Again, 200 grams of all-purpose flour, 250 ml of water. You have 170 ml of coconut milk. And then you have 40 ml of oil. You can use whatever oil you want. I'm using canola oil in this case. And you have a little bit of about 5 grams of turmeric and 5 grams of, maybe 2 grams of salt and 1 egg. Okay, so basically, as you see that the gravy starts to boil, then you might want to stir it a little bit. Yeah. So let it cook gently. as I mentioned just now. And as you cook through, the durian meat will actually break down and will savor into the gravy, and will thicken the gravy in a sense as well at the same time. And this would be a very, very delicious high afternoon tea for us today. So on to the crepe, lace crepe. So basically you just mix in the ingredients. There's the flour, and that's the water. That's coconut milk. Well, for those of you who watched me before in IIHM, I've done a demonstration there, but I think about last 2 years. This is totally opposite from what I've done. We've done a French cuisine and what do you call it, an international competition kind of dishes. And now I'm actually demonstrating to you a Malaysian cuisine, a very homemade dish, and specially just for the YCO 2021 from my kitchen. So there's an egg. So you just stir it nicely. Although some folks they would actually blend it in a jug blender. Although in theory, what I've learned, it is not so good to blend it. But however, well, different chefs have different ways of doing it. But if you blend it, it will actually become quite gooey in a sense. But somehow, if you happens to blend it, only for one reason, probably want to get rid of the lumps, because the lumps will not help you much on the making of the crepe side. Okay, let me turn on the fire for a while. So we got a big pan here. Obviously, the bigger the pan, the bigger the crepe you can do. So I only have this much. So this is big enough actually. It doesn't grow too much, too high or too low. It'll take about 20 to 30 minutes of simmering. You'll be good. But although if you really want to speed up the process, try to increase a little bit of fire, but be careful. Like I mentioned, do not overboil it, because the coconut milk would actually split, and that would not actually help you with the whole idea of the gravy. So it depends on how you like it to be. I mean, there's a lot of recipes you see there. They will actually put coloring. Traditionally, what I've been taught, my grandma taught me, we use turmeric as the original coloring. We use probably a curry powder if you like as well for some people. This dish is also eaten with chicken curry traditionally. On opposite side of the savoriness, whereby the sweetness, on the sweet side, we also serve it with the durian gravy or the Sarawak durian. Because I won't be able to demonstrate to you chicken curry, because I'll actually obviously India will have a better curry than us. But so now I'm showing you it's Sarawak durian instead of the sweet durian gravy. So as you mix in, a bubble will start to build up. But don't worry about it too much, because the bubble will settle down once you mix nicely. You got to check, make sure there's no lumps, because the lumps, the thing about the what you call the crepe, the what you call the lace crepe is actually made with this little baby here. This is actually the mold for making the lace crepe. It's very traditional. It used to come in copper, also stainless steel, but traditionally it's made on copper. But now you can go to any kitchen shop and get the plastic ones, which is much more maintenance free and much more durable, because copper you need to polish, you need to take care of it. So it's a bit, although it is more traditional, but it's not very easy to maintain, especially from your house. So once you get it mixed nicely, let it settle down. It needs time to settle down for about 10 to 15 minutes. The dough, the batter needs to settle down because of the bubbles that you have developed through the mixing up. But you blend it, you'll have even more bubbles, so you'll have more time to settle it down. It is important that you must settle down the batter so that it comes out from these small little holes nicely. And obviously, I've made another batter for me to demonstrate straight away. So it will give you a smooth batter. It is like any other batter that you can find, but basically this is how we do it here. So as you rest it, the turmeric will also start to develop its flavor and develop its color and flavor into the batter. So where you see nicely, the pan will have a very slow fire. You need a very slow fire for this reason. I'm using a Teflon pan. If you don't have a Teflon pan, you can use any paratha pan even. You can use any flat pan that you can find in your house. Sorry for that. Okay. So durian gravy is working in very well. Now you see the color from the palm sugar will develop itself, and the color becomes stronger as the sugar melts through the coconut milk. And now you see the durian starts to break down and the flavor starts to come in. And this gravy, the longer you leave it, the stronger it gets, and the much more rendering of the durian flavor that you can get. So now is the tricky part on the lace crepe. So you gotta make sure that you have an ample heat. You gotta know it's on low to medium heat so that you don't overwork yourself on the lace. So we're just gonna pour them into the bowl like that. You're able to see this, right? You're able to see this? Okay, good. By the way, it's my wife behind the camera that's helping me with the camera. So we don't have any staff here. So it's my lovely wife. You can say hello to her, but she's not showing herself. So that's the mold. That's the best part of this mold. The mold you pour in, it is nicely cut off, so it doesn't give you any leakage. Just a little bit though, but there you go. So once you have that, the method of doing this is quite simple. So you go around and around. This resembles the hibiscus flower of the country, which is the national flower of the country, which is actually claimable. Although the flower it grows in many tropical countries, such as Hawaii and some other country in the world, but Malaysia has actually marked hibiscus as its national flower. So the method of rolling it later on, just now with the lacing of the crepe, would actually a method of reimagining the hibiscus flower. So as you see that the crepe is cooked, okay, you may want to adjust the fire a little bit here and there. It depends what is the heat of the pan, and slowly, gently move it in and roll it up naturally. It will roll naturally like that. Okay, and then fold it in such a way. So that is why it's called a lace pancake. So it is actually like resembles, like the French lace or whatever lace you see in the material of our clothing. Okay, that's the crepe. So then let's just show you one more time how do we do it. So depends how thin you want. If you really want the crepe to be thinner, then you go faster. So if you move faster, but not too fast, because you're gonna get droplets instead. So if you move faster, then the crepe becomes, the lace becomes slightly thinner. So if you move slower, the crepe will become slightly thicker. So it depends how you want it. If you want it very fine, then you must move a bit faster. But if you move too fast, then you see a bit of droplets here and there. So you have to maintain on your speed. You don't overwhelm yourself with this method. So let it cook. As you see the surface of the pancake better dries off, then you can slowly start to roll it up. It's not very hot. You can actually touch it. That's how. I mean, I'm not sure about anyone else at home or the students, but to me, it's still playable. There you go. That's the one. Okay, let's show you another one. Another piece would be. And then, there you go. So you gotta go, if you go slow and steady like that, it's possible as well. So the bigger it is, you can actually do this in a very big pan and just go and on and on and on and surrounding. Well, we used to make, I used to work in a banquet hotel, in a banquet department in a hotel, the Palace of the Golden Horses, and we used to make like thousands of this for a banquet function. And this is a very typical crepe for our afternoon tea, like I mentioned. And as it cooks through, see that straight away? There we go. You see that lace nicely done? Fold it in. Then fold it one more time. And it will just fold in naturally. And then you get a nice crepe, lace pancake, we call it. And you can take the fire. This for a while. And as the durian gravy is done, there we go. See that nicely? So the durian starts to break down. The durian meat starts to break down, and it starts to give you the nice flavor. I wish you were here, or maybe soon. I think in 10 years' time or 5 years' time, you can actually smell this through Zoom or through any online application. Hopefully, one day you'll never know, because we can only imagine about touchscreen 10 years ago, but nowadays touchscreen has become very common. So I'm not surprised that one day you can actually smell through Zoom application or even an online application. So there we go. Nice piece of durian gravy to be served together with the lace pancake this afternoon. Pour it in. We call it Sarawak durian, or a lace pancake with a lace pancake, or lace pancake with a Sarawak durian, or roti jala bersama Sarawak durian. Okay, so that's the dish for today. You can see that this is what we call lace pancake or roti jala, and the Sarawak durian. If you actually can open this up, you can see the lace through in such a way. It's quite interesting. You can actually open it and you see that lace coming through. Thank you very much. Back to you. Any question, by the way?
Yes, Chef. Thank you so much It was so wonderful to see you, and I wish, like you rightly said, maybe few years down the line we'll be able to smell also what you were cooking. It looked so delicious.
Thank you very much. One day I'll bring
Yes, one day
it
definitely.
properly.
So, Chef, we have a couple of questions. Like I said, we have some students here on Zoom, but since we have limited capacity here, we've diverted our students to YouTube. So we're getting a lot of questions from there as well. However, first question comes from me. As you know, you've seen YCO live as well in past years, and Malaysia has been winner so many times. So this year, IIHM International Hospitality Council has taken it virtually. Where we are competing with 50 countries over 24 time zones. So how different do you think it is going to be this year?
Sorry again, how different?
How different do you think YCO Young Chef Olympiad is going to be this year since it is virtual?
It will be very interesting, very challenging for the competitors, obviously. I have thought it through before in December, in January. It is very thought-provoking to organize this at the same time too, and obviously it's very challenging for the judges to be able to taste the food that is being continent-wide. And obviously, most of the mentors were asking how do you judge on taste and everything. I'm sure all the judges would know what to do, and they are very professional. And I'm sure IIHM or the YCO committee member, Professor David Foskett, namely on the Dr. Bose, they have thought through many corners of loophole or a gap in this competition. YCO has always been fair ground for anyone, and I wish all the best to the students who are competing. And we are very unfortunate that we are on a total lockdown. This time we can't join, as I cannot trade my competitor. And I think it is very interesting. I think it's one of its kind. We never had, I don't think that I know of any culinary competition has actually done in such format as what YCO 2021 has done. And I pledge you 2 thumbs up. If I have 3 hands, I'll do 3 or 4 times thumbs up to you guys, to the YCO family. And yeah, I'm sorry that I can't be there. And yeah, thank you for having me.
We miss you too, Chef. There's one common question that a lot of our students want to know, which is about the fruit that you used in the beginning. So our students want to know, is there a substitute for this fruit? Or this question comes from Himanshu from our Pune campus, as well as Rajdeep Kumar Roy from Zoom platform wants to know, is there a substitute, or can jackfruit be used instead?
Yes, we do. In such, the basics is the coconut milk and the palm sugar. Although some folks would like to use white sugar, you can also use brown sugar if you don't have a palm sugar. Any kind of sweetness. If you are on diabetic, you use sweetener instead. It's up to you how you want to serve. But obviously, the basics is coconut milk and palm sugar. You can replace the sugar with whatever you want, but you cannot replace the coconut milk because the coconut milk is actually the essence of the recipe. The screw pine leaf is also a must because it gives you an extra aroma and gives you that flavor. The durian fruit is replaceable. Usually in Malaysia, we use with plantain or normal banana, but usually we use plantain. We can also use sweet potato. We use jackfruit, yes, we did use jackfruit, and we put a little bit of sago inside, or what we call these tapioca beets. Yeah, that's what we did. And we also have traditional ones, which is with durian, and we also added some green beans inside. So yeah, that's the variety of these savory, creamy, sweet sauce, sweet gravy. We do with that kind of fruits, yeah. But we don't put apple or we don't put papaya. You cannot put papaya. You cannot put pineapple. It's something that we don't do. But we use a plantain, a few types of other bananas, and then we have jackfruit. Yes, we use sweet potato. We use yam as well, and we use sago pearl to put in, and we have green beans to put in inside as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Chef. Chef, my next question to you is, what would be your message to our future generation of chefs, seeing the times have changed today?
We in education as skill as skill education, in a skill-based learning, this is one of the challenging times because the students will not be able to practice. We can only teach virtually, but then we have raw ingredients to deal with. If you don't have raw ingredients in your home, you can't afford to buy or whatsoever, you can't go out and buy, then you can only watch. Like how you watch the Marvel movies. You can only watch. You can't be Captain America. So you have to wear the Captain America outfit to become a Captain America. So like chef, we can't cut unless we have knife and chopping board and ingredients to cut. So this is a very challenging situation for every one of us, especially the students who are actually on a learning step. I pledge you to actually cook at home, replace that responsibility from your mom or your parents to become yours. That's what I did, to practice on your cooking. Do not give up. Do not be turned down by online education. Do not get bored of the online education. Take it as a new norm. The new norm or the new normality is actually to learn from the screen. Although you learn a lot from the screen by watching YouTube or whatever, but this is life, it's slightly different. I'm here now at this time, at this zone, while you are there at your own time and at your own zone. So that's the beauty of an online education. It is not recorded, although some online education is recorded. But for the students, I pledge you, don't give up, don't get bored. Turn this pitfall or turn these disadvantages of the pandemic that we are having into an advantage in your own ground and in your own situation.
Okay. Chef, our next question is, what do you think are the best methods to embrace new technology in the kitchen?
You have to accept new technology, new methodology that comes in, because it is the way we move forward. Although some chefs, they like to roast their steak, they roast their beef traditionally 180 degrees Celsius with char grilling before that, and roast it at 180 degrees Celsius and put it out to rest for 5 minutes and then serve it outside. But then the modern technique come in where we have a sous vide machine, whereby the sous vide would actually cook the steak at a certain degree Celsius and would actually develop much more better texture and on the doneness, where we have an age-to-age doneness in a steak to compare with the traditional roasting where you have sometimes it's slightly raw in the middle and slightly medium around the rawness, and then you have a well done and the outer 5 millimeter out of it. So which is not a very nice thing to have on a steak. So sous vide brings you a modern technology. Sous vide is one of it. Although you have this thermocirculator, you have you name it. You know, nowadays you have a vacuum cake maker even. Yeah, I mean, this is something that people should know to use. Future generation should not decline it. Also, current generation and the past generation should not decline it, because it is something to move forward. Like how we used to have a non-diesel engine, and now we have a diesel engine, and now we have petrol, and now we're going for hybrid engine. Although modern technology in cooking can be slightly more expensive because of the machinery, but it comes in and through the research that people are having and doing. But yeah, we all in all generations as a chef should embrace modern technology in cooking, and by cooking with this new equipment, and also by having your gadget to be able to cook with, it's also something that you should consider and also you should embrace instead of declining it straight away.
Chef, our next question is from our student Deepto Bhattacharya from our Kolkata campus, IIHM Kolkata, and he wants to know, how do we neutralize the fragrance of durian fruit?
There's no way you can neutralize it. The answer is there's no way you can neutralize it.
All right.
I mean, as far as I know, I mean, like I said just now, it takes like a week for you to get rid of the aroma of the durian once you park it in your car. So people use screw pine leaf to neutralize an area that is smelled with durian, but it also takes a bit of time. You can use charcoal as a normal diffuser for your air cleaner. But seriously, if you were to clean up the smell of durian, it takes a few days. But yeah, I think you cannot neutralize it like that. You have to take a bit of time. Yeah, people in Malaysia, we use charcoal or we use screw pine leaf. But yeah, to answer you directly, there's no way we can neutralize it instantly, because the aroma is something that no one has done a research before. That like I mentioned, Professor Fosket has just assumed that it has drugs in it. So yeah, you can ask him. Yeah.
Okay, Chef, we are flooded with questions, which obviously we are running out of time and cannot take all of them now. In the end, I would want to know any message that you would like to leave with our audience, or any message for IIHM students who are listening to you live right now.
It's time for us to move forward, take advantage of the situation. The last thing you need to do is sit down and get depressed. And the last thing that you need to do is to feel down about your learning experience. You just need to turn everything, all the negative ions, into positiveness and live your life naturally and according to the standards that our government everywhere around the world who have implemented. And make sure you wear your mask whenever you go out. No matter where you are, I'm sure the whole world is in trouble now with this COVID-19. But don't stop learning. There's many opportunities that we find through learning through online, and there are many other new methods that we have learned through this online learning. You can turn restaurant business into a food takeaway. I did myself. I have ventured into a takeaway menu. I've titled myself A Fantastic Food from Chef Farouk's Kitchen. I've managed to sell that nicely. And all this because of the pandemic. So the pandemic is actually giving us an advantage of certain things. So look for this advantage. Look for whatever advantage you can find, because there's always a wisdom in everything that happened in this world. There's always divine wisdom that could be explained or could not be explained, that could be taken advantage of through troubled times and through what we call heedlessness. So do not fall into these troubled times and get drowned by it. Take advantage through it, because there will be if you try to find them, and live your life at your best.
Thank you so much, Chef Farouk. It was lovely having you over. And
Thank you
special
very much
thanks to
for
your
having me.
wife. Special thanks to your wife, who's been such a great camera person. She's taken us into detailing of everything that you've done, and so clear. We've understood everything. And it was lovely having you both over with us today. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you to you as well. Have a good day to you as well. Thank you, Shalini, Shari, Abdullah, Dr. Bose, Professor Fosket, and Mrs. Bose, and everyone in YCO family. We miss you all, and thank you very much. And my wife give a wave to you guys as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. Our next session will start exactly at 12 o'clock with Mr. Kush Kapoor, who's the CEO of Roseate Hotels and Resorts, and he will be talking about artificial intelligence in hotel industry, in hospitality industry particularly. So stay tuned with us and see you again at 12 o'clock.
College, Jasmine Jones and John Crockett. The Aussie guy. Come on. Put on your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Zimbabwe. Come on, guys, louder. The Hospitality School, represented by the Fadzwa Nigel Sianga. Louder, guys. What you see in front are the 50 best countries that have traveled from far and wide. The best culinary schools on one stage, under one roof. Come on, guys, they need a bigger round of applause. Not every day you see the best of culinary schools from worldwide collect under one roof. This is history in the making. This is definitely a dream. This is certainly a culinary dream, ladies and gentlemen. What you see in front are people and students, contestants and mentors who've traveled from far and wide. These are the world's best student chefs who will compete for the next 6 days across 4 cities for one title and a cash prize of $10,000 US. Can we have a big round of applause for them, please? Louder, guys, come on. They are the best that you see here. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank our hospitality partners, the Roseate House, Hyatt Place, Gurugram, ITC Maurya, Saffron Kiran Hotel, Faridabad, Crown Plaza, Okla, Le Meridian, Gurugram, the Surya Hotel, New Delhi, Taj Palace, New Delhi, Taj Bengal, Taj Gateway, Kolkata, the Oberoi Grand Kolkata, Novotel, Swiss Hotel in Kolkata, the Park, ITC Sonar, the HHI Hyatt Regency as well in Kolkata. Indian hospitality, ladies and gentlemen, is known around the world, and we have young students from different schools and colleges of Delhi NCR to welcome these contestants and mentors from who have come from different parts of the world. These schools and colleges for the last 2 months have practiced to welcome you all. The next participant who's coming in front of you is Anushka from International Institute of Hotel Management. Anushka is a disciple of Padma Bhushan Uma Sharma ji since 12 years. She has performed on many international stages, including Kenya and South Korea recently, and has represented India across the world in this Kathak dance form, a traditional Indian dance that's practiced since centuries. She is currently a student in IIHM, which has its campuses in 9 locations. IIHM, with its dare-to-do style of operations, is by far the most dynamic ones around the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Anushka Chabra from International Institute of Hotel Management. Louder, guys. Come on, a louder one.
चक्रधार्ती है अंत में 40 चक्कर आधे इधर दही 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 40
A lovely one, guys, an absolute lovely performance. Can we have a round, bigger one, please, for her? Louder, come on. Okay, this event is not possible without our partners, and we would like to thank our tourism partners first. West Bengal Tourism. May we have the AV, please?
Bengal, the sweetest part of India. The pleasure and the taste extends much further into a colorful tapestry of sights, sounds, heritage and customs. Sweet are the seasons, which heighten the natural bounty of the state. Be it the Himalayan hill stations, Darjeeling, Kalimpong, Karsiong. The wildlife sanctuaries at Duars, sea beaches at the south coastal region, or the mangrove forests at Sundarbans. The charm of Bengal's rich heritage sites can also be equally sweet. Classic architecture from various eras of history and heritage walks are the chief highlights here. The capital city, Kolkata, is an outstanding blend of the laid-back old world, as well as the thriving contemporary. And coming to Bengali cuisine, sweetness is hardly the last word, because Bengal is also a spice kingdom dedicated to extensive varieties of aroma and flavor. And perhaps sweetest of them all is the treasure trove of art and culture, unique at each region of the state, which are alive not only in traditions, but has long since found expression in literature, cinema, and even in the festival of Durgotsav. Sweet tastes the passion and emotion attached to every journey into the wonders of Bengal. West Bengal Tourism welcomes you to the very heart of this experience through its dedicated network of service and hospitality. Experience Bengal. It's our true promise to make this the sweetest lifetime experience for you.
All right, so that was West Bengal Tourism, ladies and gentlemen. One of our tourism partners. We've got Delhi Tourism as well. We've got Karnataka Tourism. We've got our hospitality partners, without whom we can't move ahead at all. In fact, we can't move at all ahead without any of our partners. So I'd like to introduce the Roseate House. May we have the AV, please?
Welcome back everyone to the Young Chef Olympiad 2021 Master Sessions by our experts. And our next expert is Mr. Kush Kapoor, and you were just watching the AV of Roseate Hotels. He is the CEO of Roseate Hotels and Resorts. Mr. Kush Kapoor started his career as a room boy with the Trident Udaipur and Trident Kochi after completing his hotel management diploma from IIHM Hyderabad. With over 22 years of experience in the hospitality industry, Mr. Kapoor has covered the most iconic hotels during his hospitality career across India, including the Oberoi Group, the Taj Group of Hotels, and the Leela Group, and has many laurels to his feet. He launched Roseate Hotels and Resorts brand in India, which has become an iconic luxury hotel brand in India. He has been awarded with the Innovative Hotelier of the Year India 2010 award by Hotelier India. Today, he will speak about artificial intelligence in hospitality industry. Over to you.
If you go on the Google Maps, you can actually track. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are in conversation with the CEO of Roseate Hotels and Resorts, Mr. Kush Kapoor, today in discussion on a hot topic. And the topic is implementation of artificial intelligence in the hospitality industry, its current applications and future trends. Well, artificial intelligence has taken over our lives and is actually ruling it now. The Google Maps that you have in your mobile phone can actually calculate the time you're going to take to reach home and will also prompt you as to where you went yesterday without knowing that you were, without you tracking yourself. If you go on the Google Maps, you can actually track your every movement of the last 1 month where you've traveled. Whether you put in your maps switched it on or not? Well, that's just one bit of artificial intelligence I'm talking about. Today, ladies and gentlemen, our lives rule around artificial intelligence. We can't survive without it. Amazon, you order, I'm sure some of you use Swiggy, you've used Ola, you've used Uber. That's all artificial intelligence. You can actually pinpoint exactly where your car is. You can see it moving. You can track it as to whether the car is there on the corner or not. You can track the car movement live, and that's all thanks to artificial intelligence. Our lives are ruled by gizmos. Our lives are ruled by robots now, which something that was a sci-fi, possibly Star Trek, that we used to watch sometimes when I was young. I'm still young, but Star Trek that I used to watch, trust me, that's the kind of life that we are living today. So on and so forth. There's new technology that has come in about 2 years back, where you can actually stand in person without standing. You know, that's where the technology has gone today. And then came Alexa. Alexa took the artificial intelligence to a new level altogether. You can tell Alexa to order food. You can tell Alexa to book a cab. You can tell Alexa to switch on the television. You can tell Alexa to close the curtains. You can tell Alexa to order room service. And that's what hotels have taken over and have infused artificial intelligence. Today, when you enter in a hotel, you don't really want to pick up the landline and call up the room service because you're too possibly tired, and all you got to do is, Alexa, can you order room service for me? And 20 minutes down, somebody walks up with your food service order. And that's the world that we are living in. Artificial intelligence is the topic and is infused in our lives top to bottom and in hotels as well. The guest expectations are changing. The hospitality traveler, the traveler who's into hospitality, he's experiencing the change, and the industry has completely overhauled itself in the last 3 years. Pandemic came in, and I think in the year 2020 it came in as I would say as a positive point. I take it as a positive point. It came as an opportunity where hotels have converted a lot of things to artificial intelligence, and now the guests, when they enter hotels or possibly a room, they don't want to touch a telephone to order, and that's why Alexa is being, is coming in handy. Well, to discuss more its applications, its trends, we've got a stalwart with us, smart, handsome young man with us, Mr. Kush Kapoor, who's the CEO of Roseate Hotels and Resorts, the man who's leading this group from the front and is actually changing the dynamics of management. The man who's changed the operation paradigm, and he's bringing in new ideas, trends, freshness to the industry and leading by example. Welcome, Mr. Kush Kapoor, to our show here on this channel. And the topic today is implementation of artificial intelligence in the hospitality industry. And I'm sure you've done a lot. Over to you, your views about the implementation of AI.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Abdullah, sir. Means a lot for me getting on this platform. This indeed is one of the most hot topics, I would say, for all the youngsters, young generation, I would say, even the guests who are checking in, staying in the hotels, dining into the hotels, I would say. For hoteliers can't be spared on that, because if you are dealing with the guests are using the artificial intelligence day and night. They obviously would prefer you to be a part of that as well, because it's making life easier for everybody around the globe. Now, I'll probably give a couple of factual facts which is happening in the hotel industry, so students can actually understand that pretty well also. However, there are 2-3 important things which also you'll have to keep in mind when you are implementing artificial intelligence in your organization, hotels, restaurants, or anywhere. The most important thing you'll have to understand is, who are you dealing with? The gentleman, the lady who is walking into your hotel is actually a human being. There has to be a balance which you always have to maintain between an artificial intelligence and a human being, because ultimately you're serving a human being. And whichever part of the globe you go, you always feel happy when you actually see a human being in physical, right? Artificial intelligence obviously has taken leaps and bounds way ahead of what I would say, in the last couple of months only, we've seen the progress. What we've seen, we've not actually seen for the last couple of decades. And the live example is what we are doing right now is all probably webinars. Students are all online programs. So I'll give a couple of examples in the artificial intelligence, which is already existing and has kind of, it's turning around the hotel industry like crazily right now. However, as I said, you always need to make sure you keep it as simple as possible. You need to understand who you are deploying it for. Who are your guests? You know, a lot of times I've seen in a couple of hotels, and especially with the owning companies also, because somebody is implementing that software, I also need to get into the software. You need to understand where are your guests coming from. Are they comfortable handling that artificial intelligence software in your hotels or organizations? Not. You know, a lot of times we do all these fancy and super luxury products and services in the hotels. The guests who are actually checking in or staying or probably dining in your hotels would not even understand how to utilize that. So that actually creates more of dissatisfaction rather than pleasing the guest. So the first most important thing is understand your customer well. Who are you trying to give this service to? If you are understood, it makes life much simpler. Second, try taking it step by step. So don't put everything in, all your baskets in one, all your eggs in one basket. That will actually create a lot of issues. That will create a lot of probably, I would say, it will actually upset a lot of your guests. So for us, couple of examples, what we've done out here. So what Mr. Abdullah also was saying is very clearly, we've started from the training program. We have a software which we've developed in-house right now from our the IT team. So now all our trainings also happen within the hotel premises, and there are a lot of trainings, especially a lot of SOPs, guidelines, presentation, courses. We've given the access to all our employees. So they just download an app and they can actually start working on that. So they can actually utilize this app even when they're off shift hours. They have to complete certain training programs, which they can complete wherever, sitting anywhere in the world right now. It's easy for us to track now who's completed the program, how much scores have you got. So we've added those point system out there. So if you clear those point system, that ultimately adds to your KRA. Now, this is only not to punish the employees. This also gives me as a modem that I need to get back to my employee who's not been able to, or who's been able to probably tried once, twice, thrice, and is not able to clear probably a simple presentation or a course or a program. Then you get the training department involved, help the employee overseas to sail through that. So a bit of artificial intelligence just to understand on your dashboard in a simple, I can check it out from my mobile phone, which of my employees have cleared the exam or a course or a program, how many attempts have they done, what all challenges do they have. So you get a synopsis of that. So that's one part in terms of training. Now, the very interesting part is from a guest point of view in the hotels. Now, if you have a guest staying in the hotel, you actually with these softwares can track the guest movement. Is your particular guest going more to an Indian restaurant, a Chinese restaurant, a coffee shop? How much time is he spending? Which meals is he going specifically for? You know, at times we're not able to understand that my guest, I see a lot of my guests going for the breakfast. Now, how many guests out of staying in the hotel, the resident guests are going for lunch or dinners? Out of these guests, who exactly are going for lunch? Are they business travelers? Are they leisure travelers? Are they social event people? And for dinners, are there just the couples who are going? Are these the honeymoon couples? Are these the wedding anniversary people who are checking in? Are these the people who are coming and celebrating birthdays? That's why they're going to the restaurants for dining. So it's easier for me to track the guests. Are they going to the spa? How much time are they spending in the gym? Which also helps me to understand if I have to manage the air conditioning, the lighting system out there, because your lights, the moods keep changing throughout the day. And that's also done through artificial intelligence. I mean, you got rooms. If I talk about my resort, everything inside the room is all programmed by the iPad. So you have an iPad sitting on your bed, you can control the entire dimming of the lights. You can control the movement of the curtains to open the windows. TV, your phone, who's come outside your room door, everything is programmed from your iPad. So on your bed, at your ease, you actually figure it out and you actually interact from there only. So similarly, I can actually figure it out the guest movements in my hotel. Now there are low-lying fruits and we know then the fruits which actually give you more yield. Now if somebody is going to the spa, what time are they going to the spa? Now if I have a lean period, which I can easily figure it out from my dashboard right now, I can easily know that which are my lean times where I don't see much of the guests moving out there. Now, can I introduce a discount program or an incentive program for a guest? Because that's the time period also which I want to capitalize from my guests in terms of a revenue point of view. So that's another aspect as I was talking about. In terms of artificial intelligence and also I would say digitalization. You got cameras which are there all across the hotels, and that's a normal norm. You go to a mall, you got cameras. One, you can track the movements of the guests. Second, you can track the movements of your employees also. Now, if I give you an example, I got security guard who's moving around the entire hotel. You got a scanners. Now, I literally don't need to see a report. We moved the registers out, which is actually an old dated system now. Now, with these scanners on every floor, in the back areas, heart of the house areas, the security guard just goes, puts his phone in front of those scanners, which means it tells me, it gives me a confidence that I have a guard who's moving around the entire hotel. So I literally do not need to interact with the guard, asking him the details. He's sending me those reports on an email or putting in the register. I can just on my mobile, sitting anywhere from any part of the world, I can just know he's taken a complete round. Everything is fine. He puts it on the mobile. I can figure it out. Something is right or something is wrong. Even as a security head of the hotel, whoever is there in the security of the department. Trainings, as I mentioned, has already gone online. Online food delivery, we've started almost about just when the pandemic hit the entire world. We also were part of the other set of the hotels who started the online delivery. With the online delivery, obviously, you obviously have a parameter whether the online deliveries are happening on time. Which is the food which is being liked most? What are the menu items which are picking up most? You obviously either try putting the price high. The items which are not going high, you obviously try putting them low. It all is possible now through artificial intelligence. You have bathroom mirrors in certain hotels which act like both a TV, both a computer, and both as a mirror also. So, it's taken so many roles right now that the mirror which was only used for shaving or brushing or just washing my face, now actually can interact. I can send mails, send messages, do a voice thing out there. Everything is taken care from there onward. You got artificial, so you got software, lovely softwares right now at the concierge, where you actually can give that access to your guest. So a guest doesn't need to physically come at the concierge desk. You get that app, download it to the mobile. It takes like 2 to 5 seconds. You can start interacting with the hotel concierge. Even you are inside the hotel or outside the hotel. What Mr. Abdullah mentioned very clearly, Alexa was introduced a couple of months back. There are far better versions of Alexa which are available right now on that part. So these all softwares are being used by anywhere and everywhere else also. Important thing from a heat light power, which is a major cost for the hotels. For my chief engineers in my hotels, all 3 hotels in India right now, on their mobile, they can actually track the working of the machinery. They actually know if this machinery is working fine or not. To the tune, even if there is slight noise, which is not a normal noise, the mobile phone with the software on it can actually tell you there is something wrong happening, or it's a proactive measure of figuring it out. There is something might going wrong with the machine. So please get on top of that. If I talk from a housekeeping point of view, we got a software which is called as FCS software, which is from Singapore. My cast members, which I call as the room boys, when they clean the rooms, they got the software on their mobile. They can check, they can download the pictures, they can do the checklist. There are absolutely no registers right now in the hotel, in any of the department except the finance department. So your room boys can clean the rooms, inspect the rooms, click the pictures, prepare the checklist, send the report to the executives or the housekeeper of the hotel. You can, from your phone, you don't need to call the desk supervisor that boss, the room is clean and please clear it. You can just pick up a phone, dial 2-3 codes from there, and your room gets automatically cleaned on the Opera, which is obviously taken care by the front office, and from front office sells room. So so a lot of things which have gone very seamless now. So all the path between a lot of things which you had to take approvals, it had to go step by step, everything has been removed. So it's a free flow, which means the team is actually more happy, which automatically leads to guests more happy, which automatically brings you back more money. Now, a check-in, a checkout express is very seamless. A guest doesn't even need to come to the counter. On the guest app, he downloads the app. Even the moment he gets a booking, confirmation goes on his mobile. He downloads that app or clicks on the link, puts all his details in terms of Aadhaar card, passport, ID, everything, check-in, check-out, timing, details, everything, credit card or anything. He can pay online also. The moment he comes to the hotel, he only is escorted back to the room, straight out of the room. When he's checking out, he just tells her we send the bills on his mobile or his laptop. He picks up whatever he's comfortable with. He submits that I'm fine. Automatically, the charges get charged on his credit card and he walks out of the hotel. So in that manner, I would say things have become seemingly very simple, very easy for a guest and even for the team. However, as I mentioned in the beginning, that does not mean that you need to reduce manpower. You only need to use your manpower in an optimal manner. That's extremely important. And in Indian context, I would say for next couple of, years, till the time at least we guys are in the hotel industry, I do see we still need to keep our warmth, our tradition, our customs intact. And the foreigners, they love coming to India only because you ask any foreigner, why do you love coming to India and why do you talk India is the most friendliest country in the world? Because that's our culture. It's in our DNA. That's the warmth which we have inbuilt with us, which is in our genes, I would say. And people love that warmth. And that's the reason they come to India. So for me as a hotelier, you need to keep a balance between your warmth and the amount of money on what software you're spending. The idea or the intention is to make life easier and simpler for your guests and for your team. Don't get a software which you're not even sure of, you're not even tested. You're putting in front of a guest, which is only going to make it more difficult and it's going to create more hassles for the guest. So that's the balance which you, as probably industry leaders, future budding managers, general managers need to keep that in your mind. Thank you.
Superb. I think very well said and captioned it as current applications and future trends. I think very, very interesting insights you've given to our students and to our listeners today. I think the training program, the monitoring of the training program, I think you're very right, because once you use artificial intelligence, you also get to know the people who need more hand-holding.
Absolutely.
And I think that's one area which, which if you focus, you can actually upskill a person and add on value to his delivery and his contact hours in the hotel with the guests. And I think that's very pertinent. I think tracking guest movement is something very interesting, because you need to know which are the restaurants where people are going in, and you try to order food accordingly. You try to actually upsell those restaurants accordingly. Once the artificial intelligence suggests. The room lighting, I think you talked about the all room amenities that are controlled, which is pretty common to all of us. The tracking of the guest movement was not very common. And I'm sure a lot of people listening are saying, okay, now I need to get under the CCTV in a hotel. But to the listeners and to the viewers, you can't do that, because these are 180-degree lens CCTV, so you can't run out of them, trust me. And they're positioned at such a way that you can't go under them, so you will be tracked. I think scanners that you're talking about, which has made our life easy, I think that's something very pertinent that has happened as far as monitoring is concerned, because you're right, an employee, all you got to do is just scan in front of the CCTV, his code or his, the scanner, and his location is tracked, and the timing is tracked as to when he was there, and when he was there in the camera B and the camera C. So you can actually track his movement and put it on a plot on a chart paper that, okay, this was his movement throughout the night, which cannot be done actually manually. Very interesting. Mirror in bathroom is something, even I saw that, and I was amazed that while brushing your teeth, you can actually check your WhatsApp messages. How cool is that? But you're right. I was also thinking, who would want to respond, for God's sake, on a WhatsApp while brushing his teeth at 8:30 in the morning? My eyes don't even open till the time I don't take a bath. But that's for me. But I'm sure there are a lot of people like Mr. Mukesh Ambani, like you, the CEOs, who would love to actually track what the team is doing the moment you brush your teeth and you start answering to all your emails. But to all my students, guys, and all the listeners, that's reality. You can actually get into the bathroom, washroom, and brush your teeth and simultaneously start responding to your WhatsApp and messages on the mirror. And that's something that has happened. I think you've talked about engineers tracking machinery through the mobile, and you've also talked about the seamless check-in and check-outs. So of course, the softwares have helped us increase our life. But when we talk about the future trends, I think this is where we are in present. Had we been discussing this 1 year before or 1.5 years before, I think our discussion was on a different tangent. But COVID has actually accelerated the requirement and has changed the business paradigm, right? We've gone into online deliveries, like you've gone into online, and that's because of the pandemic. Otherwise, no hotel ever thought get into online. Taj Hotels is into online. ITC is now selling the laundry, and you can get your laundry, get your clothes, sent for laundry there at ITC. And likewise, you say that you've got into online food business. So as a CEO, where do you see 3 years down the line about future trends in artificial intelligence?
Yeah, I see it only growing, but that, as I said earlier also, it purely depends on how much money you want to invest. That's one. What is your vision? That's more important for me too, both for your employees and for the guests. Because as I said earlier also, your vision has to be that whatever you're investing in the software or the machinery, it needs to serve the purpose for your employees and for the guests to make their life more simpler. Now, when I talk about to monitor that and you are actually figure it out from your mobile, does not mean that you're trying to put, you're not trying to do a policing effect out here, or you're not trying to act like a security officer of the hotel on your employees or the guests. But the idea is you can figure it out. So I'll give you a very simple example. We are trying to work it out right now on another software where if my employee is walking probably in the heart of the house areas or in the restaurants or in the front desk, and you with certain expressions on your faces, you can actually figure it out. The employee is not happy. With these trigger effects, you can actually zero it on that employee, go to that employee rather than calling that employee to where you're sitting, and have a very frank and open chat with the employee. That, is everything fine? Are you okay? And you're not going to tell him because I was monitoring you. Because that's the artificial intelligence which is going to help you. And that's what we are working on right now on the technology. We've been fairly successful, I would say, on that part. And this you take some time out there, and the way, so one, the artificial intelligence, you've taken the details out there, you've gone to the employee, you've spoken to the employee, the wow effect which you're going to create on the employee, that boss, I didn't speak to anybody. I was doing my work. How did my boss or my manager even came to know that, there is something going in my mind which I'm not comfortable about. And the guy has just come to me rather than me going to the person, says, can I take your permission? I really want to discuss something. And then you have people in the hierarchy, you say, no, he doesn't have time, come later, next week or next time. And here your manager yesterday walked up to you and said, boss, I want to discuss with you. Even you're not interested, I'm going to meet you once you are free. But I'm going to discuss with you today because I don't think everything is fine and I'm really here to help you. So this is just one another aspect of what we are working on right now. So future trends, if you ask me, I see more, as I said, easing the life of your employees and the guests, shortening the approvals processes so that you are actually more faster and effective in your work. Third, innovation is what I always keep talking about, and I'm going to keep talking about that in future also. If you are innovative in whatever you're doing, I can guarantee you should not be looking anybody outside you as a competitor. If you made yourself as your own competition, there is nothing which you can probably not achieve in life.
Interesting. Well, the take of this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, is that we've got softwares to track your mood, so better not fight with your wives and girlfriends. Because we've got CEOs like Mr. Kush Kapoor who will get to know who all of their employees have fought with their wives and who all of their trainees have fought with their girlfriends or boyfriends. I think, but this is very interesting, I must say. The conversation is going on the topic of implementation of artificial intelligence in the hospitality industry, current applications and future trends. We've got Mr. Kush Kapoor, who's the CEO of Roseate Hotels and Resorts, talking to us, sharing his views. And I think I think you're very right when you say that we human beings are, at the end of the day, are social animals. We all need people to listen to us, to smile. Artificial intelligence definitely will help in us to grow, but that does not mean that we will remove people altogether. It adds on value to what we do. Now, last question from my side before we wind up the show and go on and open the Q&A forum for our students who are watching this and viewers and listeners who are watching to this. Well, there's a hotel in Japan that's open, which is completely monitored by robots and artificial intelligence. There is nobody to welcome you. you enter, you check yourself, you go in the hotel, you order food, robot comes in, there's a machine that brings the food for you. Of course, there are people who are making the food, but they're not in the front line. They're at the back. The chefs are making food as per the order, and the robot takes it, and delivers the food. You have it, and when you're checking out, you just press checkout, and
you're gone.
That's it. There's nobody said bye, nobody to open the gate, possibly nobody to smile at you. So I think that's interesting. But what's your take on such kind of infusion of artificial intelligence?
I would say, and that's what I was talking about. When you talk about innovation, it depends on what all you want to innovate on. And when I take an example of what you've just absolutely mentioned, and there are restaurants, very few restaurants in Bangalore, where you actually have robots now walking into the restaurant and they're bringing the tray. You can punch in out there and the order is placed. Obviously, the robots come back and they give the order on your table, and you pick up the order from the robot. But how many of them are we talking about? So if I talk about a hotel in Japan, I mean, how many hotels will Japan has? How many hotels does New York has? How many hotels does India has? We got about more than 2 lakh hotel rooms right now in India, and the number is only building up. So there is, yes, a certain segment who's always interested, and that's what innovation plays a role on. When you do something, people do get excited. But if I give you an example, let's take an example that I've put one of my students in a room and I've got 10 robots to take care of him. For how long will be happy with the robots, right? That's a simple answer for me. He is ultimately going to wait 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After that, the robot, the emotions is what we human beings are the best in, which unfortunately the robots will still take. Otherwise, even if they get used to it, in our lifetime, at least it's not going to happen. So don't worry about that part. We are absolutely safe and secure. These things will happen, and these things should happen, I would say, also, because that only helps you in your innovation to get better and better on a daily basis. But when you talk about the masses, it's always going to be a human factor. It's always going to be emotional intelligence. And if you're good at that, you are good in any business, what you do anywhere part of the world.
Super. Eventually, at the end of the day, it's all about people, but it's also about knowing how many people in my organization have fought with their wives or husbands today. It's also about that. Artificial intelligence, ladies and gentlemen, we were in conversation with the CEO of Roseate Hotels and Resorts, Mr. Kush Kapoor, discussing of the implementation of artificial intelligence in the hospitality industry, current applications and future trends. We've just about time for the show, and it was great for you to join in. Thank you so much, Mr. Kush Kapoor, for joining in this show and sharing your views. I know the conversation can go on for another 2-3 hours because it's very interesting. Trust me, artificial intelligence is something that is the talk of the town, and everybody today is on AI, and we can chat as much as we want, but unfortunately all good things have to come to an end. We are overshooting our time in our studio, so we thank you all for joining in, and we will be opening the Q&A forum as of now. The students who have got questions, you can put up your questions into the chat box and we'll be happy to answer them and to answer your queries. And thank you so much, Mr. Kush Kapoor, for joining in, taking time out from your busy schedule and logging in for sharing your thoughts with our students. We're so really honored to have you today on our show. Thank you for logging in, and thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor. Thank you.
Pleasure's mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor, for sharing your views on artificial intelligence in hospitality industry. And I'm sure we all have been benefited with it. So there are a lot of questions that we are receiving. We have limited, since we had limitations to put people on Zoom platform, we've diverted our students to Zoom. So we're getting questions from Zoom, from YouTube as well. One question that we wanted to know that I can see first on the screen for our YouTube users is that how has guest expectations changed after artificial intelligence? I mean, there were times when people did not use mobile phones so much, so there was more of guest interaction with the staff. But now, since mobile phones are there and people are mostly busy in phones, what are the guest expectations that have changed?
Sorry, thanks, Anju. I only would say that with the changing times, the guest expectations are only increasing day by day, which again, I would say in a positive manner is actually better. What has happened with the artificial intelligence, the young generation in today's time, which they are coming to the hotel and even for the restaurants, are fairly comfortable with the artificial intelligence usage of mobile, downloading the menus on the mobile, paying from the mobile, booking their rooms on the mobile, getting the confirmation. So everything is happening on the mobile. What benefit it has made for the hoteliers is actually that we have more time now to interact with the guests on a face-to-face manner, which means that your interaction, your bonding with the guest is actually increased. So this artificial intelligence, if you've used it in the right manner, I was talking about that earlier also, is only helping the hotels to move forward in the right direction. I have actually seen the hotels who have moved through this phase of COVID period and they've sustained themselves are the actually hotels, and there will be very few hotels, I can probably vouch for that in India and the rest of the part of the world, who are actually going to take the lead for the next couple of decades in the coming time on that. Thank you.
So our next question comes from Deepto Bhattacharya from IIHM Kolkata campus. And he would like to ask that there are so many pros that you've discussed about artificial intelligence. Are there any cons as well?
Cons, I would say one, Deepto, is the cost, how much you want to spend on the artificial intelligence, which software. There are tons of software available in the market. Two, con, if you not use the right software, it actually will disrupt your system rather than creating an advantage for your employees and for the guest. Third, and probably I would say the last one, if you use it in the right manner, it's going to take your hotel to the next level on that part. And you actually will see, and you probably will be seeing a couple of hotel management companies who are actually taking the right advantage and who were unknown during the pre-COVID times. And now actually they've gone way forward in the hospitality segment during probably in just last couple of months on that. So not much of cons unless until you do not know what you're using, where you're spending the money. Rest everything is pros for me.
Yeah, that's positive thinking, sir, and brings in a lot of positivity for us as well. So our next question comes from our Bangalore campus from Saundarya. And she would like to know, do you think innovation alone will build profits for the hotels?
It would. And let me give you a couple of quick examples what we've done in the last 6 months as a brand, Roseate Hotels and Resorts. I'll just give you specific points which we actually done. So in the last couple of 6 months, we've actually started generating water from the air in our resort. So we don't take the water from the ground. We don't get these Kinley water bottles and Himalayan water bottles anymore. So I'm generating the water from the air, from the moisture through the solar panels. We've tied up with a company based out of US, and this soon will be getting into, hopefully if everything goes well, we'll get into commercial, but the water you're drinking in the resort in Delhi, it's actually generated from the air. So that's one. Second, during this time, if I have to talk about, even if you're sitting in the Bangalore right now, just log into www.roseate hotels and resorts. Even on your mobile, go on the food order online delivery menu. You'll get a camera out there. Look into the camera. You actually see my chefs working in the kitchens in my hotel 24/7. So if I talk about hygiene, if I talk about transparency, we've gone way beyond. There's no other hotel company in India, and I guess not even in the world, who actually done this, who have an access to this technology. Third, we ventured into, actually during this pandemic time, we've actually ventured into a standalone outlet now. It's called as Roasted by Roseate at Vasant Kunj. And it's just been about not even a month, and we're doing a fabulous sales out there. And we are actually adding 2 more outlets in the next 4 months in NCR Delhi out there. Fifth, if I have to talk about very probably simple things we've done with the artificial intelligence, we've actually using a couple of softwares in the hotel, as I was talking about earlier, also to track down the movement of the employees and even the guests, which actually has helped us to increase the revenues now of the hotel. So my hotels, all 3 hotels in India, are all into profits already right now, and we only see this thing moving up further.
That's wonderful to hear, sir.
Thank you.
And I see so many small kids, they switched on their cameras to see you. It definitely is making a change, and students are getting influenced and getting positivity from you. So last thing we want to know, for these little kids and for the IIHM students, any message you would like to share with them?
I would say sky is not even the limit. When I used to hear people used to say sky is the limit, but when you go above the earth also, there's no limit. So trust me, if anybody wants to get into the hotel industry, guys, this is the right time. with my previous experience of only 22 years of experience, if you want to actually enter the hotel industry, this is the golden period, what I actually tell everybody. If you've entered this, it is only going to go up from here. India is the second largest, so Indians are the second largest travelers in the world. Indian market is the second largest travel MICE segment, which means maximum weddings happens in India in the world after US. So the amount of potential, the amount of revenue which you can generate over the next couple of years is going to be humongous now in India.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor, for being with us and for inspiring all of us and giving in positivity. I'm sure this pandemic has confused everybody and you've clarified a lot for us. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
Thank you, Anju. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Our next speaker is from Canada, Chef Scott Bechler. And just a small introduction about him. He has standing in some of the world's finest kitchens, such as Marco Perry White, Restaurant Daniel, and Percy in New York. Chef Scott is also formerly a member of Culinary Team Canada, capturing gold in Switzerland and Luxembourg. He's now a full-time professor at the Canadian Food and Wine Institute. Today, he's live from Canada on Canadian Cuisine for all of us.
Hi, I'm Chef Scott Bechler. Welcome to my kitchen in my home. We're in beautiful Niagara Falls in wine region in Ontario here. Rather than doing a cooking demo as requested today from my partners at IIHM, shout out to the teams in all of the respective different schools and regions. I've really enjoyed my time working alongside you and applaud your efforts. Today I'd like to briefly discuss and reach out to you, the student, and how it relates to you as far as competing goes, rather than focusing on me as a demo. So things to consider as a young student or as a young cook interested in competing. Number one, you've got to find a really good mentor, a good teacher or a good coach. You need to invest some time in this, ensure that they're prepared to commit the time to you. On average, I train with students when they compete for 6 weeks. So that is pre-planning, coaching, developing a strategy, and training. All of these components are of equal importance. Next, when you understand or know what competition you're going to be involved with, you need to sit down with your manager or your lead mentor and go through the contract and the outline of the competition itself. This is really important for your success. If you want a shot at top tier and you want to hit podium and be in the top 3 spots, you've got to understand the fundamentals of that document. That document is a contract between you and people like me that are judges. These are the rules of engagement. If you step outside of these rules or you don't execute what's expected from the judge's perspective, it's going to affect your outcome. And don't make silly mistakes. Once you get your training done and you worked on individual pieces for your dish, then you can start pushing timed runs, and then you start to get into a very fluid routine where it won't matter where you're practicing or what direction you're facing. You're going to build confidence in your timing. As you develop through your coaching and your practicing, you want to try to cut down your equipment pack. We know that you guys love all your shiny and sharp tools. We don't need to see all of them. We want a cutting board set up with the ingredient that you're working on so there's no cross-contamination. Process that product, wipe down, clean down, reset, and work again. If you make a mistake or you have an accident or it gets dirty, we understand this. But if we circle the kitchen and it's dirty 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, 15 minutes later, I guarantee you they're making notes and issuing deductions. So all of these fundamental pieces are hopefully very helpful to you in moving forward. Again, with your training and your competing, that contract's really, really important. And like I said, don't make those silly little mistakes. You've got to manage your time. You've got to watch your cross-contamination. You've got to give the judges what they want to see. If you step outside of that, you're going to lose those demerits. What else did I want to mention? A couple notes here just so I don't miss anything. You want to make sure you get all components on the plate as well. If there's meant to be 3 or 5 components and you leave one off, that's going to cost you. And be respectful. Be respectful of the judges, the organizers, the schools, the supporters, the people that donate their food and time. The judges are not paid for their time. They're away from their families, they're away from their colleges or institutions or restaurants and hotels. So be respectful to your competitors as well. It goes a long way. Which kind of brings me to the back end of what I'm seeing a lot right now in social media from younger cooks. A lot of social media is strictly based on image. So how do I look standing next to this, or look at me doing this? My suggestion to you on that point is, as much as you're trying to find your own way and your own path, focus on skill. Focus on demonstrating that skill. Focus on being professional. Keep that focus on the product that you're trying to sell in a restaurant or whatever. It's not necessarily about me, or you. If you look at a lot of the photos on my Instagram account, it's actually on product. It's on a finished item. It's on a skilled item. It's not about me. It was never about me. And the last big thing is obviously practice. You've got to put in the time. I have young cooks, whether it be in a competition or referring to skill. How do I get better? What's the secret? There's no secret. You've got to put in time, hundreds and hundreds of hours. And as your skills develop with new direction, your older skills will need attention again. You'll have to return to those, and that's really what keeps you going. So if you look at a great cricket player, or in my case, a great hockey player here in Canada, you may say or hear someone say how talented they are, but they quickly forget how many hundreds, if not thousands of hours they practice. That's really it for me. Quick note, special thanks to Dr. Bose, Abdullah, my brother in India, all the respective schools and teams. I applaud all of your efforts. Good luck to all of the students. Cook your hearts out.
So those were some tips from Chef Scott, and he's live with us here from Canada. He's been up for so long just to interact with all of you. Over to you, Chef. Just say hi to everybody, please. IT team, please unmute him. Okay.
Good day, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Welcome to my kitchen. Thanks for having me, Aju. I brought you a little gift here.
Oh, that's so sweet.
It's a glass of fresh
Is it
snow.
frozen? Oh
It's
my
real
God.
It's
That's
like
so,
minus 10 degrees here right now.
and what's the time there right now?
It is about 2:15 in the morning, actually. So I'll sleep for 2 hours, then get up and go to work.
Oh, that's very kind of you that you've waited till so long to interact with our audience, and I'm sure they'll make maximum use of it.
No problem. No problem at all. Hello to all the students.
Say hi to him. Okay, so we
You
have
guys
so these are very small kids. These
There
are
we
school
go.
kids.
You gotta teach my students how to turn their cameras on. They like to leave theirs off.
No. These kids are very sweet. They've been a wonderful audience, and they've waited to see you. And it's really a pleasure for all of us to have you here with us.
Thank you. It's my pleasure too. I miss you guys very much, and it's been wonderful to make so many great connections with all of the schools, and of course the faculty as well. So we're missing you this year.
We miss you too, Chef. I would like to ask you a few questions here. You've been to Young Chef Olympiad as a mentor. You've been here as a judge. So this year, world's biggest culinary Olympiad has gone virtual, where over 50 countries across 24 time zones are competing on one platform virtually. So how do you think it is going to be different this year?
It's a massive undertaking. I mean, it's already a huge portion of planning as far as like the live execution, like to be in India and multiple cities and everywhere else. But you're talking about now managing individuals and individual schools in different time zones, and incredibly problematic. But you guys have the dream team, so I have no doubt that you'll be able to organize that and pull through. A few challenges, probably more so on the technical side, I think, trying to make everything seamless. But I've been watching you guys yesterday just before I started my lecture, and everything was seamless. So pretty exciting.
Thank you, Chef. Chef, we have some questions coming up from our audience on YouTube platform. This question comes from Priyanka, who's an IIHM student, and she says, she asks, what is the most favorite or most used ingredient in Canadian cuisine?
That's a great question, actually. Canadian cuisine is incredibly broad, so that's a difficult question to answer because there's so many people from so many different countries that settle here, and that's really what makes Canada pretty special. We use a lot of fresh fish and seafood, especially if you're around the coast of Canada. Like on the West Coast, we have like beautiful Dungeness crab and smoked cod and some of the best salmon in the world, like pink salmon when it's in season. On the East Coast of Canada, we have mussels and fresh, beautiful, tender, sweet lobster. And in the prairies, it's like a grain and beautiful beef. So we've got a huge selection of amazing produce here and products. But I don't know, it'd be hard to name one because there's so many influences. And just like in your country, it changes kind of from province to province. So what's special to them as far as an ingredient or a dish will vary here as well.
Okay. Chef, next question comes from Parth, again an IIHM student, and he would like to know. What are your views on fusion food or fusion cooking?
It's a double-sided answer on that one, actually. Number one, I really like the idea of respecting the cuisine from where it's from. I think there's a saying I use a lot. It's embrace innovation, but respect tradition. And, you know, as much as Canada is very diverse with many different people and cultures and cuisines and everything else, I also don't want to see the international flavors be lost. And what I mean by that is like cook with your families, cook with your grandparents, especially those really traditional recipes. You want to keep them going within your family. So the other side of that answer is yes, of course, fusion and growth through food and sharing of food. We're going to influence each other and steal from each other. One of the biggest eye openers for me was working actually in Dubai. I ran 8 kitchens in the first Fairmont there, and that was a real huge learning curve, very authentic. So full Indian kitchen with 3 tender ovens and a gravy kitchen as well, and 6 saltwater tanks, Lebanese kitchen, Chinese kitchen, Japanese kitchen. It just went on and on and on. So I think we need to share, and I think we need to play and have fun with it and be creative for sure, but don't lose the traditional things either. I just don't want to see them get lost in the mix.
So our next question is very innocent, I feel. This student of ours would like to know what has been your most difficult moment in a kitchen in your entire experience. Any experience you would like to share?
Most difficult time in a kitchen for me, the day I was fired as an apprentice. How's that for an answer? Just like a lot of students that first start off, I was very green. I didn't really know the ins or outs of the kitchen, and I was working really hard, long hours. The industry has changed a lot since then, and I think I was fired 3 times that same day, but I kept my head down and kept working and kept showing up. So they couldn't get rid of me, and it kind of defined who I became as a young cook. I was stubborn and tried to learn as much as I could. That was probably one of the hardest things, but growing through my career, I looked back at that stage and kind of remembered I had to go through that to get to all of these other great things I've been able to achieve. I've worked basically almost all around the world. I've worked in Dubai, all over Canada, the Caribbean. I've cooked for physically the Queen and Prince Philip of England, and many other people too. So it's a really interesting career that can carry you into so many different avenues, and you meet so many amazing people along the way.
Okay, sir. Next, I think what is interesting our audience most is the cuisines of Canada. I mean, people really want to know. So I'm clubbing 3-4 questions since we have limited time here. So they want to know what is the most famous vegan dish in Canada. They want to know the most famous dessert of Canada, and any other food that is popular there.
One of the foods that's really popular here that actually doesn't not look visually appealing is something called poutine. And poutine is from not from Russia, it's from Quebec. And it's basically extra crispy French fries, hand cut. and we put like a type of cheese curd on it. It's a softer cheese curd, which is known as squeaky cheese. So when you eat it, you'll actually hear it kind of squeak between your teeth when you bite down on it. And they cover it in like a rich chicken gravy, basically. And in the winter, it's like fatty and heavy and delicious. So it's really popular here. As far as a famous dessert, pecan pie is huge here. Butter tarts are huge, also very sweet. Chocolate chip cookies. Vegan dishes, I don't know of any main vegan dish that would stand out, but vegan restaurants in Canada are becoming more popular. And just in general, for health conscious people, not necessarily always dietary restrictions. But yeah, those are my multiple picks. Sorry for the long answer.
No, that's perfect. So our next question comes from Deepto Bhattacharya. He wants to know, what are the qualities that one needs to possess to become a successful chef?
Great question too. I just had a lecture with my students yesterday about this. I just have a new rotation of fresh students coming through. And I had mentioned to them, if you want to be good, you have to work with a great team. And what I mean by that is you kind of have to be a little bit picky. So it depends on what direction you want to go, if it's going to be in hotels or restaurants or cruise ships or whatever direction you're going to go. But the fundamentals of cooking, if we're looking at that as a starter point, you want to really try to work with the best quality team that you can at that time. As you continue to grow in your experience and your skill set, more opportunities will arise. So whether it be within that restaurant or as you continue to travel, those opportunities will take place. But if you want to be good, you've got to work with a great team.
Correct, sure. Chef, our next question is, it's so cold in Canada. What food keeps you warm?
That's pretty good.
This question comes from Saurav from IIHM Kolkata. He wants to know, what kind of food do you eat to keep warm?
Food changes actually a lot with temperature. So I learned the opposite of this when I moved to the Caribbean, because you can't cook the way we cook here. So what I mean by that is, typically as the seasons change in Canada, we have 4 really main seasons, as most countries do too, like spring where everything goes into thaw, nice hot summer, and then fall, all the leaves fall off, and of course winter. Once fall comes and many places in Canada start to cool down, we start eating fattier foods. So we just kind of change into that direction. So extra butter for sure, richer dishes, richer sauces, typically larger portions, more starch, and we start to turn into bears and hibernate on the couch after dinner. But yeah, so definitely fattier food. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, I'm sure the question has been answered. The next question is, what may be the expectation of food scenario going forward?
I'm sorry, could you ask me that again, please?
Going forward, what can we expect in food scenario?
The global community has been devastated, really hurt with COVID, to be quite honest with you. It's been a scary year for everyone, not only from a health standpoint, but from a business standpoint. So I've been very concerned about my partners within my cooking community. The ones that were able to adapt and change rapidly, they put their focus on production. So less items on the menu, instead of maybe having, as an example, just a rough number, 30 items on a menu, and you can go a lot more than that, 100 items. But let's just say 30 items on the menu, they're cutting it down. So they're streamlining their menus to manipulate purchasing. So when they purchase something, they can buy a lot more of it, and they've changed that into full production now. So instead of doing maybe an individual dessert, maybe they do a slab dessert, but cut little bars and they still look pretty, but I'm knocking out 90 at a time. And this focus, at least in Canada and North America in general, has really changed to, rather than going out for dinner and sitting for dinner, because there's been so many restrictions here, everything is for production and for takeaway. So it's either delivered or you go pick it up. So those are really the big things. And as a chef, that's something that's not new. You have to be able to adapt. So that comes in time and practice. But you know, delivery truck shows up and certain items aren't always there, you got to kind of roll with it and fix it. So we're the dream makers.
All right, Chef. Next question is from again IIHM student Akshay Kapoor, and he would like to know: are you fond of Indian cuisine, and what kind of Indian food is cooked in Canadian kitchens?
Absolutely love Indian cuisine. I'm not going to pretend I know all different types of cuisines from all different locations in India. I've been very fortunate to travel through your country. I still have to make it to Goa and see the beaches of Goa, but one day we'll see. As far as Indian cuisine, actually, my son ordered biryani today, actually. It's in the fridge and it's delicious. So for me, I love murg makhni, probably not saying that properly. Prawn masala, those are like two of my go-tos. And if I want a really big cold beer, I like the lamb sea kebab. That's so good with the mint chutney. It's delicious. Those are probably my favorites. And you can get all of those here. There's a whole range of different styles of Indian cuisine here. And when I go, if I can go to the restaurant, I tell them, I go, cook authentic. Don't cook it for me, cook authentic.
And do you cope up with the spices as well?
Do I what? Sorry, dear?
Do you cope up with the spicy Indian food?
I enjoy spicy food. My mouth likes it. The rest of my body maybe not so much, but I really love the full flavor. And when I love cooking with my Indian students as well, because that was a big learning curve for me too. So I would add coriander or cumin or whatever we're working with that day. I'd be like, enough? And they're like, no, 5 times more.
All right, Chef. Chef, we have a question coming up in our chat box here from school students, and they want to know who has been your inspiration to become a chef.
When I was young enough, that's a good question too, because usually I ask my students that, and either they have parents that are great cooks or not great cooks, so that's why they want to become a chef. My mom and grandmother influenced me initially, so that's how I got into it. They were both amazing home cooks. My mom more so a baker, but she can cook savory as well. My grandmother was actually a self-taught and did a lot of reading, and she ran her own catering business, but it was like a legitimate catering business. She cooked for like famous hockey teams, and she would execute functions for like 800 people. So even me as a professional chef, after 30 years in the business, like 800 people, it can be really challenging or more depending on how that's executed. But certainly my family. And then as I went through the industry, those focus points changed. I fell in love with Thomas Keller's work from the French Laundry in Napa Valley. No surprise there, followed by millions and millions of people. And that question that you asked today was one of the most important questions. And because if you're serious about becoming a chef, it's very important that you have a focus in a style of cuisine that you like, the way it's plated or prepared. And that may change through your career, and that's okay. But it's a bar of measure. You're trying to chase that, and you're establishing a skill set. So great question.
Thank you, Chef. And I think before we end the session, I would request you to, say something for our audience, the school students and IIHM students, and also please mention your Instagram details, because there are so many questions that in this limited time we cannot take, and I'm sure even Chef needs to rest. So you can ask him questions on his Instagram handle, and he's very active there.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. If you guys are comfortable, by all means, you can feel free to message me through Instagram. It's just under Chef Scott Beckler. You'll see me there, my skinny face there. I might not have glasses on, but you'll see that's an older picture. I really want to thank everyone from IIHM, like not only for today, but all of your work from the very beginning of the competition process and setting this up. This is a huge undertaking for the students, the faculty, all the planning, the sponsors, like all the hotels, all these people that are involved behind the scenes. I think sometimes the viewpoint is maybe, who's on stage or the ones that are winning awards, but you don't see all of these moving parts behind. And this is a massive undertaking. It's a huge deal. Special thanks, obviously, to Dr. Bose, Dr. Professor Foskett, Mr. Scott, Mr. Ron Scott, my brother Abdullah, Elizabeth, Samita, Sanchari, and Rupinder. I hope I didn't miss anyone, but really push, guys. Just get in there, be passionate, pour your hearts out truly, and don't be afraid to put the hours in. If you're passionate, you want it bad enough, you will get there. Good luck.
Thank you, Chef, and hope to see you soon in India and take you to Goa beaches.
All the best. Thanks so much. So nice to see you.
Same here. Thank you. Good
Take care.
night.
Be well. Bye, guys. Be good.
Thank you, Chef. All right. So now we proceed for a break for 1 hour from 1 to 2. You guys can proceed for a break, have lunch, have a quick meal, and come back, because after lunch, post lunch, there are a lot of sessions waiting for you. And at 2 o'clock, we have Mr. Saurav Ghoshal, General Manager, Vivanta, Kolkata. He will be talking about role of innovation in the hospitality industry at 2 o'clock. So stay tuned and come back at 2. See you. Good day.
From 28th January to 2nd February, the world's finest culinary colleges from 55 countries will compete for the #1 young chef in the world across 10 IIHM campuses.
We like the fire, sizzle and bake, heart's desire, passion on a plate.
International Institute of Hotel Management Young Chef Olympiad.
I, as the Chief Mentor of Young Chef Olympiad 2019, I'd like to welcome all the participants, all the mentors, all the judges to the latest new edition of Young Chef Olympiad. Wish you all the very best and may the best country win.
Follow and subscribe with us on Facebook.
Put on your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Next country, Bahrain, represented by Bahrain Institute of Hospitality and Retail, represented by Ahmed Alawadi and Mohammad Bashirigun. That's Bahrain for you, ladies and gentlemen. Put on your hands together for Bangladesh, represented by NHTTI, Aqsa Iqbal and Miss Jahida Begum. Please welcome Bhutan. Louder, everybody. Please welcome them. That's Bangladesh and Bhutan walking onto the stage. Put on your hands together for Botswana, represented by Gabron College of Culinary Arts, represented by Upiditsi Kefilwe and Melissa Kushata Nugoni. Please welcome Cambodia, represented by KSK Cooking School, representing student PZ Lay and chef mentor Sivmay Bay. Put on your hands together, guys. Fiji. Fiji National University, represented by Anna Tao and Anish Pavanlal. Please welcome France, Albert Diman Hotel and Catering School, represented by Cyrene and accompanying mentor chef Magdala Cosimon. Followed by France. Okay, a big round of applause for Fiji and France. Next country, please welcome Ghana, Accra Technical University, represented by Eric Amankwa and Michael Queno. Welcome Guatemala, represented by the Chef's Center, Joe Winson and Louis Castillo. Come on guys, louder! They've traveled from all worldwide. Louder, come on guys! Put on your hands together for the next country is Hong Kong International Culinary Institute, represented by Bino Wo and Kam Kao Teddy. For the next country, Hungary, represented by Budapest University of Business, represented by Rosa Johanna and mentor chef Barbara Johanna. Louder guys, come on! Please welcome Iran, represented by Paniz Meher Iranian Academy, Mariam Fakhr and Hussein Barami. Put on your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the host country, India, represented by International Institute of Hotel Management, Madhumita KP, and accompanying chef mentor, Chef Nagarajan. Can we have a big round of applause? Together, ladies and gentlemen, Academy of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management, Mr. Yaju. School of Hotel, Restaurant and Institution Management, De La Salle College of Saint Benilde, represented by Russian International Academy for Tourism, representing student. Please welcome Singapore, Sunrise. There we see Matthew coming down, dancing. Please welcome South Korea, represented by Wusong University, Colombo Academy of Hospitality Management, Roshani Sirinika Bandara, and Rajapakse Mudiansil Samantha Surini. Come on, everybody, louder! represented by Turkish Culinary Academy. Pelin Mawe and Zihadul Hassan. That's Turkey walking down. Please welcome United Arab Emirates, represented by International Center for Culinary Arts, Nicole Ann and Edward Benjamin Clegg. Put on your hands together for Uganda, represented by the Cooking School Uganda, Rem Rembo and Sheila Ahebwa. Louder guys, come on, can I have a bigger round please? Yeah, louder. Please welcome United States of America, represented by Johnson's and Wales University, Tian Zhu Dai and Reina Hanewadel. Louder guys, come on! Put on your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever from Central Asia, Uzbekistan, represented by International Center of the Uzbek Culinary Academy, Ubaidullah Sultanov and Ahmad Khamdamov. Louder guys, come on! Please welcome Wales, represented by Cardiff and Wales College, Jasmine Jones and John Crockett. The Oggy guy, come on. Put on your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Zimbabwe. Come on, guys, louder. The Hospitality School, represented by the Fadzwa Nigel Sianga. Louder, guys. What you see in front are the 50 best countries that have traveled from far and wide. The best culinary schools on one stage, under one roof. Come on, guys, they need a bigger round of applause. Not every day you see the best of culinary schools from worldwide collect under one roof. This is history in the making. This is definitely a dream. This is certainly a culinary dream, ladies and gentlemen. What you see in front are people and students, contestants and mentors who've traveled from far and wide. These are the world's best student chefs who will compete for the next 6 days across 4 cities for one title and a cash prize of $10,000 US. Can we have a big round of applause for them, please? Louder, guys, come on! They are the best that you see here. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank our hospitality partners, the Rosyat House, Hyatt Place Gurugram, ITC Maurya, Saffron Kiran Hotel Faridabad, Crown Plaza Okla, Le Meridian Gurugram, the Surya Hotel New Delhi, Taj Palace New Delhi, Taj Bengal, Taj Gateway Kolkata, the Oberoi Grand Kolkata, Novotel, Swiss Hotel in Kolkata, the Park, ITC Sonar, the HHI Hyatt Regency as well in Kolkata. Indian hospitality, ladies and gentlemen, is known around the world, and we have young students from different schools and colleges of Delhi NCR to welcome these contestants and mentors from who have come from different parts of the world. These schools and colleges for the last 2 months have practiced to welcome you all. The next participant who's coming in front of you is Anushka from International Institute of Hotel Management. Anushka is a disciple of Padma Bhushan Uma Sharma ji since 12 years. She has performed on many international stages, including Kenya and South Korea recently, and has represented India across the world in this Kathak dance form, a traditional Indian dance that's practiced since centuries. She is currently a student in IIHM, which has its campuses in 9 locations. IIHM, with its dare-to-do style of operations, is by far the most dynamic ones around the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Anushka Chabra from International Institute of Hotel Management. Louder, guys. Come on, a louder one.
चक्रधारती है अंत में 40 चक्कर आधे इधर 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 40
A louder one, guys, an absolute lovely performance. Can we have a round, bigger one, please, for her? Louder, come on. Okay, this event is not possible without our partners, and we would like to thank our tourism partners first. West Bengal Tourism. May we have the AV, please?
Bengal, the sweetest part of India. The pleasure and the taste extends much further into a colorful tapestry of sights, sounds, heritage and customs. Sweet are the seasons, which heighten the natural bounty of the state. Be it the Himalayan hill stations, Darjeeling, Kalimpong, Karsiong. The wildlife sanctuaries at Duars, sea beaches at the south coastal region, or the mangrove forests at Sundarbans. The charm of Bengal's rich heritage sites can also be equally sweet. Classic architecture from various eras of history and heritage walks are the chief highlights here. The capital city, Kolkata, is an outstanding blend of the laid-back old world, as well as the thriving contemporary. And coming to Bengali cuisine, sweetness is hardly the last word, because Bengal is also a spice kingdom, dedicated to extensive varieties of aroma and flavor. And perhaps sweetest of them all is the treasure trove of art and culture, unique at each region of the state, which are alive not only in traditions, but has long since found expression in literature, cinema, and even in the festival of Durgotsav. Sweet tastes the passion and emotion attached to every journey into the wonders of Bengal. West Bengal Tourism welcomes you to the very heart of this experience through its dedicated network of service and hospitality. Experience Bengal. It's our true promise to make this the sweetest lifetime experience for you.
All right, so that was West Bengal Tourism, ladies and gentlemen. One of our tourism partners. We've got Delhi Tourism as well. We've got Karnataka Tourism. We've got our hospitality partners, without whom we can't move ahead at all. In fact, we can't move at all ahead without any of our partners. So I'd like to introduce the Roseate House. May we have the AV, please? So that was the Roseate House. Ladies and gentlemen, our next hospitality partner is Hyatt Place, Gurugram. Can we have the AV, please? Okay, so that was Hyatt Place, Gurugram. Our other partners are ITC Maurya, Saffron Kiran Hotel, Faridabad, Taj Palace, New Delhi, Crown Plaza, Okla, Le Meridian, Gurugram, the Surya, New Delhi, Taj Bengal, Taj Gateway, Kolkata, the Oberoi Grand, Novotel, Swiss Hotel, the Park, ITC Sonar, Hyatt Regency, the HHI, and Altair. Venue partner, Indie Smart Hotel, Kolkata. Digital media partner, Onyx Solutions. We thank our print media partners, Adworld Advertising, Karu Crit, Signpost, and the Telegraph T2. Now, moving forward, may I take the pleasure to invite on stage His Excellency Chutinton Samgong Sagde, Ambassador of Thailand to India, to kindly address the 50 nations assembled here for a revolution in progress called the World's Greatest Culinary Heats 5th International Young Chef Olympiad 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for His Excellency?
I don't have a prepared speech, and I'm beginning to regret it. But anyway, in the car, I told my wife that I'll talk about the 3 Fs. And any event that has the 3 Fs, you cannot miss. Okay. Food. Okay. And Professor Foskett, I've seen from last year, you talked about food being, the underpinning of our culture, and the ties that bind us. Okay, so food, fun, because you guys are going to meet new friends, try new things, see new techniques. Your food. And the other one is the future, which is you, young people. And with that, I'd just like to leave something behind, for you to think about. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a diplomat. I also have to read about UN stuff and so on and so forth. Trending a lot recently is the how do we feed everyone, into 2050. I won't be around, but you guys will. And the other thing is that we have to find new sources of protein. Whatever the world's problems are, and if we, I hope we don't leave too many problems for you to solve, but you can have fun, apart from cooking and doing all the wonderful dishes and so on, also having fun solving the humanity's problem of feeding everyone on Earth. I look forward to hearing about you in the future, about your future careers and so on. I wish everyone the best, onwards and upwards. Thank you very much.
That was His Excellency Samgong Sagdi, Ambassador of Thailand to India. Can we have a big round of applause for him, please? It's my pleasure to introduce you Professor David Foskett, who's the chairman of the jury for YCO 2019. Previously the Dean and Head of the London School of Hospitality and Tourism at the University of West London, Professor David Foskett is a respected member of the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts, Craft Guild of Chefs, and a Fellow of the Institute of Hospitality. He has received a number of awards from the President of France in 2007 as well. In 2015, he was named the National Hero by the Craft Guild of Chefs for his long years of service promoting the hospitality industry. Before I invite Professor Foskett, can we have the AV for this personality?
name is Professor David Foskett. I was previously the Dean of the London School of Hospitality and Tourism at the University of West London. Now I'm Visiting Professor after my retirement at New Buckinghamshire University in the UK. I'm also a consultant for a number of organisations. I sit on the management committee of the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts and the Craft Guild of Chefs, and on the management committee of the Institute of Hospitality. My experience is this is a fantastic opportunity for young people to display their culinary skills, but more importantly to get to know one another, to get to understand different cultures. I think it's also very much about the future. They are the future, and it's so important that we get things right for the future.
All right, can we have a big round of applause for Professor David Foskett, Chairperson of the jury for the Young Chef Olympiad 2019. Louder, guys, can we have a big round of applause for Professor Foskett?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you all. And I have to say it, welcome to India and welcome to Delhi, to the greatest student culinary event in the world. India opens its doors to the world of hospitality and culinary arts. It brings together a wealth of young chef talent from around the world and celebrates which unites us all: food, a celebration of culinary arts, of culture, of creativity and of innovation. Over the next week, there will be lasting friendships made, many lessons learnt, and educational partnerships developed. India demonstrates to the world how food and culinary arts binds people together through mutual respect and understanding. We welcome all the young competitors and their mentors who have worked so hard in preparation for this great event. We welcome also our most distinguished judges, their expertise and experience being the best in the world. Thank you all for coming, but also to the adjudicators for giving up their most valuable time. They all bring together a wealth of experience. This week promises to be the most memorable event. It's not about old people like me. I'm the past. This is the future. And we celebrate the future through food and mutual understanding. IIHM and India, thank you. And a special thank you to the founder of the Young Chef Olympiad, who had the vision, Dr. Suborno Bose. Thank you, Dr. Bose, and thank you, incredible India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Foskett. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, he is the CEO of International Hospitality Council Young Chef Olympiad, the chairman and the group CEO, IIHM and Indie Smart Group worldwide, a visionary, a leader, and the man who dreamed of this initiative. With his dare-to-do style of operation, from a very small conversation in a pub in London, here we are with the 5th edition of the world's biggest culinary heats on planet Earth that's brought 50 countries under one roof. A culinary dream indeed. Let's have a glance on his life through the eyes of the camera. May we have the AV for Dr. Suborno Bose, please.
Dr. Suborno Bose, a brilliant chartered accountant and founder of IndySmart Group, IIHM and IAM, is a first-generation entrepreneur and a hospitality evangelist. He is the man behind Young Chef India and the Young Chef Olympiad that promote young culinary talent around the country and world. He is also founder and CEO of the International Hospitality Council London and initiated International Hospitality Day, celebrated every year on 24th April. Dr. Bose conferred the Hall of Fame in 2017 to Mr. Ratan Tata on this occasion. Dr. Bose has also received many prestigious awards like the Economic Times Most Promising Business Leader. He has been conferred with honorary doctorate by Queen Margaret University, UK, Edinburgh Napier University, and West London University, UK. He is a passionate foodie and loves to fly his small microlight aircraft. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Suborno Bose.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for the visionary leader to please come up on the stage. Dr. Bose, for your address, please.
Hello, friends from all over the world. Welcome to India. Welcome to this absolute incredible evening. I hope that you are enjoying every bit of it with all these fantastic young chefs in front of us. What more can we ask for in this lovely, lovely Delhi evening? So a very warm welcome from me, my team in the Young Chef Olympiad team, ISC team, and team IIHM, and my student team of over 7,000 students all over the country, without whom this could not be possible. As we stand in the opening ceremony of the 5th International Young Chef Olympiad, we're delighted to have all of you in the world's biggest culinary extravaganza. It's hosted by the International Institute of Hotel Management in association with the International Hospitality Council and supported by the entire hospitality and the tourism industry and the boards. 2 days ago, India celebrated its 70th Republic Day. As Indians hosting the world's biggest culinary Olympiad, we and IIHM are proud to bring together 50 of the world's top countries and colleges to mark this occasion. And make no mistake, you are the 50 of the world's best, having traveled halfway across the globe to make this gathering. If you look at the cover of that YCO book which you are holding in your hand, it reiterates the same statement: the world's finest culinary schools in the world's biggest culinary Olympiad. Everything comes with a story to tell, and so does Young Chef Olympiad. Yes, it's all started over a cup of coffee, but now it's very big. The story everyone already knows is how the International Young Chef Olympiad started with 15 countries 4 years back, has now grown into 50, which speaks volume about the kind of enthusiasm and support we receive from you and the YCO family. But a story that few people know is that this year's YCO is different. It's different from the last year and the years before. The global reach of the Young Chef Olympiad 2019 has escalated to new highs because of the social media and the technology. And YCO is today the biggest ever hospitality platform to promote your skills and talent. This year, IIHM has 6,000 students all over the country and outside, dedicated to tell your story through the social media. IIHM students will be covering you because you are the stars of the show. And the next 6 days, you are the superstar. So make no mistake about it and get used to this stardom. 26 years ago, when we founded the International Institute of Hotel Management, and we wanted to put the name to identify our hotel management group as international, and we really focused on the word international with the objective of really becoming truly global. Here we are today on the opening ceremony of the 5th International Young Chef Olympiad, which is united by one thing, food, and we are really, really global. As Ambassador Sam, who is a big supporter, sir, has mentioned, I just want to reiterate that food possibly is, nothing is more global than food. Food possibly is the biggest unifier in the world. And there is nothing more global than food, because as a chef also, a chef has to know not just his regional food of his own country, but the cuisine of all over the world. Every year, IIHM and ISC tries to add new flavors in a melting pot of the Young Chef Olympiad. This year, we decided to spice everything up a bit in the biggest culinary challenge by introducing a plate trophy. Idea of the great man sitting in the front row, Professor David Foskett. The plate trophy is a new addition. Participants who rank between 11 and 20 in the competition can compete for the plate trophy. This will be like a competition within the competition, and we hope that it will add another layer of excitement and encouragement. YCO has some finest experts and the culinary masters from all around the world to interact with our esteemed judges and adjudicators and the mentor chefs from all the 50 countries. You are the reason behind the fairness and equality of the competition, and your knowledge and experience makes this global platform richer, and we are grateful for your august presence. Global Connect. Global Connect is the ultimate ambition of the Young Chef Olympiad. How we connect the entire world together. Right now you can see, ladies and gentlemen, 50 of the world's finest young chefs sitting in front of you. We have been successful in connecting them together in this hall in India, in New Delhi. Maybe a few years back, people wouldn't have believed that India could attract the best talents from the world to come and compete in an absolute international culinary competition. This is not cricket. But today, I'm so proud to say, on behalf of the entire team, that we have done it. The Global Connect is the vision of the YCO, and with the technological development across the world, every campus has grown out of its physical boundaries and now is easily reaching out to the students and teachers of all other campuses of all other countries. One need not to be physically present in a campus building nowadays to attend a master class by a master chef anywhere in the world. IIHM has 10 campuses in India and elsewhere, but we consider the whole world to be our campus, because what we do best is to build bridges, and we do believe that the digital world has made a huge difference. So we are very phygital now, physical and digital. So we are a phygital institution now. Our vision is to build a sustainable model of the Young Chef Olympiad for the next 50 years or so, and make this Olympiad hosted by even other countries as well. This way we hope to continue to make the world and India proud. To sum up, I'd like to end what I feel the global is all about. If you see about global, G is about growing graph of the Young Chef Olympiad and growth of your skill and talent. L is for the labor of love for each one of you who puts in, the participant, the mentor, the judges, the adjudicators. O is for the oneness of unity, one of the pillars of YCO. B is for the bridges that YCO builds, bridges of friendship, of equality, what IIHM calls the Global Connect Manifesto, where all the countries of the YCO will be signing a memorandum to agree to learn, connect, and network with each other. A is for the rush of adrenaline, as we prepare your dishes racing against the clock. And finally, L in the global stands for the lessons we will all take home. Through the next 6 days, we will experience colors and flavors and aromas of India. And I encourage every one of you, not just to take part in this competition, but also to interact with each other, to create and innovate new ideas and concepts, to utilize the platform that YCO is giving you. The YCO platform is also about to build your own brand for yourself, for your mentors, for your college. And this is the biggest lesson, the biggest win you can take home from YCO, because you can end up being the friends for life. It's all about bonding, it's all about friendship, it's all about huge fond remembrance of this week that we'll be spending in our country of India. And before I end, I'd like to thank everybody up here in the stadium for coming in big numbers, supporting us, encouraging us, guiding us, and to the stars of the next 7 days, the finest young chefs of the world, thank you very much for being with us. And can I request you to please stand up for 5 seconds so that you show your solidarity. Can you just hold your hands, please? All of you, please hold your hands. Hold your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the United Nations of young chef for you. This is the world in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big round of applause. They all deserve it. This is incredible. This is incredible, India. You may all sit down. Thank you. With these words, I declare the 5th International Young Chef Olympiad open. Best of luck, each one of you. Before I go, I'd like to give you a little surprise. This is our newest initiative from the world of IndiSmart, our digital initiative. It's called the IndiSmart Digital Initiative, and today is the day which selected because we want to get up audience like you guys every day from all over the world to launch this IndiSmart Digital Initiative. Can we have a AV, please? IndiSmart goes digital, ladies and gentlemen. It will change the face of education. It will change the face of healthcare. It's mobile first world. It will rest on a cloud platform and will change the way technology works on a huge digital marketplace and a connected society. Improve the quality of life and remove the digital divide. Sustainability of Earth. And that's IndiSmart Digital, and with me and two of the startup founders, Priyanku Roy from Dallas and Prabal Chakrabarti from Kolkata. This is the latest from the house of IndiSmart. I'm sure this is going to be one of the biggest digital company in the next 10 years in the world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being such a patient listeners. Thank you and all the best. Thank you and all the best for all the young chefs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bose, and may I request you to please take the center stage. The big moment has arrived. And before we go on to that moment, may I invite all the judges up on the stage for the trophy unveiling. Professor David Foskett and all our judges, Chef Andre Muller, Chef Andy Verma, Chef Andrew Bennett, Chef John Wood, Chef Enzo, Chef Enrico, Stephen Hogan, Chef Stuart Littlejohn, Chef Garth Strobel, Chef David Graham, Chef Gary Hunter, Ms. Zenobia, Dr. Zenobia Nadersha, Ms. Kulsum Hussain, Chef Scott, and Chef Parvinder Bali. Please come up on the stage for the big moment, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will be revealing the big trophy to the world. The trophy for which all these countries have flown in from different parts of the world, and the main trophy for which you're going to fight the battle for the next 6 days. The check of $10,000 would follow definitely, but at this point in time, have a look at this beautiful trophy that one of you is going to take back home. So all of you please join in.
Please join in.
All of you please join in, and now Dr. Bose would lead the procession of the judges to unveil the trophy along with Professor David Foskett. Put on your hands together, guys. That's the beauty lady that'll go home. A 22 kg trophy with shimmering gold. There it goes, ladies and gentlemen. The Young Chef Olympiad 2019. There it goes. All right. That's the trophy. Well, I can request the judges to hold the trophy. Come on, judges, you could hold the trophy and check the weight of the trophy, 22 kgs. So this is the trophy that will be taken home by one of the contestants here on this stage.
It's heavy, 25 kgs.
Some excess baggage one of you need to book back home, yeah? Can we have a big round of applause, guys? The best of the culinary colleges are going to fight out for this one trophy. The Young Chef Olympiad 2019. Can we have a big round of applause, everybody? Come on, once again. Woo! Thank you so very much to all the judges, Professor Foskett, for coming on the stage and revealing the trophy to the world. Thank you so very much. Please request you to please take the seats.
You guys sit.
We'll allow the judges to go. Thank you so very much, judges. And requesting all the contestants as well to please join in the auditorium. Yes, requesting all the contestants as well to join in the auditorium. As the contestants coming down, can we have a round of applause, please? The best culinary guys here on the stage travel from 50 countries. Okay, we'll be right back in 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. All of you are witnessing the 5th International Young Chef Olympiad 2019. 50 countries have traveled from far and wide and will be competing in the next 6 days for this one beautiful trophy that you've just seen and a check of $10,000 US. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next performance. We now have a performance by the team of young dancers from Delhi Public School, Gautam Budh Nagar, presenting the true, unshakable and often celebrated circle of life, from finding love, success and happiness to losing it all. So without further ado, join your hands together for the visual treat unfolding before you. Put on your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Delhi Public School, Gautam Budh Nagar. Can we have a big round of applause for DPS? Delhi Public School, Gautam Budh Nagar, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a big round of applause for Delhi Public School, please?
कोई जो मिला तो मुझे ऐसा लगता था जैसे मेरी सारी दुनिया में गीतों की रुत और रंगों की बरखा है, खुशबू की आंधी है, महकी हुई सी अब सारी फिजाएं हैं, बहकी हुई सी अब सारी हवाएं हैं, खोई हुई सी अब सारी दिशाएं हैं, बदली हुई सी अब सारी अदाएं हैं, जागी उमंगे है, धड़क रहा है दिल, सांसों में तूफान है, होठों पे नगमे है, आंखों में सपने हैं, सपनों में बीते हुए सारे वो लम्हे हैं। जब कोई आया था नजरों पे छाया था, दिल में समाया था, कैसे मैं बताऊं तुम्हें कैसा उसे पाया था, प्यार से चेहरे पे बिखरी जो जुल्फे, तो ऐसा लगता था जैसे कोहरे के पीछे एक ओस में धुला हुआ, कोहरे के पीछे एक ओस में धुला हुआ, कोहरे के पीछे एक ओस में धुला हुआ फूल खिला है, जैसे बादल में एक चांद छुपा है और झांक रहा है, जैसे रात के पर्दे में एक सवेरा है, रोशन रोशन आंखों में सपनों का सागर, जिसमें प्रेम सितारों की चादर जैसे झलक रही है, लहरों लहरों बात करे तो जैसे मोती बरसे, जैसे कहीं चांदी की पायल गूंजे, जैसे कहीं शीशे के जाम गिरे और छन से टूटे, जैसे कोई छिप के सितार बजाए, जैसे कोई चांदनी रात में गाए, जैसे कोई हौले से पास बुलाए, गाए गाए गाए। कैसी मीठी बातें थी वो, कैसी मुलाकातें थी वो, जब मैंने जाना था नजरों से कैसे पिघलते हैं दिल और आरज़ू पाती है कैसे मंजिल, और कैसे उतरता है चांद जमीन पर, कैसे कभी लगता है स्वर्ग अगर है तो बस मैं यहीं पर। इसने बताया मुझे और समझाया मुझे, हम जो मिले हैं हमें ऐसे ही मिलना था, गुल जो खिले हैं उन्हें ऐसे ही खिलना था, जन्मों के बंधन जन्मों के रिश्ते हैं, जब भी हम जन्मे तो हम यूं ही मिलते हैं, कानों में मेरे जैसे शहद से खुलने लगे ख्वाबों की दर, जैसे आंखों में खुलने लगे ख्वाबों की दुनिया भी कितनी हंसी और कैसी रंगी थी, ख्वाबों की दुनिया जो कहने को थी पर कहीं भी नहीं थी, ख्वाब जो टूटे मेरे आंख जो खुली मेरी होश जो आया मुझे, मैंने देखा मैंने जाना वो जो कभी आया था, नजरों पे छाया था, दिल में समाया था, जा भी चुका है और दिल में रहा है अब तन्हा तन्हा, न तो कोई अरमा है न कोई तमन्ना है न कोई सपना है, अब जो मेरे दिन और अब जो मेरी रातें हैं उनमें सिर्फ आंसू हैं, उनमें सिर्फ दर्द की रंज की बातें हैं और फरियादें हैं, मेरा अब कोई नहीं, मैं हूँ और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं, मैं हूँ और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं, मैं हूँ और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं।
That was Delhi Public School, ladies and gentlemen, Gautam Budh Nagar. A big round of applause, please. Louder, come on, guys. Okay. The next performance is Salwan Public School, which is committed to personal excellence of each student by imparting holistic quality education enriched with high moral values in a healthy, competitive learning environment. Their vision is based on innovating learning methodology and unwavering commitment to academics, continuous improvement, and cultivation of life skills. The children of Salwan Public School, Gurgaon, will now present to you a song. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Salwan Public School, Gurgaon or Gurugram. That's Salwan Public School, Gurgaon.
And a big hello to all the YCO team members, the participants, mentors, judges, and all who are watching us here today. In this YCO, we have Mr. Saurav Ghoshal here with us, who is the General Manager, Vivanta Kolkata EM Bypass. To tell you a little about Mr. Ghoshal here, Mr. Ghoshal has been with the Taj Group now for more than a decade. He has been with various other hotel chains, Hyatt, Accor, as well as has also worked internationally with Jumeirah. And we are happy to have him here in Kolkata with us. And thank you, Mr. Ghoshal, for connecting with us virtually, Ms. YCO.
Thank you, Jolly. It's a fantastic platform, and it's always very exciting to be participating, to be communicating with IIHM and every platform IIHM provides us. So lovely to see you. Very good afternoon. It's a pity that we couldn't meet personally, but yes, that's a changed innovation that we have got into.
We certainly look forward to meeting personally also.
Sure, of course.
Yes, lovely. Mr. Ghoshal, very recently in Taj itself, we moved, your hotel changed from, say, Gateway to Vivanta. So a lot of changes were brought about. A number of changes were implemented. And then we had the pandemic, which also really forced us to rethink, relook at our processes. Also, we brought in a lot of innovation across hotels, and Taj also has brought in a lot of innovation. What are what kind of innovations have you seen, and how important has innovation been now?
See, innovation for any industry is imperative. So innovation, without innovation, we are stagnant. And if you are stagnant, then you are not changing with times, then you will be irrelevant over time. So it's important that we change. Innovations are bought in based on what our customer demands. Over time, the customer likings, dislikings changes. So that is one reason that we bring in innovations in our industry. The second reason that innovation comes in is the changing business environment. So as you have taken the example of the previous year or 9-10 months, it demanded that we bring in multiple changes in the way we do business, which is not that hygiene, safety had never been important. It's always a very integral part of us doing business. But the changing business environment ensure that we heightened our agility to adapt to the changed requirement of time. And that's what happened in 9-10 months. So, but bottom line is that innovation has to continue. It continues as we're speaking now, and it will continue going forward as well. We'll constantly look at different ways that we would innovate. Coming to innovations, why do we innovate in hospitality industry? We innovate in all aspects of us doing business. So we innovate in how we would reach to our clients. 20 years back, putting a hoarding somewhere or advertising in newspaper was the way to market. And now when we do our marketing of social media, which has taken a lot of predominance in how we market ourselves than anything else, any other medium of marketing. So innovation has been brought in there because the market demanded that we do so. The environment demanded to do so. And similarly, how we communicate to our clients, how we sell our hotels, how we welcome our clients coming into the hotel, how we provide them with amenities, in-room technology, how we do our production, and how we reach out to our guests in terms of what we're serving. We bring in innovation everywhere. And the most important is artificial intelligence that is coming in today, and how we utilize artificial intelligence to ensure that our clients who are coming into our hotel are excelled in all aspects of operation. So innovation is everywhere in all aspects of our business.
Right. So what are some, you've been in the food and beverage domain, in food and beverage operations largely when you began your career for a number of years. What sort of innovation have we seen in that domain as well as other areas of operations?
See, firstly, if you look at room service, I mean, traditionally you would have a room service menu in the room, and the guest would call up and order from your room service menus, and then the orders goes up and so on and so forth. In today's day and age, more because of, again, say room service menu can also become a prominent hygiene issue. So most of the hotels now are changing into having their room service menu done through the television or in-house screen that you have in every room. So that's one aspect. And then you can order through your television screen, which will travel down to the room service department, and food will be delivered to your room. So that's one aspect of innovation that has come through in today's day and age for F&B. Similarly, how you order in the restaurant. Again, traditionally, you will get a big, thick menu which will be placed to you, but now it's all turning into digital, that you will either scan a QR code to see the menu of the restaurant, or you will be given a tablet from where you will choose and place your order, which will directly travel into the kitchen. So way we are delivering our services are changing without changing the core of hospitality. Innovation is facilitating us to, I think, grow further.
Right. When you mentioned without changing the core of hospitality, Taj is very well known for its guest engagement. Its service philosophy has really revolved around guest engagement. Right. How do you still ensure guest engagement when one doesn't really maybe say, like you're saying, you can order from just the television screen or by scanning the QR code? How do we still ensure that guest engagement takes place at every touch point?
Is how we see predominantly a guest engagement starts with knowing your guest, and modern technology helps us to actually collate a lot of data about our guests, to store those data and transfer those data across hotel inside the chain. So that is what has been facilitated. 20 years back, if you had a regular guest coming in to a hotel, most of your data will be embedded in people who had been serving him for the last 10, 15 years. And that data would not travel out when that individual who had been serving the guest moves out of the hotel. However, in today's day and age, it's been collated already technologically, and if the same guest is traveling to another hotel, if Jitu is coming to my hotel and she loves a Darjeeling tea, and tomorrow she is traveling to a Southern Indian hotel or abroad to a Taj, and that data of she preferring Darjeeling tea would still travel to the other hotel. 20 years back, that was not visible. I wouldn't call up the general manager of an international hotel to say Ritu is coming and she loves Darjeeling tea. Most likely not. So that's what technology has brought in, that we are pleasing our guests to getting more and more data about their preferences, liking, and that is helping to cater to our guests more efficiently in today's day. Without the guest repeating his likings over 20 different hotels that probably he is staying in.
Right. What sort of innovations do you really see as we move ahead in 2021? Of course, we're very optimistic of improvements of business picking up. It has already started picking up. In fact, I think your hotel's been doing really well since post this pandemic as we opened up. Well, how do you see the way ahead? What sort of innovations do you think would come into play here now this year?
See, something like what we already do in Vivanta as a brand, that we don't place newspapers no more in your rooms unless specifically requested, and we have a software an app which is provided to you free of cost when you check into the hotel, whereby you can have access to more than 100 different magazines and newspapers sitting in your room or through your TV screen. And you can actually, when you travel out of the hotel and move to your airport, the app will still be active till you get into a flight for a certain period of time. So that's one aspect of innovation that we already have as a brand in Vivanta, which is very, very relevant going forward, because a lot of guests will not be comfortable sharing a magazine which has been used by someone else before, or a newspaper which is coming from outside. So that's just one example of many things that we are doing in our chain in terms of innovation for the future.
Right. And do you feel technology is going to really replace the human touch?
Cannot. I mean, I always hold that, saying that it never can. It can only facilitate us getting better, but it can't be the instrument to replace human touch. No.
Okay,
That's
so
an opinion, but I feel very strongly about it.
Okay, so technology is here to stay. Do you still feel technology is going to still play a very large role?
Absolutely. Absolutely it would. Absolutely it would. And it will only help us to get better and better and make our guests more and more comfortable coming into our hotel. And it ought to, for any aspect of any business. That's what technology does.
Right. So what are some of the other new practices that you have brought in, be it in, say, housekeeping for that matter, as far as guesting in the room?
As I said, hygiene, sanitization is a very, very important aspect of our student business. It's just that we have heightened the amount of brought in changes advised by the WHO and the administrative bodies. But it's always the base of hygiene and sanitation always remained to be very important for Indian Hotels Company Limited. So it was always there. It's just been heightened a little bit because of the current circumstances that we're in, which actually helps us moving forward.
Right. Tell us a little about cumin that you introduced. Do you think this was just brought in during the pandemic to really tackle the problem in order to serve the guests, or is it something that is going to be possibly reviewed and still worked on, modified, and is here to stay as in this year, even post-pandemic?
What we see currently as cumin, as to food delivered at your home, is just the beginning of it. It's just the initial phase of what cumin has in store for future. So cumin now already have expanded into ensuring that, let's say, we have 10 teachers of IIHM wants to sit in their home and do a conference where you want to have the same kind of food as you would ideally do under normal circumstances. Cumin facilitates that. So you can be in different part of the country, sitting down at your home and doing a conference call amongst 50, 100 different people. The food can still reach you, the same branded cumin box, the same menu, different Taj hotels across the country. So that's what the expand of cumin, and it's beyond all of it. And there are many more newer versions of cumin that will come through in coming days. So it's not only limited to delivery of cuisine at your home, it's beyond that.
Lovely. How do you perceive 2021 for hospitality?
Hopefully positive, better than 2020.
Yes.
See, what 2020 has taught us is that you can plan what you want to plan, but eventually what the circumstances will be it's still to be seen. So it's very difficult. We are all very, very positive, and that's the only thing that we can do. Everything else can be beyond our control. So we're all very positive, and we all hope that 2021, 22 will eventually bring in better days than what we have seen. And 2020 is a thing of the past, which we've only taught us very, very positive things and helped us to be stronger than before.
Lovely. Wonderful. What message, Mr. Ghoshal? Firstly, obviously, thank you very much for joining us here today. Thank you for taking time out of your really busy schedule. And what message would you have for all the YCO team members here who are watching us here today?
See, food is a very interesting subject. So for every aspiring chef who is part of the Olympiad, I only say that stay true to your trade. Be absolutely passionate about what you do, because it has such expanse that's still getting explored. So if you're true to what you're doing, your journey can be immense where you can reach from what you do.
Yes, lovely. Well, cheers to all the YCO participants and wish them all the best. And thank you once again for being here with us.
I wish you all very best for the year 2021. Each one of you who is watching this and probably not watching this, a very best for 2021. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. So yes, that was Mr. Saurabh Ghoshal here with us, and it was really interesting to listen to his views of a hotelier, the views of a leading hotelier really about what is the way ahead, how are we looking at innovation post this pandemic. So some very interesting views really from him for all of us over here. Mr. Ghoshal unfortunately had to log off and leave our studio here. However, he has said that should you have any questions, I can always share them with him and he'd answer them in due course. However, should you have any questions, please post them in your chat box and I would be happy to answer them for you on his behalf. So please let me know what your questions are and I'd be happy to answer them. Should you have any sort, anything that you'd like to ask, please post them in the chat box. So, it's quite interesting really how our, this whole industry, how it has changed over a period of time. It's, the kind of innovation that has been brought in for the hospitality industry. It's really, it's really amazing how the industry has actually picked up, or I would say I would use the term bounced back. How it has bounced back after this whole pandemic is really amazing. In fact, Vivanta, which is in Kolkata, of which Mr. Saurabh Ghoshal is the general manager. You'd be amazed that Vivanta actually had more than 60 to 70% occupancy. That is 60-70% of the rooms were actually occupied immediately after the pandemic. And they were doing fantastic business, and fantastic initiatives that have been launched by the various hotels, be it Taj, be it Marriott, be it Hyatt. Some amazing innovation, really. A lot of blend of course, technology, but of course, not technology really replacing humans, but technology actually supplementing the human touch. So despite, and in fact, like Mr. Saurabh Ghoshal says something really interesting that, in the hotels, what we would really pride ourselves on is the fact that we have a human connect, we have that connection, we engage with our guests. And technology has made it even better now for us. It's made it even easier to connect with guests and give them some great experiences. So yes, we do have a question out here. Rajdeep, who asked, what would be the upcoming future of restaurants? Would it be e-menu cards or regular ones? Well, Rajdeep, how it really happens is that, the various restaurants were looking at, say, e-menu cards, as you say. They were looking at scanning of cards. They were looking at virtual cards. I'll give you an example of a particular restaurant. So what it was doing, and this is way before the pandemic, had nothing to do, is that they made use of the virtual platform of technology And what they would do is that while guests were waiting for their food or wanted to order, they would have virtually the menu would be on the table with the pictures of the dishes. So they would get a better idea. Even if you print it, it's not as clear as if you actually see it in front of you virtually. So this was something that was happening even before the pandemic. It's just that pandemic has actually forced us maybe in some way to really rethink. So even when we're looking at e-menu cards, yes, it's an evolving thing. We keep evolving. So when it's e-menu card, it might not be just scanning of your phone when you put it on, say, a QR code. It might not be that, but yes, tablets. The latest technology, and you have tablets. Easy to, now, for example, if it's a menu card, every time there's a change in the menu, restaurants would either print stickers, the tacky ones, and the really fine dining ones would discard all the menu cards and new ones would get printed. But if you actually have it on a tablet and on a tab with you, then that cost is not there and it all looks very new. Right? And a tech savvy one, when we're all so tech savvy with our phones and the latest phones and so on, maybe it would all really change to digital, I would say. So that transformation will be there. Of course, the human touch does not go away at the same time, right? Human touch is here to stay. So the chef would possibly come and talk to you and maybe make a dish if the chef wants to make something specialized or something as per your requirement. That difference will of course be there. So that human touch will remain. Without humans, we can't function. That is what hospitality is all about. Right, so that change, of course, we do see. Okay, and yes, we also have a couple of more questions here. So we have, what will be the changes in the daily schedule or daily formal procedures of the hotel post-COVID taking the current situation? Well, the daily schedule and daily formal processes are, yes, the hotels have already modified their processes. So they have done that already. They have, they modified the processes in order to bring in all the new protocols of COVID, such as safety, hygiene, sanitation, be it at the time of check-in, be it at the time of luggage, be it even for an airport pickup for a guest. When a car goes into the goes to the airport to pick up the guests, that the entire protocol of sanitizing the guests, having a little screen separating the chef from the guest who's seated at the back of the car, to when a guest enters, the sanitization process, that entire process has already been changed and is, yes, it's going to be here to stay for a while. And it's nothing that inconveniences a guest. In fact, it makes the guest feel a little more confident. It wins over the guest that, yes, this hotel is concerned about my safety and my health, really. So health and safety that plays such a major role right now, it's possibly here to stay for a while. So in that sense, yes, there would be a change in the processes that are there. Of course, these processes, it's very fluid, so these processes will be looked at as they move along. So certain changes might be there. Like I said, maybe not just a QR code scanning, but maybe on a digital bit, a tab given to guests who come to restaurants. Those kinds of changes are possibly going to be there. Okay, is the budget of 2021 has affected the hospitality industry? Yes, well, it's going to be on a positive side. The budget of 2021, I won't go into the details, it'll take up a lot of time right now. But yes, they're going to help. The industry is getting a lot of help from the government. So we are very hopeful of a lot of progress in 2021, which already has started, in fact. Ma'am, it's online or QR code ordering in all the hotels. What if there is any specialization to be done? This is from Likitha NV. Okay, it's online or QR code ordering in the hotels. What if there is any specialization to be done? Well, if there's any specialization, I guess what I have understood from your question here is that if a guest asks for something special, yes, so the ordering is, yes, there. So like I said, that is where the human touch comes in. So even if you have a menu card, even if you go to the QR code, but you still need someone to come up to your table. You still need someone to come and speak to you, right? To understand what are your specific requirements, right? Now, I'll give you a very good example of this. Just the other day, we'd gone to a restaurant, a couple of us were in a restaurant, and we wanted a sandwich. So one of the guests, in fact, wanted a sandwich and did not want the sandwich that's on the menu. So the QR code did show the sandwich with some roast chicken and so on, but the guest wanted certain specific fillings in the sandwich. So we had the server who actually came up and the chef who came up and spoke with the guest and modified it. So the order was taken as per the QR code, but the modification of actually what went into the sandwich was done by the chef over here. So that is how it was. And okay, so then we have another question from Dipto here who says, how do we manage the part of staffing when there is a pandemic-like situation when the hotel is earning a very little amount of revenue? Well, Dipto, yes, that is there. It was there more towards last year, more in 2020. Now the situation is changing, Dipto. For one, their hotels are hiring once again. The staff who were possibly sitting back at home are being called back. They've been asked to join. There's a lot of hiring that has begun in the hotels right now. And yes, one area of focus over here by, I would say, in majority in hospitality industry across the globe is the focus on multi-skilling. There's a lot of focus on multi-skilling where a staff member is required to really look at the various departments. You know, it's going to be no longer that I am in food and beverage service or I'm only in front office or only in housekeeping. What one is really looking at, majority of hotels are looking at are, they're looking at complete hoteliers, right? So they're looking at somebody who's happy to work in a hotel, who's really keen on working in a hotel. And when I say keen on working in a hotel, would mean I'm happy to do a check-in, take a check-in for a guest. I'm happy to maybe go and service the guest room. And I'm also happy to maybe meet the guests at the restaurant and take some food orders of the guest. So that is what multi-skilling is all about. And that's the kind of, I would say the process, that's the kind of mindset that they would expect in the employees now, be it existing employees or new recruits. And this was something that was being considered even prior to the pandemic. But like I said, the pandemic really pushed it ahead and made them accept this reality even faster, really. Another question from Dipto that we have over here is that, okay, it's the same essentially question by Dipto again. It's the same thing. So yes, that these are the various these are the various ways and the other various innovations that we are bringing about in the hospitality industry. So we actually are looking forward to a very interesting year ahead. 2021 is going to be really interesting because there are going to be such new things coming up in hotels. Gone are the old ways of operating with the same old things happening, but hotels are actually coming up with such unique, very, very unique things that they're coming up with. So we really look forward to the hospitality industry picking up steam, new industries, new hotels opening up, a lot of new hotels. Surprisingly, there were so many new hotels that were supposed to open up in 2020, and the pandemic did not stop that. It might have delayed it by 2-3 months, but that's it. So there are a lot of new hotels opening up, and we look forward to these new hotels offering some great services to all guests. So yes, we're looking at some very exciting times really ahead right now. So that is how it is. And yes, and we have, when we talk about the hospitality industry, the one place that really comes into my mind is Switzerland, right? When we talk about hospitality, somehow I always think of, when we talk about food and we talk about hospitality, we always think about, oh wow, how is hospitality in a place like Switzerland with those beautiful Alps and the mountains and so on? It would be just lovely, right? And very soon we would be having a wonderful guest, in fact, from the hospitality industry, and which is when he's going to join us today all the way from Switzerland. And that is Chef Sean Leonard. Chef Sean Leonard is with BHMS Switzerland. It's one of the leading colleges of Switzerland, which is very closely associated with IIHM. And he is going to be joining us very shortly with a live session on all the way from Switzerland on Swiss cheese and much more. And he is going to be joining us very soon. So just allow us a minute here and we will have him join us here. Just give us a minute here. So we have him online and he's just trying to join us. There's some couple of technical glitches do take place sometimes, but yes, he's joining us very shortly. So allow me a minute and I'll be back with all of you with Chef Sean Leonard.
पल दिन फिर मिलेंगे ना ये कल है क्या मुश्किलों का आती है जाती है क्या मुश्किलों का आती है जाती है इनसे ना तू कभी हार ले मेरे यार 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 मेरे यार 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 हंसे गाले मुस्कुरा ले हंसे गाले मुस्कुरा ले जीवन के दिन यहाँ चार रे मेरे यार 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 मेरे यार 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 जीवन चमन है हमने जाना फूलों के जैसे खिलखिलाना जीवन चमन है हमने जाना फूलों के जैसे खिलखिलाना आंधी को आने दे तूफान को जाने दे आंधी को आने दे तूफान को जाने दे कर लेगा मंजिल पार रे मेरे यार 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 मेरे यार 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 हंसे गाले मुस्कुरा ले हंसे गाले मुस्कुरा ले जीवन के दिन यहाँ चार रे मेरे यार 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 मेरे यार 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 प्यार जीवन का सार है इसके आगे सबकी हार है प्यार जीवन का सार है इसके आगे सबकी हार है दुनिया बेगानी है जीवन कहानी है दुनिया बेगानी है जीवन कहानी है कर ले तू खुद से प्यार रे मेरे यार 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 मेरे यार 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 हंसे गाले मुस्कुरा ले हंसे गाले मुस्कुरा ले जीवन के दिन यहाँ चार रे मेरे यार 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 मेरे यार 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 हंसे मेरे यार 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 मेरे यार यार
Hello. That was Salwan Public School, Gurugram. Can we have a big round of applause for Salwan School, please? Okay, before we move forward, we thank our associates as well, Singapore Chef Association, our other sponsors, our ex-Spicy Restaurant Kolkata, Woodburn Hills in Residences Goa, Adani Wilmer, Inox, Cafe Coffee Day, Medusa Beer, Godrej Kartini, The Raymond Shop, 92.9 Friends FM, Fortis Hospital, State Bank of India, Diageo, Balaji Advertisement, Raymond and Spice Jet. Now, let's welcome our next performer, which is Kothari International School, Noida. They empower the students with knowledge and skills through engaged learning, ensure seamless transition to tertiary education of their choice, and make them custodians of their own physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Today they present Bharatnatyam. It's an invocatory item, Pushpanjali followed by Shiva Stuti. Can we have a big round of applause for Kothari International School, Noida?
बैठ जाता हूं मिट्टी पे अक्सर क्योंकि मुझे अपनी औकात अच्छी लगती है। मैंने समंदर से सीखा है जीने का सलीका, चुपचाप से बहना और अपनी मौज में रहना। ऐसा नहीं है कि मुझ में कोई ऐब नहीं है, पर सच कहता हूं मुझ में कोई फरेब नहीं है। जल जाते हैं मेरे अंदाज से मेरे दुश्मन, क्योंकि एक जमाने से मैंने ना मोहब्बत बदली है और ना ही दोस्त बदले हैं। एक घड़ी खरीद कर हाथ में क्या बांध ली, एक घड़ी खरीद कर हाथ में क्या बांध ली, ये वक्त तो पीछे ही पड़ गया मेरे। दो बातें इंसान को अपनों से दूर कर देती, दो बातें इंसान को अपनों से दूर कर देती हैं, एक उसका अहम और दूसरा उसका वहम। किसी की गलतियों का हिसाब ना कर, किसी की गलतियों का हिसाब ना कर। खुदा बैठा है तू हिसाब ना कर, ईश्वर बैठा है तू हिसाब ना कर।
मुदञ्चित निकुञ्चित पदं जल जलञ्जलित मञ्जुकटकम् सदञ्चित मुदञ्चित निकुञ्चित पदं जल जलञ्जलित मञ्जुकटकम् पदञ्जलि दृगञ्जन मनञ्जन मचञ्चल पदं जनन मञ्जनकरम् पदञ्जलि दृगञ्जन मनञ्जन मचञ्चल पदं जनन मञ्जनकरम् हृदि भज चिदम्बरनटं हृदि भज चिदम्बरनटं हृदि भज चिदम्बरनटं हृदि भज
That was Kothari International School, Noida. Moving over, ladies and gentlemen, next school is Vikas Bharati Public School, Rohini, Delhi. It's recognized by Directorate of Education, Government of Delhi, and is affiliated to CBSE. With the motto, knowledge is power, an ideology of synthesizing tradition with modernity, it tries to procure highest quality of education with a conducive environment for the preservation of traditional values, conceding with technological accomplishments of the modern world so as to chisel every pupil to the level of true Indian and global citizen. Ladies and gentlemen, put on your hands together for Vikas Bharati Public School. Louder guys, come on!
Okay, so everyone, I'm sorry we made you wait all this while for the past 15-20 minutes. And so we do have, okay, I have a message from Bhavi. That's all right, Bhavi, even if you're here, it's fine. We can have, can be of all ages. That's absolutely fine, Bhavi. I do understand you're in the 11th. So we had Chef Sean Leonard, who was very excited about joining us and coming on to our studio, but unfortunately, it seems they are facing a bit of connectivity issue, which is why he hasn't really been able to be here. However, I do see, so let's give him a little time. Sometimes technology just does go against us, right? Especially when we need it the most. That's when all these issues do happen. Sometimes they do crop up. However, what you all were watching right now was some very interesting sessions really on some dances and so on across India. And I see all of you here. Do I see a lot of you here? And I'm sure all of you are from different states. Am I correct? Yes, you're from different states. Yes. And I see some really young ones. No. Okay. Ananya shakes her head. Ananya, you're not from a different state? Yes. No. Okay. So what we're going to do is that I'm going to ask our IT person to maybe, allow you to speak. And how about from all the dances and the music that you've seen, how many of you are interested in music here? Okay. So we have Ria who raises her hand. That's nice, Ria. Very nice. And you like music, yes? So may I please ask our IT team to maybe unmute Ria? Okay, and I see a lot of hands up. I see Preksha and I see Yashika. It's excellent. All right, lovely. So also tell me, are any of you, okay, when we have Ria, our IT team, Jitinder, may I request you to please unmute Ria, allow her to unmute herself.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ria, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
She is unmuted, ma'am.
Okay, and it seems all right, Ria, you haven't unmuted yourself, but I think we do have Chef here with us. Chef Sean Leonard seems to have joined us now. That's wonderful. And Chef Sean Leonard, IT team, if you could just see where he is, and we can maybe start the demo. In the meantime, are you all eagerly waiting to see Chef Sean Leonard? Yes, let's see hands up. Whoever wishes to see Chef Sean Leonard from Switzerland. Yes? Okay, let's all do this. Thumbs up. Chef Sean Leonard. Yes, let's do a thumbs up. Turn on your camera and let's do this. Come on. We see a thumbs up from everyone.
Hello, everybody.
Turn on your cameras and let's see thumbs up. Yes, lovely. Okay, and I see Swati with both hands. Yes, and with both hands. Yes, we are eagerly looking forward, and that's our message to Chef Sean Leonard. Vaidehi, come on. Do you want to see Chef Sean Leonard? Yes, you do. Devam? Devam, do we want to see Chef?
Link का सर देखना पड़ेगा.
Devam, do you want to see Chef? Yes. Ah, yes. So do I. In fact, my toes and my thumbs, everything. Yes, thumbs up. Lovely. Okay, so, and we're going to be starting any time now.
So, hello to everybody.
Okay. So,
can you hear me?
Chef Sean, welcome to this session.
It is a pleasure to be with you. I seem to have got my times mixed up. I thought, yes, hello, can you hear me?
Can you hear us, Chef Sean? He is
yes,
here,
I can.
right.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Chef Sean, I'm afraid. Hello, Chef Sean, can you hear us?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Sorry, couldn't hear you back there. All right, lovely, Chef Sean. So we can then maybe begin our little session. So we have a lot of students here watching you here online, and welcome to this session. And it'll be really nice. And it was a wonderful competition that we had yesterday, Chef.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. First of all, obviously, IIHM have done an amazing job. Really, I'm very, very impressed, as always. But an incredible job of making the smooth running of such a complicated virtual competition look easy. And I'm pretty sure it's not. So it's been pretty special to be part of that.
Yes.
From our own perspective yesterday, our competitor did a great job, obviously making 8 portions of food in a very short space of time. 4 chicken dishes, 4 vegetarian dishes, and of course the tea pastry eclairs, and in 2.5 hours. And she did a great job. It went according to the plan, and she was finished within the time, and the dishes looked like they did. I can assure you also they tasted pretty good, but unfortunately, that of course was not being able to taste it by the judges in the various parts of the world, other than the judges who joined me, of course.
Yes, I know. I was
in the
really
kitchen.
hungry. In fact, looking at her eclairs, I was just so hungry to try her eclairs.
Well, that's good. I mean, if they look good on screen, then obviously we must have done something right. So no, she did a very good job. I'm very proud of her. And I keep getting calls at the moment from my telephone, which is not helpful, but I've just turned them off anyway. I've got you on the telephone, which of course then I can maneuver around the kitchen on one of my little devices, but hopefully it won't shake around. So I thought for this morning, what we'll do is I've got a class going on now with my second-year culinary students.
Okay.
So I'm just going to turn the camera around for you.
Lovely.
And I'm going to explain to you what you've been doing. So we're in here in our kitchen. Just get my movements right. There we go. So we're in here in our kitchen, and if you can see, we've got the students bustling around some ingredients over in the corner.
Lovely. We have young students here with us, and I think, students, do you want to see yourself in a kitchen in Switzerland soon? Yes, would you like to see yourselves? Yes, let's see thumbs up. Yes, who wants to be there? In the kitchen at PHMS, in Switzerland. Yes? All right, lovely. So we'll help you get there, and so will Chef Sean here. That's lovely. Lovely.
So we have here going on a class with the garde manger students. Now, garde manger classes are based on, I'll give a zoomer in the kitchen while I'm talking, are based on the cold kitchen preparations. And this class we've been running with this particular group of students. You can see we keep our group of students down to about numbers of about 10. This particular group of students, we've been doing the various cold preparations of marinated salmons and smoked fish, and of course pâtés and terrines, and various different cold appetizer preparations associated with the cold kitchen, or the starter kitchen, if you like. And today's class is about making two elements, because we have a 6-hour culinary class, so we don't do things by halves. We have this nice big kitchen for these 10 students. We're all working different stations, and we have two different products being made today. The first thing, as you can see in front of me, is a pot, looks like a pot of milk. You know this, perhaps something similar as paneer, but we are making actually cheese today. So I'm making actually real Swiss mountain cheese today with the use of rennet and milk, Swiss milk. Wow. And at the moment, my milk product is, let's take the top off, it's just setting. And when it's set, then I'll be able to cook it further and remove the curds, and then press that. Over here, I have my other pot. We're making mozzarella. So everyone likes a tomato mozzarella. We're making some fresh mozzarella there. We need to leave that for another 5 minutes or so. And then I can remove the curds. And then I can use those for making our mozzarella balls in the water, which is cooking here. When I finish making the curds and the mozzarella, I can, from the liquids left over, I can then cook again with citric acid and scoop out, and I have my ricotta. So we're making a various cheeses today, mountain cheeses, mozzarella, and of course some ricotta cheeses today is the first task. The second, we just completed that task. The second task we have is using these ingredients, which I have, just zoom around here for us. Varied selection of ingredients here, which we're going to make into finger foods. So the second task of today is to make some finger foods. Now, what that entails is each student having a look at the different ingredients that we have, selecting small quantities of these ingredients, and then from that, trying to create some kind of taste sensation in touching the sweet, the sour, the salty flavors in the mouth, all in either a spoon or a small container or a small tartlet shell, so that these things are, first of all, appetizing, flavorsome, and they touch all those senses in your mouth, that when you eat a nice plate of food, you get that sort of salty, sour, sweet, and the combination works very well together. And this is kind of what we're trying to achieve with our student group today as our second little task. And the students have just started this task now, so I'll be able to take some pictures again later, maybe forward them on to you so you can see exactly what they're getting up to. But you can see here we have, for example, the student has decided to make some his canapes inside the tartlet shells. And by the amount of chili, it looks quite spicy. So we're looking for a balance, not only spicy, of course, we're looking for all those different elements of the food mixed together. And over here we have students going for some red meat, and there's some chicken there, and with some asparagus and mushrooms. Some nice fruits to go with that to enhance the citric side of the dish. And of course, we have some butternut squash. And we have a nice array of various spices being chosen there as well to accompany our different dishes. If I just go look at my fridge.
So interesting, Chef. It's going to be really interesting. This is going to be a very interesting demo indeed.
Absolutely. And I'm just going to look into my fridge here because I have some stuff ready for I've got a demonstration tomorrow as well, actually.
Oh, okay.
And that's going to be, of course, with the United Chefs.
Yes. Yes.
Demonstration. And we're making some cheese fondue. So for the cheese fondue, of course, I'm going to use some cheese. There's a big piece of cheese there, as you can see. Nice piece of Gruyere cheese. There we have the famous Emmental cheese. This is the one with the holes in. See the holes there?
Yeah.
And we're making the cheese. That's only possible because we're using milk, which is what we call raw milk. So we're not using any milk which has been cooked in any way, shape, or form, but the milk is put through what we call a centrifuge, which is a big spin dryer. And the spin dryer spins out all the bad bacteria, and the milk remains uncooked. And then we add to that the rennet, which sets the milk, or citric acid or vinegar, like when you're making paneer. And then afterwards, those particular curds are then pressed together and then stored inside a cellar. And because they're still alive inside, the bacteria inside the milk, they create these little holes or big holes. It's a purely natural occurrence. We don't have little animals that eat those out, but it's a quality sign of the Swiss cheese that, of course, they're using only fresh and raw milk for the production of their cheese, which they are selling around the world, and hopefully that you'll be enjoying. I've got back on me there now.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about the students that we have who are watching us right now. So
we have a lot of young school students here on this particular Zoom, but of course this is being broadcast on another, we're mirroring it on another Zoom. So we also have a lot of our college students watching us and a number of school students of all ages. So we have some little ones, really young ones here, as well as the much older ones who are in high school. They are also there with us. And we had some college students who are also watching us on another Zoom also. So this is also being broadcast and mirrored on another Zoom. So we have a variety of people really watching us, and some young ones who are very enthusiastic about cooking. And they also want to, when they grow up and they finish high school, they also want to come to, after the graduation, I guess they'll come to IIHM and then come to BHMS, yes.
That'd be fantastic. I mean, this is one of our 3 kitchens that we're using, and we have different classes for different groups of students from right at the beginning, right until the 3rd year students. Our 1st year students, of course, we are showing them all the basic things, because people say, I don't know anything about cuisine. I'd like to know a bit more about it, but how do I get to know about it? Well, that's obviously why they come to us. The first classes on the first day, we've got students who are learning what a chopping board is and learning the anatomy of the knife and how to hold a knife. We go that basic with our 1st year students on the first day. But of course, as you know, we have a great partnership with IIHM, and students can transfer to us.
Yes.
And then, of course, students have already great experience achieved in IIHM, and they're transferring to us to enhance those skills they've already learned at that 3rd year level, as mentioned, where we're looking at a lot of all that stuff we see on the TV chefs with the molecular gastronomy and all the wonderful liquid nitrogen and sous vide and all these fantastic techniques. So we also offer from A to Z with our education. But yeah, so this is our 2nd year group. So these are higher diploma culinary students in the kitchen right now. Okay. A lot of them are quite experienced. They've already completed a diploma either with IIHM or with other partner institutes, or mainly with us. And then they've gone to do some internship, normally here in Switzerland. So they've worked in hotels and restaurants here in Switzerland and further afield also, but majority of them do their internship in Switzerland after the 1st year minimum. And then they've come back to us to study our 2nd year. We've got a lot of different classes, including a lot of different techniques and subjects, which will, of course, encompass the need to work in a restaurant environment, serving food to students in our school. So, of course, the students are making a restaurant environment within the school on a regular basis. So students who are lucky enough to not have class that day can make reservations in our normal restaurant, or they can make reservations in our buffet restaurant. And it's a great opportunity for us to make menus for our students to showcase what we do, and at the same time, important training for our culinary students and as well for our service students.
Right. Lovely. All right. So do we begin the demo? Our students are they've been waiting eagerly. So students, here you have, as Chef Sean just said, we have a lot of the college students here who you see online over here. You can see them all. They're all second year students. They're all working in hotels and restaurants as well as in the kitchen. So a very interesting demo is there waiting for you here with Chef Sean.
Okay, so let me just turn this camera around.
We can't hear you, Chef. Did you say something? Can't hear you. We can't hear you, Chef. You're on mute. You need to unmute yourself. Yes, now you're.
Yes, I'm back on now. I seem to have gone back on mute and trying to unmute myself, and it wasn't possible. So the host has now unmuted me, so I'm okay.
Okay. All right.
Let me turn the camera back around. Right, let me just get this set up a little bit here. Right, so just get okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to work a little bit with our students here. How we call it, and we're going to make a little canapé in a very quick space of time using some of our little cups that we've got. So what we're going to make some, we've got some lamb here, haven't we? We've got a bit of lamb. Now for the canapé, we're going to use a little bit of lamb, which is from a qualitative cut, which is of course some of the best end. We're not using some of the neck or the leg, because when you cook this quickly, it's going to be a little bit tough. So we want some of the better quality cuts. So we've got a little bit of the eye of the meat used for the lamb chop, if you like. And again, we just need small quantities, because when we're making little canapes, we've got a little bit of chili. Now these are of course a little bit spicy, especially if you cook with the seeds. So we're going to try and eradicate the use of having too much of that. But the lovely red color is going to be lovely. We can cook that with a little bit of sugar. It's going to be quite nice. We've got this sort of spicy and the sweet combination. Then we've got a little bit of cherry tomato. Now, the cherry tomato, in comparison to the larger tomato, is a lot small, a lot more compact flavor. At the same time, it's still quite large for some of those hard cuts that we've got. So we're going to make that a little bit smaller. And then we have also some onions. Now, onions are one of those things that we use in so many different foods around the world. And equally, the onion itself can be, when it's cooked, really lovely and sweet. And we have also some lovely limes, which of course we give the old roll to make them nice and soft, so we can use a little bit of the zest for some of the marination, and at the same time use the juice for the cooking. And again, we've got this kind of sweetness, we've got the sourness, we've got this color from the various different ingredients. Just put them next to you there. And then of course we have the opportunity to put some fresh herbs in there as well. So we'll have a little go at that now. So we need a little bit of sugar, Chef. Yes, sir. Yeah, and then we can get going. Can you bring me one brown board, please, Chef? Right, let's have a little look here. Now we've got some cooking oil there, Chef, haven't we? Cooking oil. It's fine. So what we'll do is we'll just move this one out of the way. We'll use the same ones. Thanks, Chef. And then we'll have our little. I'm going to cut not too small. I'm just going to cut into two small pieces there. 1 second, please, Simran. Just put the box to one side. We'll just get the jug from there, shall we? Just pour some onto there, please. If we bring one of those nice large tartlets that we got, the salty ones, the larger ones. So we've got our food there. We're going to just season it a little bit. Thank you, Chef. Important is when we're working with this that we need a little bit of oil in the pan to seal the food. This should be a sort of a lukewarm, not too hot, but lukewarm kind of tartlet. So
Chef, there's a question they want to know. Someone in the audience asking, what are you cutting? What exactly are you chopping right now? What's on the chopping board?
This was the lamb. So this is the sort of the lamb fillet, the nice qualitative part. So it's really tender. You know, if you'll pull it apart. So when you have your nice lamb chops, it's that nice piece of tender meat in the middle. But it's instead of having the chop, we've removed the lamb from the fat from the outside and removed from the bone. So we've got just the nice meaty part without any fat attached to it. Okay. Now I don't want too much oil in my pan, so I've put the oil in so it becomes non-stick, and then I can remove most of the oil. Otherwise, I'm going to get up with a very fatty piece of meat. We have some. You have some seasoning there, Chef. There's two bowls in the cupboard there. I need to come over. Tartlet, Chef, you have the tartlets ready? Oh yeah, okay, right. It's okay, we'll leave them there, it's fine. Yeah, there's two bowls there, yeah. There's 2 glass bowls in the cupboard ready to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to season the meat with a little bit of salt and pepper only, because there's a lot of really good quality flavor inside this meat. And I don't want to eradicate the flavor or overpower the flavor in any way, shape, or form. I want to complement the flavor. I want to enhance the flavor. So I just want to season that. So we'll just put some salt, some pepper only. Put back into the bowl I had the lamb in. So just put a little sprinkle in, salt and pepper, mix it around a little bit. In the meantime, my pan's nice and hot. I want the pan to be hot. This kind of meat cooks very, very quickly. Now, before the cooking process is finished, I'm going to remove the pan from the stove because the meat's still cooking in the pan even when I remove it from the stove. So the finishing cooking process of the meat will happen now, even though it's not physically on the heat. Leave it there for a few seconds. I just want to be cooked completely all the way through. It wants to be a little bit less cooked than that. And I'm just going to put my lamb to one side so it cools down slightly. The cooking process doesn't go too far. So it's lovely and juicy still. It's not overcooked at all. The cooking process will now stop. Now, finger foods we eat all together and we like the different flavors, but we have a great opportunity here in the pan. There's tiny little bits of food residue from the lamb that we can use, the heat and the flavor, for the next item. So we just quickly wash this element here. Would you like to hold that for me and then just put it so we can see the whole thing going on? Okay. Right, so we have our lamb which is cooked there. Then I'm going to put the pan back on the stove because it's got that lovely flavor inside. Obviously, we're working like under the controls of the YCO with our hygiene, of course. We use the raw board for cooking our meat. We've cleaned our implements. We now have a green board for the vegetable products. And I'm just going to, just some simple techniques, especially for the young kids who are just learning how to cook. We always call this the bear claw grip. So bears don't attack you like this. They always attack you like this, apparently. I've never been attacked by a bear, but apparently. So I'm going to hold my tomato with a bear claw. And I'm going to put, this bit's flat. So I can put that down like that, right? And then I can just, with a nice cutting action, cut that nicely in half. Okay. And then, of course, I can cut into quarters like this. Then I'm just going to put those into the pan. And that's going to be nice. Just get soft. At the same time, I can just take a little sliver of my pepper, my chili, just cutting an angle for a bit of effect. And I can put those in as well. We're making finger foods. It's about making plates of food in small doses, making them really concentrated and flavorsome. And the foods don't want to be overcooked, but they want to be cooked enough that they take on a bit of flavor, that they release their flavors as well. I can put a little bit of salt in there as well. I'm going to put those in that little bowl. I've cleaned that bowl. Then we're going to have a little mushroom. Mushroom's such a wonderful thing. It's just such an amazing shape. And when vegetables and foods have such an amazing shape, I always tell the students as much as possible, especially when we work at the higher diploma level and BA level. We want to try and work with the shapes of the vegetables and fruits that made them so beautiful. Mother Nature's made them so beautiful. Let's not try and alter that. So we put our little mushrooms in there. The pan's pretty dry, but that's okay. It's not too wet. I want a nice bit of color in that mushroom. We can always put a little bit of fat in. Put a tiny bit in there. We're working with small quantities of vegetables or foods in pans. We don't want to make it too fatty because then they start to get watery. Mushroom is 90% water anyway, so there's a lot of water coming out, which is the steam. And they cook therefore very quickly because they're full of water. So they're basically cooked now. You want to be nice and crunchy. You don't be too soft anyway. I'm just going to put those to one side for a garnish for our dish. All right, so what we've got over here making, we've got a little bit of a salsa going on. So we've got in here, we've got some nice diced shallot. We've got some of that lovely lime juice. Squeeze a bit more lime juice in there, chef. We've got a lovely bit of lime juice in there. We've got a little bit of chopped tomatoes in there. We're going to put some coriander in there as well, chef. Is that right? Yeah. In the meantime, because all these little finger foods, they have a lot of different components. So we're going to put a little bit of asparagus. Now, asparagus is this type of baby asparagus available all year round. And this particular one is very mild in flavor. And normally asparagus, you have to, the larger ones, you have to boil, but these very small ones, we can literally just fry off in a pan and they become lovely and soft and golden brown and nice and crunchy, but flavorsome. This way, by not boiling vegetables or cooking things in water, we're concentrating flavor, which is important when you're serving small portions on finger foods. And we're also not losing any nutrients because you're boiling things in water, we're losing nutrients. So this way, we're concentrating that as well. So I'm just going to put those elements together as well. And then we need to have a look over here. A little bit of lime juice. We've got our shallot. And we'll get some sun-dried tomatoes we're going to use as well. So we're sort of collecting now all of these small amounts of ingredients that we need for our dish. And it's about assembling your components. Some sliced onion there. And use our famous plastic scraper. The pan's cooled off a little bit, which is good. And then I can put the onions back on there. Again, onions, lots of flavor, lots of sugar, lots of water in there. Just a tiny bit of oil to help that along. A little bit of salt to ease out some of those and pepper to ease out some of those flavors. A little bit of sugar there, Chef. The sugar here. Sorry, it's right in front of me. Now I'm going to add a bit of sugar to this onion. This is going to help to caramelize it. Now, onions get sweet a little bit anyway when they've been cooked. And this particular one is going to be a little bit more caramelly than normal because, of course, we put the sugar inside. We want it to soft, we want it to get sweet, we want the sugar to caramelize, but we don't want too much fat in there, and we don't want the onions to burn. We want them to caramelize, that nice caramel of the sugars. But this is about sort of these techniques our students are learning as well at this particular level, the control of the temperature. To know that I'm in charge of the stove, not the other way around, and that the food is actually cooked according to how I like it, not how the stove would like it to be. So it's about saying, okay, it's too hot. I just remove the food from the stove, continue to move it around until it's the right color, temperature, get it nice and soft. If it gets too cool, I have to move it back on again. Now, these things you can all make in advance. And can you just pass me one of those nice cups, please, Chef? Thank you very much. And can you bring one of those nice plates from the cupboard, please? White one, flat. White, flat. Okay, so we're slowly getting our components together, and then we can start to assemble our little bit of our tartlet. So basically, we've got a slightly larger tartlet here, so we get a bit more presentation for you. So you can use these as kind of a finger, not much of a finger food, but more like a starter portion, or you can use what we call the flying buffets. And the flying buffets are, yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Chef. Flying buffets are these kind of new style of serving dinners. We all like these kind of tapas portions of foods that we have in the modern restaurants now, where we're getting a lot of different kinds of foods served in smaller portions. And this is basically an example of that by making some interesting foods which match and work very well together, whilst trying to concentrate that flavor. So I'm going to put tomatoes in our little shell, which have been nicely softened. The bottom there. And then we're going to put, you see our little salsa there with our tomatoes, shallots, and our coriander inside. So we've got this sort of sourness, we've got this richness, we've got this lime juice, we've got this tomato mixture in there. We're going to add, of course, a bit more green color with our asparagus. A little bit of sweetness with some chopped up sun-dried tomatoes, which have been, of course, dried in, well, supposed to be the sun, but they've been dried so they concentrate their sugar flavor. Then we can put our lamb on. Now you can see all these tiny little amounts of food, how they amount up to kind of a good sized portion. And we finish with some of these lovely caramelized onions. It's this like a lukewarm starter style finger food, all being individually prepared, seasoned. Each individual dish tastes themselves beautiful. And then we can simply put that together. And then, of course, present that on our plate. And we want to finish with a little bit of that nice coriander. And we can just take a piece of coriander and just take off little pieces, because you don't want to, out of all the bites you're going to have, you don't want to have all the one bite with all the coriander and none of the bites with none. So we just rip it up a little bit, which also adds to presentation. as well as the flavor. And I'm just going to finish off with a little bit more of that lime juice from that salsa. And maybe there's one little bit of chili in there. So we'll go for 2. So you know that what you see on top is what's inside the dish as well. And then there's tomato on there as well. Then we have a little finger food presentation, or small canapé large canapé presentation, or indeed a version of a flying buffet presentation, either as a warm starter or as a light main course in summertime from that particular dish. Now the students themselves, let's turn this around, are also preparing versions of this themselves, and some of them are making, of course, you see the tomatoes and the shells, and we're also making some different cream and citrus fillings, and also some tomato and herb and mascarpone fillings with that. Does it look appetizing?
Oh, that looks amazing. That looks really nice. The presentation is wonderful, and I'm sure it would be even better to taste, really.
I can get one of the students to try it if you want. Who would like to try with us? Who would like to try this for me? Kullit, would you like to try it?
I wish I could.
Maybe just get a knife. Kullit's going to try it for us. Get yourself a knife, chef. We'll cut that in half and we'll have a taste of that. You can tell us how it is. There's lots of interesting little ingredients in there, and each one adds that sweetness, that sourness, that saltiness, that's the color, the texture, and that's what we're looking for in this type of food. You're looking for that in every dish you have, but it's easier to win that on a main course portion or a large portion of food, but it's actually quite difficult to achieve in these small portions of food. Right, chef, let's have a go. Kullit's going to try this for us. Yeah.
And we have some asking us, what is the name? What would you name this dish? Would you give it any special name rather than just a?
I would give this. I would call this a tomato lamb warm starter. In terms of this flying buffet, this type of this warm starter creation. How does it taste, Kullit? I'll come in a second. Yeah.
The limes, cilantro, the tomatoes, they all work well together.
Fantastic. And that's the thing. So you wouldn't call it a classical dish because in this higher diploma level with the students, we're not creating always those classics. We've done that the first year. We've done all the classical cookery and the food preparation. And now we're working on this type of flying dinner food preparation of these different canapes. And put me back on there. And by doing that, we're coming up with our own creations. The understanding of the ingredients, the understanding of the texture, the cooking, their flavor, their different marriages of the different foods that go together. Understanding that you can mix tomatoes, lamb, asparagus, coriander, chili, that it works together as a flavor combination, means that the students are able to prepare food like this. So obviously on the menu, you want to keep it a little bit in this modern type of service. You try and keep it as abstract as possible by having, for example, calling it the lukewarm lamb and tomato flying buffet warm starter, or you can serve it as a main course portion, but you may want to think about a different sauce. It's very flexible.
We also have a question here, a number of students asking, and you'd be able to best explain it. So why do we cook each ingredient separately when we saute the onion separate and the asparagus separate? So they wonder why can they not just chop up everything and toss it all up together in the pan? Why is it all being done separately?
Yeah, that's the secret of these types of foods, and that's the information that perhaps the students, when they come to IIHM, BHMS, they learn these skills. If we're just going to fry everything in the same pan and put it together in the same pan, of course you're going to lose heat. You're going to have the flavors mixing together at a too early stage. The water is coming out of the different foods, and it's making things soggy and mixed together. We want them to flavor to combine, but we don't want everything to taste the same. And this is the only definition you can get from this, or the best way to do that is if you have the foods which are being cooked separately. Now the flavors have been intertwined with, of course, the way in which you cook them using the same pan, but they will taste differently. They have a different texture, different consistency. Different foods cook at different times. So it's important to cook things separately. And as much as possible, especially we get the high diploma and BA level, we're trying to concentrate the flavors of foods. Foods have such a wonderful flavor. We shouldn't affect as much as possible the texture of them or the cooking them in water to remove the flavors. We should be, or nutrient value. We want to be trying to concentrate that. And when you're working with small portions of food, it's even more important to do so. I see some questions about the flying. That's kind of one of these modern interpretations of like the Spanish have had this for a long time. They call it tapas, where they serve you small portions of food, little taste sensations, which have been in the country of Spain when you're in little bars and stuff since many hundreds of years. And in the rest of Europe and the rest of the world, what we're doing now is we're trying to see a lot of these gatherings where you have standing buffets and things like that. We're not having sit-down functions. We're having a lot of networking events, and we're having a lot of food offerings being served. And predominantly, they're quite cold canapes, hors d'oeuvres. And we're trying to change that concept of how we serve foods to our guests now. And by doing that, we're able to serve perhaps a variation of 4 or 5 different types of cold starters served in this fashion, cooked in this fashion. And then afterwards, 30 minutes or so, you can start circulating some warm flying foods, like, for example, the lamb dish I've just made for you and variations of that. And you can have those circulating amongst your guests who are having their standing function for 30 minutes. And then you can have some desserts. And we've got some dessert canapes being made by our students now. Finger foods and dessert sides, so they can have like poached fruits and creams and mousses inside little shells, which you can just pick up and eat with 1 or 2 bites. And you can circulate those. So you're having almost like a 3-course meal circulating in every 30 minutes from each other. So you're not always seeing the same food coming around. And of course, you're having a variation of starter, main course, and dessert types of foods. And this is the kind of class we're trying to achieve today with our particular students, to explain that buffets and functions and plated foods are important, and we see a lot more of those, but there's also an opportunity for us to engage in having very exclusive kind of service of foods in small portions in this style of standing function.
Right,
lovely. I've had another student that's asking what age I started cooking. Well, actually, yes. I'm almost 50. I'm almost 50 now. Some students say I don't look it, but I'm almost 50 now, and I'm one of these people who gets up every day and enjoys going to work. And I think that's because I chose something I enjoy, and that's definitely being in the kitchen. And I've been in the kitchen now 33 years.
Wow, lovely. We also have an interesting question here, really, from a student saying, can we bake these ingredients that you tossed up in the pan? Can we maybe bake them rather than cook them in a pan?
Absolutely, you can. What you've got to remember is, of course, you've got a different cooking method, and cooking methods is something we also cover with our students right at the beginning of their study. And if we're working with things in a different cooking method, we need to make sure there's more coating of an oil. Like in the shallow frying, like I've been showing you, the coating of the pan has got a little bit of oil in, and we have the foods inside, and we can move the foods in round. When we're baking things, we don't tend to move the food so much. It sort of sits in one space. So we need to make sure the oil or the fat content is completely covering the food before you bake it. But absolutely you can. And baking is a great way to reduce flavor, or roasting is a great way to increasing flavor, reducing the fluid content. Roasting is equally a great way to do that, and you could use any of those techniques. They will take a little bit longer. You might not get that desired browning, because if you leave it in the oven too long, it's going to dry up before it goes brown. And this browning, something I teach to my 3rd-year students, is called the Maillard reaction. The Maillard reaction only happens at about 120 degrees Celsius, and this happens easier in a frying pan. So small quantities of food to get that browning, but not the overcooking. I find shallow frying the best cooking method, but many cooking methods are applicable.
Lovely. Lovely. So yes, an answer to a couple of them who keep asking, who's still asking as to what age. Yes, chef here started cooking when he was just a teenager. So he was in his teens, really.
Yeah.
That he started
17.
cooking, and 17, yes. And he's been cooking for over 30 years now. That's the kind of experience that he has today here. Lovely, that was really interesting. Would you like to show something else in the kitchen that is possibly ready and made by the students before?
Let's have a look, shall we? Who's got some little canapes that we can show on the camera? Has someone got some ready already? Almost ready?
Before we see that, Chef, another very interesting question here, that for somebody who possibly doesn't have lamb, does not enjoy lamb, can you substitute lamb with something else?
Yeah, so for example, the students in the room right now, they're all beavering away. None of them are 100% finished with their dishes, but we can have a look at what they're making in the meantime whilst they're building their dishes. We have a mixture of, I've got some lamb, I've got some beef, I've got some chicken, I've also got some tofu. So I'm a great believer personally that we should have a little bit more equilibrium on menus. We should be looking definitely in this age of health and sustainability. We should be working with equal amounts of vegetables and vegetable products as we are meat protein products. So that's another reason why I love coming to India, because I love eating vegetarian food because it's so creative. I love eating proteins from lentils, etc. as well, personally at home also. So I encourage the students also, especially with this opportunity here, making these types of foods, to work with vegetarian food. So we've got a mixture of meat foods, fish, as well as vegetarian canapes or flying canapes being prepared by the students. And I use those two terminologies because the one I've used is a little bit larger, the case, but the baking case that we have for some of the other foods is a little bit smaller, which is what we've got in the kitchen. And if I just show you sort of the size comparison. So these ones are perhaps the ones we use for our...
They want to know that if someone's a vegetarian, what would you replace? Would you suggest tofu, or would you suggest something else for a vegetarian in case of the lamb?
In this particular case, I would suggest the lamb, the tofu for the replacement for the lamb, because you want that protein which has got a bit of consistency, and you could make some kind of lentil cake, but I think tofu would fit the bill. Also got a nice color, and you can season it the same fashion, and it will fit also because it's a blank canvas with the different ingredients that we have in that particular dish. So this one is kind of more our sort of flying dinner type size tartlet that we'll use. And this one is the one you use for literally just your canapé function. So if you're going to have an event prior to a dinner, you want the smaller size. If you use the same dishes, you use the same contents, the same fillings, just in the smaller size, you have these before your dinner. And if you're having these as a replacement for the dinner, and you're having these 3 courses being served, and like I said, that's the goal of today for the class, to be able to create this type of menu using these type of service fashion, where we have different types of foods served in a canapé style or a flying dinner style. And
Also,
I'm going to make it in the kitchen. Yeah.
Tofu for paneer, butter cheese.
Absolutely, you can use paneer. In fact, paneer is one of those things that's it's great to make it yourself because the quality in India is fantastic. I love working with them when I'm there. I love eating it when I'm there. Saag paneer is one of my favorite dishes, and it's actually a great substitute because it's got a nicer consistency than some of our tofus and stuff that we get. I find the paneer has a nicer consistency. But of course, if you're a vegan, you might want to use the tofu and some of the other ingredients as well. And of course, making sure that your base has no butter inside, and then you can make a nice vegan version, so you're not excluding any of the dietary requirements. We could also, as you say, use the butter-based tartlets, which is the ones we have, and of course, you could then use paneer, no problem at all. Simon's here making little roulade. What's in your roulade, Simon? So what's the filling? So you've got some blended mushrooms and some herbs and some garlic, and we're making like a roulade. We're going to roll that together, then we're going to probably poach that, and then we're going to slice that and make that into little canapes. Costa, what you got going on over here, Chef?
Yes, Chef, I will have some and ragu from the vegetables.
So making like a little vegetable ragu with some sauteed chicken inside your little tartlet, with some citrus, some oranges, for example, to elevate the whole chicken. Orange is a very good combination.
And I've tried to make like a tomato chips on top as for decoration.
And for the crunch element, we've got some tomato crisps going on there.
Oh, nice.
Nikita, what have you got going on your section over there? So, so you got a very few things. You got some chicken. You got some no chicken. You're vegetarian. What is it again? Sorry, it's passion fruit with some squash. Oh, fantastic! Butternut squash, passion fruit, little mini quiches. So that's going to be a vegetarian offering, for example.
Wow.
So we've got a lot of different dishes just from all these different array of ingredients coming in, the students' own experiences that they've had with us, and of course an internship in the past. And we've got some other things. Lewis, what you got going on there, chef?
All right, chef. So I have some fried meat.
Yeah.
Just flat. So I'm going to use this as a base or to wrap around a Thai curry base that I made.
So we have a little Thai curry filling. Yes. And then we're going to wrap that around these nice sauteed pieces of leek. So we've got a nice little package and a nice concentrated flavor. And with some lime and coriander on there as well.
And on top of that, we'll serve it with, on top of the dipping sauce that I'm going to make.
And we're going to serve that with a dipping, on top of a dipping sauce. So we're going to, fantastic. And we'll go to the final section over here. So, what are you guys making over here? You're making a dessert version, chef. A dessert canapé?
It's a mascarpone cheese.
Mascarpone cheese with some plums, some lemon juice, some mint. Yep. And then we're going to put those in small sweet tartlets, the sweet version of these little tartlets I've shown you. And then we're going to garnish that with some orange fillets.
Awesome. Very good.
We're already making a little three-course meal here from all these different variations of canapes and tartlets. Arnav, what do you got going on, chef? Yeah, lamb mascarpone cheese tart, yeah.
And we use the oil with the lamb, jalapenos, lime, and tomato. I'm putting some pasta.
Okay, fantastic. So we've got a lot of color, we've got a lot of flavor, we've got some various different, we've got all the different students, they all come up with different ideas. They all kind of let their imagination run wild. They don't just steam in there and take ingredients. They think about it, what they're going to make with the ingredients we have. They put together their own little menu plan. And the idea is, like any chef, to try and come up with what the dish is going to look like before you've even started. And this is something which they've thought about for the last 10 minutes. And of course, they're putting it into practice. Now, when they finish doing their finger foods, we'll critique them. And I'm going to give a little prize to the winner. So that's why they're putting a little bit extra effort. And equally, then we can go back to our cheese, and then we can start finishing off our mozzarella and, of course, our mountain cheese. And yeah, that's our class for today.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Chef. That was really nice. Very interesting. And I'm sure a lot of them can cook it. And before we go, we have one last question from one of our students here who's in, he wants to know, he's in first year and he wants to know, how do we remember all the ingredients and the sequence of the ingredients while cooking the various dishes?
Okay, so that's why I have recipes. But, you know, in recipes, of course, are a guide, okay? The chef's personal knowledge and experience and also flavor is going to change recipes, of course. So I'm sure you've seen lots of recipes from different chefs, and I use recipes as well as guides. I use them for inspiration. And look at the ingredients that mix together, make my own little recipe from those particular dishes. But if you're starting at the beginning, it's important to follow basic recipes. But like I say, when you've got a cake in the oven, if you make double the amount of cake, the temperature and the time of cooking doesn't change. So you've got to remember to change those when you're working with different quantities of
your
food.
Basics, I guess, you know your basics about food. And then.
Yeah. So this is what we teach students our first year as well, recipes. So we're making a cake for 10 people or make a cake for 20 people. The recipe doesn't tell you to double the cooking time, it just tells you the same cooking time. So these are little things that we need to remember, that we are working as professionals, that we need to adjust. And that's why I would say the recipe is a guide, more than a gospel.
Lovely. And before we log out, you've been to India many times, and a lot of our viewers are very curious. You said you enjoy paneer, but apart from paneer, which is your favorite Indian dish?
Oh, now you put me on the spot. I can't say there's one favorite dish. I have to say, and every time I come back to India and I eat a new dish that I haven't tried yet, because that's my goal, to always try different things. And sometimes the buffets are so elaborate that I can't physically try everything that I want to because I'm so full. But I do enjoy the food I eat, of course. And every time I try something new, I think, oh, that's my favorite dish. I do enjoy a lamb curry. And the last time I
lovely.
was there was an amazing lamb shank curry, which was absolutely to die for. And there was some beautiful spices in there, a lot of cinnamon, there was some citrus in there. There was some incredible spices that we probably can't even get in this part of the world. That was such a beautiful dish. It was lovely, cooked with love. And I think anything that's cooked with love, you can taste.
Very true. Very well put, really. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Chef Sean. That was really nice. Thank you for taking time out to join us. That was really lovely. And we wish you all the best. I know the results will be announced this evening, and we wish you all the best. And I'm sure your participant and your team and Team Switzerland will do fantastically well.
We're all nervous and excited in a positive sense, and looking forward to hearing the results and celebrating all those who make it onto the finals the coming week.
Absolutely, Chef. All the very best. And thank you once again from all of us here.
Thank you very much. Namaste. And
Thank
have
you.
a
You
wonderful
too.
afternoon.
Bye-bye.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye. Have a nice day. So yes, and that was Chef Sean Leonard from Switzerland. And you saw that amazing kitchen with that amazing food. And I am undoubtedly really, really hungry now, right? Because it's really appetizing. And to see the cheese being made there, I wish we had more time. And we could actually see the different kind of cheeses that he was making. And he was making some mozzarella cheese. That's the cheese that you have on your pizzas, right? And your pastas and pizzas and pizzas, really. So different kinds of cheese being made, really fresh cheese. And that's what Switzerland is really known for, right? The cheese and the chocolate, absolutely to die for. Well, and yes, well, it's, I'm sure whatever you've learned, you can try your hand, as he says. Yes, it's all about experimenting, reading about food and the different ingredients and the flavors, and that's how you get to mix them all together. Well, as we move on now, we have another quite an interesting session really coming up right now. And we are going to be joined in a studio by someone really interesting. And so for this, we are going to go across to our other studio right now, where we have Mr. John Bagul, who is the principal of the South City International School, Kolkata. And he is going to be talking to us about the role of education, or the role of the educator in career development. So for this, we are going to go into our other studio because I think he is ready. And so we're going to move there right now. So we are just waiting for Mr. Bagul, and here we are.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very, very good afternoon and a big hello to all the listeners, all the audience, all the young chef participants, all the young kids from different schools from India. Indeed, it's a very special day. Indeed, it's a time where in the next 25-30 minutes, we are going to learn a lot. And we are going to learn from the perfect man we could thought of. And he is none other than Mr. John Bagul, the principal of South City International School, one of my favorite person in the city, whom I love talking to, and I can talk to him for hours and hours without pause. So, Mr. John, first of all, a very warm welcome to the show. Thank you for taking your time out, and indeed a pleasure to have you.
Oh, it's an honor to be present here and to be chatting with you and to be associated with IIHM. Thank you so much for having me present here.
Thank you so much, sir. As I'm sure you are very much aware that the Young Chef Olympiad 7th edition it's in full swing. The culinary battle is on. All these young participants from across the world are so excited. And probably, hopefully, this will take to a very, very, very exciting finale, which is just around the corner. And I'm sure we will see you on that day also. But today especially, as we have got so many listeners from different schools, so many teachers, so many young students, we thought of taking your input on a very important topic, which all the teachers, especially, this is basically from the teachers' point of view, is the role of educators in career development of students. It is very important, especially in this pandemic. We have seen that teachers have absolutely worked like a frontline warrior. So on day-to-day basis, or with your experience of 32 years in education industry, what do you think, sir, that what is the role of educator today?
Well, Vishal, to begin with, as it is said, a teacher affects eternity. And when a teacher teaches in class, that teacher is influencing those 30, 40 impressionable minds in front of the teacher. What you rightly pointed out is careers and teachers, but I would go a step further and say teachers can also affect the personality and likes and dislikes of a student without realizing.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you, this, sir. And in fact, this is what, people have this perception that when it comes to success, success means your academic percentage or rather what you achieve in life. But I believe the role of teacher is far beyond that, which, as you rightly said, that you don't realize it, but you eventually contribute a lot in making your students successful.
Absolutely.
And it is not restricted only to your academic achievement.
Yes, yes.
So, sir, again, what do you think that from which age, especially, this effect comes into picture? Like from which age the teachers actually start influencing students? And then if you can highlight few points which is more vital.
Okay. Now, as I said, a teacher is definitely influencing the young minds. I will start off with my age and with my experience in education at every stage. I would say that every teacher at each stage in a child's life, from the time the child leaves the mother's thumb or finger and holds a teacher's hand at 2.5 years old to enter into a school, from that day, perceptions are created. I am 55 plus, but I still remember with great fondness and affection teachers who've taught me in pre-primary, in primary, in middle school, secondary, going on to my post-graduation, and also my teachers who taught me at my college level. So teachers are influencing minds at every stage. I'm a biology teacher today because I had a fantastic teacher for biology, or at that time in schools, we didn't say biology, but science, right from class 6. And she used to encourage me. I remember, or the English that I have today is due to the teachers who were strict with me, who corrected me, who had different nuances and personalities in the primary school. I have my first standard notebooks present with me even today in my office, corrected by my teachers. I owe a lot to teachers, and similarly, I would say that every child is being molded by a teacher at different stages. We say teachers are sculptors, teachers create, but it's not the job of one individual. As and when you are molding the clay in front of you, it's very easy to say for a sculptor who's having just clay, a potter, and he's doing only one job. But here the final product is guided by so many hands along the way, so that when you come out of the oven, you are a finished product, but due to the influence of teachers right from your lower level, gradually up. So if you get some flaws, maybe someone has been a bit tough on you, or you had a bitter experience, but in general, you're molded by all the hands put together.
So nicely explained, sir. And now I'm getting to understand the secret of your success and you being so popular in the field of education. No, indeed, sir. I think the role of educators today is getting heavier now. We have more responsibilities on our shoulder, and there are various reasons to it. Probably I still believe to some extent. I don't know whether I'm 100% right or wrong, but we still live in an era, especially in our country, where people end up comparing you.
Absolutely.
Whether you got 6th grade in class, or probably you are the topper of a class, And also along with that, there are a lot of peer pressure on students on different verticals, be it from your family, from your friends, from your relatives. So what is the role here now? Again, this is something very serious to address. What is the role of a teacher or an educator here? How they can come out of this, or how they can make the kid more confident and comfortable about the reality?
See, I think today students, as we move upwards, and again speaking at different stages, for the younger students to be told you're an idiot, you don't know anything, you can never learn. Those are very strong words which will create an impact on that student's mind. Oh, you're a duffer, you can't. So these are concepts which were used in the past, and ideally teachers should refrain from comparing. Why can't you be like him? Why can't you get so many marks? She does so well, you're not doing. Every child is unique, every child is a different human being. But sadly, even as parents, if you have two kids, you may compare your children, that be like your older kid, he's so studious, you are just into football. So we get these complaints from older adolescent kids too, where parents are complaining or parents are comparing. Teachers, by and large, should never compare. No five fingers are alike. And similarly, children are individual entities and they may have different multiple intelligences. So you may be good in science and you may also love to play football, or you may be good in cooking. And I don't know, I can share a secret with the public right now. I'm an educator today. Obviously, my mother was also a teacher, families into teaching, but my passion was cooking.
Oh, wow. I was not aware about it.
I loved cooking right from school. I did not have IIHM at that time to guide and nourish, but I wanted to enter into the catering college at Dadar. Thangama Philip was the principal at that time, and I had applied after my 12th and got in. But unfortunately, I was told by family members, by my father, I don't want my son to be a bawarchi. So you can understand the impact I'm talking from personal experience.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So parents at that point of time may be not so well aware. So
yes.
When we are speaking of guidance to children, as teachers, it's important that we guide parents too. It's not just about guiding the child, but guiding the family too, and creating knowledge, awareness in society. Because what society thinks of what my child is going to do strongly influences the parent's decision.
True.
In a joint family setup, I've seen it's, oh, how can my child do it? I agree with my child being a singer or whatever, but my family, my extended family will look down upon us. It's unheard of. So these are stages when you're comparing, or even in families, your cousin is doing that. Comparison is there in society. We have to live with it. We have to toughen up, but we have to refrain from it and try and bring a positive attitude to see that our kids are not emotionally damaged, that they go out with very horrible feelings. So we have to take care of the emotional needs of the child along with the physiological and obviously academic and intelligent needs, obviously. But these are, you rightly said, that this is something which we as educators should strongly refrain from.
And I strongly believe, again, this is also from my experience, that it's not about what your parents wants to become or what your uncle wants you to become. It's more important that you should become what you want to become in life.
Exactly.
And that's where you will get that, push or the passion to do well and excel. So that is equally, very rightly said, sir. And absolutely, when you were talking about any profession, especially here, now if we move to the higher secondary part in a school life, in your days, or probably even in my days when I was about to choose my career, we had handful number of options.
Yes.
And with that option also, there was one very good reason which you just highlighted, was the awareness.
Yes.
Like, you know, in those days, there never used to be a career counseling or an expert who could guide you.
Absolutely.
So your counselor, your experts were the people who are your family members.
Yes.
And they used to only tell you what they know about different careers.
Absolutely.
So be it medical, engineering, law. But today, sir, there are so many career options. And again, talking from the educator point of view, you get students of different caliber, you get students of different IQ level. How the educator should come into picture to ensure that we guide those students into the right career path?
This is a very important question, because when you start, career counseling is not something which is done off the cuff. Career counseling is a very specialized business. It's a very specialized technique where the career counselor gets into a lot of psychometric analysis, behavioral analysis, and there's so many things to be seen. Not just, oh, my subject, I love this subject, so I will do something with it. So that is one aspect. I think today we are fortunate that most progressive schools have specific, precise career counselors for the educational organizations. And at the same time, there are so many different organizations which also help schools assist in career counseling. We have tied up with an institute in Lucknow, which is nationwide, where the career counselors interact with students and obviously get to know all these likes, dislikes, different things, different ratings are there. Now, the role of a teacher who is meant to bring about academic progress in the child is to be observant, is to look out for nuances, is to have inputs where the teacher can share those inputs with the family members. Any teacher, a sports teacher, an art teacher, music teacher, they are the ones who should bring it to the notice of the parents in the PTM. I see your child is really going very well. I see your child is doing well in the tennis thing. I see the grip. I think you can go in for professional coaching. So we have to educate parents, and this starts, you can catch them young. It's not necessary that you have to wait for them to reach middle school. But ideally, in a professional setup, 6th, 7th, and 8th is when the child is exploring. They want to know more about the avenues. That is when the school steps in and starts encouraging kids. A school has to provide a platform for students to be aware of the different careers. What I've started in my organization here is we have a Parents' Day where parents can come and speak about their professions to the class on a specific day. So we have a day meant for a parent who's willing to share his or her expertise with the classmates, not with class 11 and 12. So it brings a close bonding. You are busy in your profession. You may be a doctor, a lawyer, whatever, or you run a factory. Your child may only know that Papa has a factory or Papa goes to office. That's it. But when the appreciation comes from fellow peers around, whether you're in grade 2 or grade 5 or 9, that, okay, my parent is doing this, mother or father, and children are asking questions. I feel proud of my father or mother who sometimes may not be able to spend time with me, and I hold a grudge against it, not understanding that my parent is carrying out a very important task. So what I try with this is bringing families closer, and also for the parent to speak about the perils and downfall of a certain profession. Everything may look glamorous on the front, but then, as we know, in the culinary world, there's so much of hard work that goes in, and then you get your prepared product. So behind the scenes, whether it's theater, whether it's food, anywhere, whether it's a surgical operation, behind the scenes preparation takes so much of time. And a student may feel that I want to be a doctor, I want to be a chef, I want to be a musician. But the hard work that goes into the training, this child should understand. I don't overnight become a world famous Michelin star holder, chef, etc. So I think from grade 8, it's more specialized. And 9 to 12 is the classes where then, because why I said grade 8, because they have options there of their subjects. The council gives an excellent, all students who study in ICSE schools have the option at the end of grade 8 for grade 9 to drop science, to drop math. So from grade 9, you can say, okay, I can't do it. I have dyslexia, or this awareness should be there. Parents should be knowing that my child has dyscalculia and I can't force my child to do maths. Or if you're in an international board, also you have options. So at grade 8 is the stage where the child should be aware of what are the options and what do I want to do with my life. Safe side, take science, commerce, everything. But if you're very clear, drop science. Continue with commerce, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Wow. No, I think big hats off to you, the way you explained this entire circle of awareness phase to orientation phase to exploration phase, and then eventually to the education phase. So thank you so much, Mr. John Bagul. Now, as you have revealed your own secret, one last question to you is 32 years back, in fact, 35 years back, you wanted to get into the kitchen, get into hospitality industry. Things have changed from that era to 2021. If I ask you today, what is your opinion about hospitality as a career and how unique you find this profession?
I think hospitality as a career is at par, if not beyond, with any other career, you name it. Why do we only talk about doctors and lawyers and engineers? Why is hospitality not thought about at that level? The amount of hard work and dedication and sweat that goes in, and managing, whether you're front office or back office, whether in the kitchen. I mean, the hospitality industry has tremendous hard work involved in it. And if you are having passion and dedication, I think you should be there in that industry. So it may be films, it's different, you have acting skill, but here you have a different set of soft skills. And the whole world talks about soft skills and core skills, and schools do their best to bring it in the kids. But in the hospitality industry, we see a balance of everything together. You can have glamour, you can have fame, you can be in front of the camera. You had Sanjeev Kapoor the other day. We've grown up watching Sanjeev Kapoor's famous TV. At that time, we didn't have choices. We didn't have all these famous chefs all around us, Indian and international. So I strongly recommend, when my kids are happy, to get into hospitality at your college or wherever. We've got our students studying with you. So it is, and I appreciate the effort put in by Dr. Subarna Bose, his vision, you taking it forward for our students to really understand that the hospitality industry has so much to offer. And yes, I am ready, I can join. That's what my young students, and this Young Chef Olympiad does a lot of encouragement for these young chefs who sadly you all didn't do it at my point of time.
But no, thank you so much, Mr. John Bagul. One last question and one last message from your end, as the Young Chef Olympiad is on, and you have been associated with Young Chef Olympiad for almost 6 years now, from first edition to the 7th edition. What is your one message to all these participants for almost over 40 countries who are participating into it? So one message from Mr. John Bagul to all the participants who are participating in this Young Chef Olympiad 7th edition. Over to you, sir.
All my dear participants from all across the world, you're here, you have reached this zenith of your own hard work. My message would be, believe in yourself. Do not doubt yourself. Do not look at what this other person is doing. Depend on your own abilities, and you know you will come up on the top. All the best.
Wow, thank you so much, Mr. John Bagul, once again for joining us this afternoon. It was indeed a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you for all the input, and I'm sure that by listening to what you just said, a lot of people around who are associated in this industry, their mindset and their perception will change. So thank you once again for joining, and thank you so much for educating us today. It was a pleasure to have you. Stay safe, take care till the time we meet next. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Bagel. That was a wonderful session here uh, with uh, with Vishal over here, and some great inputs and some great, your views were really helpful, and I'm sure they'll really help. And we were also wondering if, Mr. Bagel, if we could also maybe open it up to some questions here from our students here today. So they were watching you right now in the other studio with Vishal. So we are open to some questions here. So students, should you have any questions, please put them in the chat box, and we would be happy to share your questions with Mr. Bagul here. You come with a lot of experience and a very, I would say the mindset is really different about how you encourage, and you yourself, as you mentioned just a while back right now, that you yourself you were very keen on hospitality management yourself.
True, very true.
Lovely, lovely. So we have some students. Tell me, what would your advice be to these youngsters who are watching us here today? Who are, today they're very tech savvy. One gets onto Google to explore different options. And of course, there's this also competition, this set of competition of marks that are there, that is there amongst the students. What would you advise them? Because at the end of the day, when you graduate when you pass out of school and you finish your graduation, one doesn't really turn around and look at marks. In fact, we've had some hoteliers who possibly weren't very good academically, but have absolutely done fantastically well for themselves in hospitality, because a lot of other skills that one really looks at, and not just the academic skills.
So, if I may, at the onset, let me tell all these young budding, waiting to discover themselves students out here, because they have so much of potential, they have so much of talent, and they are still finding paths to follow. As ma'am has rightly pointed out, marks obviously are important. You can't just say that I'm not going to study and I'll just leave everything. But never compare yourself with others. You are aware of what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are. Please see that you work on your weaknesses. You develop your strengths. You must make a list on a piece of paper and say, what am I good at? Every morning when you'll get up, what are areas that I need to work in? You need to have short-term goals and long-term goal. Okay? You passing exams, doing well in exams, keeping mommy, papa happy, that's a different issue. But you need to say, do I want to become a chef like the famous chefs I'm seeing out here? Or do I want to get into engineering or medicine? Do I love cooking? Am I going to work very hard? Can I do hard work in the kitchen and show mama how much I love my passion for cooking? So these are things that you young children should write down in a notebook. My career goals, my dream book. Make a dream book, write down your future dreams, and then see how you're working towards your dreams. So I wish that each and every one of you get to fulfill your dreams, but at the same time, if you cannot become what you dream for, have a second option. If not this, I'll become this. If not this, I can do this. Because it also depends on your marks and whether you get into a good university. No substitute for hard work. All of us know that. No shortcuts. Never a shortcut. Even in digital age, technology, no shortcut for hard work.
Absolutely. I think that's very well said, that whatever you do in life, how much ever you enjoy it, you need to work hard. And work is never really, you would never call it work if you enjoy doing what you do. So we have a couple of questions here, Mr. Bagul. There's one student who has, who's also watching us on another Zoom here, which is being mirrored here. One student says, I'm unable to identify my interests, my strengths. So I don't know what should I pursue? So what should I do?
So what age is this student? The person who's asking the question is...
I think these are actually high school students, it seems.
Yeah, today's generation kids have so many varied pursuits and so many varied interests. But my advice would be, if you are not sure of what you really want to do or what your strengths are, seek guidance from professional career guidance counselors, whichever school you're studying or a junior college that you're there, or you can find out from, there are so many well-known career guidance counselors who will guide you, because you need to do a psychometric analysis. After you do a psychometric analysis, the senior person, the counselor, will be able to guide you. Look, beta, you are having strengths in this. These are your core skills. These you need to develop. Whether you want to be a pilot or you want to be a chef or you want to be a doctor, depends on your psychometric analysis, which can be done. You can speak to your parents about it. But professional help for career guidance is very important. Taking the right step, selecting the right career at the right time, so that you don't have a lifelong regret that you didn't get into the career of your choice.
Right. I think that's very well put, and that's absolutely very, very important. And things have really changed drastically. As you said, someone told you, well, will you become a bawarchi? And that is how things were earlier. And now you see chefs such as, even in India, if you really look at Chef Ranbir Barar and Kunal Kapoor and so on and so forth, there's so many of them who are doing fantastically well. And some Indian chefs are doing brilliantly even overseas, internationally. And in fact, in hotels also, chefs are, they get paid, in fact, very, very highly paid. Yes, and they're doing really well. And they're truly passionate about what they do. So we have another question here. Then that's a very interesting question here. That being the principal of a school, what are the leadership qualities that one should have?
Okay, okay, very nice question.
Yes, it's a student from Bangalore.
Oh, very interesting. So first of all, it's not that one wants to grow up wanting to be a principal. Leadership is something that can start at any age. The soft skills that you need to develop in yourself. I am a teacher. I'm always a teacher. I love teaching. I love seeing young faces here, and I love igniting that passion. I'm a biology teacher. And I've been taught by a very wonderful teacher, Mrs. D'Souza, when I was in school, my biology teacher. That's how I developed a passion for biology. And being a principal, first thing, you have to have a cool head. You cannot be egoistic. You cannot take decision. Not just being a principal. When you are heading any organization, you have to see that you are not taking undue risk. You have to see that you don't hurt the sentiments of people around you. This you can do even if you're a class monitor. How can I get others involved? Am I being selfish? Do I want all the credit? Am I going to take the credit if the work goes well? And I say, if something goes wrong, I say, no, it's not me, so and so. So as the principal, I take credit if kids do well. I also get a lot of not so good feedback if kids are not doing well. But that time I can't blame my teachers, that so and so teacher. So in a leadership role, you have to see that you trust people, you delegate jobs, you develop teamwork, you develop confidence in others, and you learn to depend on your team, and each one supports one another. And each person around you should be groomed to be future leaders. I'm giving you in a nutshell, briefly. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, I think very good advice and would help one actually become a leader, because the leadership skills are important anyway, whether you're a principal today or you're in the hospitality industry or any other industry, really. So these leadership skills, yes, that you spoke of are very important. We have another student who wants to know that is there a chance of hotel management being added in even class 11 and 12 at some point of time?
Yes, absolutely. I don't know if the student, I don't know about the CBSE, but very sure about the ICSE and ISC. Hospitality management is added in 9, 10, 11, 12.
Wonderful.
So it is there now. Legal studies is there. Mr. Jerry Arathun, our secretary for the council, CISC, has added hospitality management from 9th standard, because he's very aware that education has to be empowered for our new education policy. And hence we have even beauty skills there. technician, beauty technician, hospitality management, and legal studies. These are new subjects introduced by the council for 9th standard onwards, depending on the school. If it's a CISC school, that is ICSE board, you will have that option in your school.
Wonderful. That's really nice. And I think this would really help students choose their career paths, because it would help them understand exactly what a subject is like. So today we do have, even at IIHM, there are so many young students who have possibly, finished their or started studying engineering and have suddenly realized that, well, this is really something that I do not enjoy, and then come here. So there's just so many options. And in fact, hotels also throw up so many options. So Mr. Bagal, you'd be really surprised. We had this young boy who joined here in IIHM, and being from that, let's just say, typical family where he wanted to study, he was very keen on cooking. So the father says, well, I'm a doctor, so you have to choose, either you become a doctor or choose engineering.
Yes.
So this boy went into engineering, a smart, hardworking boy, started studying, and he would spend all his time watching MasterChef with his father breathing down his neck saying, you're wasting your time. You're not. So eventually 2 years of engineering, and his father realized that, why am I pushing my son when he's really not interested? So he finally convinced his father that he wishes to join IIHM. He joined here, much to his father, then his father was really not aware of what options there would be in hospitality for this young boy. So when he joined here, he joined with the goal, he had set out his goal for himself, which was to become a chef. And I must say, this boy worked really hard, was brilliant, his knowledge was brilliant, his skills were good because he practiced in the kitchen, he practiced a lot. In his third year, final year, just before he was going to graduate, he appeared for some interviews. And the interviewer, when he met him, he asked him a very strange question, and he came up, in fact, to us at IIHM, and he says, do you think this boy would do well in revenue management? And we said, yes, he is a smart boy, but he's very passionate about food. So they asked him, and they called him to the hotel, and we spoke to him and gave him a brief on revenue management. We said, well, you have studied that in college. And he said, but I've never thought of that as a career. So, well, the hotel called him and they said, come and spend a couple of days and understand what revenue management is all about. And if you still don't like it, fine, go ahead and pursue a career as a chef, all in the hotel, of course. And today, you'll be surprised, with an international chain, he is the head of revenue for not just hotels in India, but also Southeast Asia.
Oh, excellent.
In a number of hotels. So this young boy who started off in engineering today is a revenue manager. And I think, when a youngster such as him, would get guidance from someone like you, and I'm sure they would really flourish and would be able to choose their career path very wisely.
Very true. But also I must add here, it requires courage at any point to understand and tell your parents, face up to your parents. First, if your parents support your career goals, that's fantastic, nothing like it. If your parents say, look, I need you to be a doctor or engineer or lawyer or whatever profession, you have two choices. One, go ahead and complete that course to the best of your ability. Do your medicine as your father says, do, and then say, look, Dad, I've done this, I'm a doctor, but now let me do what I would like to do. But in this, I know a lot of students who've done this. They've satisfied their parents in the career. You wanted me to be a lawyer, I've become a lawyer, but now I may be late by 5 years, but I will still pursue my dream. So what I would like to tell students, don't forget your dream.
Right.
You have to drop your dream for a couple. That's not the end of the world. You can still pursue your dream at any age. And as Ritu ma'am rightly pointed out, after a couple of years, they realize that boy is not going to do medicine and he's joined. Fine. In between, don't think that, oh my gosh, I have already paid this much. No. Tell your parents, I cannot do a day more. Please help me out of this. Then your parents love you. They want the best for you. And if you can convince them of your dedication and hard work, no parent is going to say no, obviously, as ma'am pointed out. And they will do what is best, provided they are satisfied that you really have the passion for that subject. You want to do hotel management?
Counseling, yeah.
Do your own homework.
True. Absolutely. I think you're very right in that. And career counseling is not just for the students, but it's also for the
For
parents
the parents, yes.
and for them to understand. Great. Lovely, Mr. Bagul. Thank you once again for taking time out and for joining us, for showing the path to these youngsters. And your support and your guidance will take them a long, long way.
Always a pleasure to be associated with IIHM and Dr. Shubham.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
all the
you.
best to all you young listeners out there. All the best for your careers. Thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bagul. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Wish you all the best.
To all the young ones too.
Thank you. So, well, this was your session, a very interesting day that we've had. We've gone to Switzerland. We've spoken with one of the leading educators. We've also spoken with a couple of other stars. We've had a very interesting and varied session, really, that you've had here today. So thank you all very much for joining us here today, and wish you all a wonderful evening ahead. And we look forward to some more sessions tomorrow. So till then, we are signing out of the IIHM studio today and wish you all a wonderful evening ahead. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.